但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya, sayang sekali ya Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Mark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，Fallen 还在我们手中，小心 Unlucky， 一定要小心 Unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
我了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya, sayang sekali ya Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Mark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，Fallen 还在我们手中，小心 Unlucky， 一定要小心 Unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
我了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把局怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把局怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, an event where we crown the master of masters of Asian Call of Duty Mobile. I'm the Mustachio AJ, and I will be a solo caster for the day. Yes, you heard that right. I am your solo caster, which means from now, 5 p.m. to potentially about 11 p.m., hopefully not past 11 p.m. I will be giving my voice for all of you as well for all of the teams out there. This is a prestigious event that we have got the Call of Duty Mobile China organization kind of organizing for the rest of them. And in the Invitational, we also have some Garena as well as Japan teams joining us. It has not been an easy journey so far. We have completed the play-ins. We have also completed the sniper battle. And for any one of you guys who have missed the sniper battles, please go ahead to jump on into our YouTube channel, check out exactly what happened. And you guys will see that Wolves, the team from China, is going to be a pretty hard one to beat this time around. Not just for the teams from Garena, but from Japan and also from the teams within China in itself. Because not only do they have the king of snipers Zai from from the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational. Sorry, that one just slipped my mind. The Fall Invitational. We also have another player from the team, Nian, stepping up to be the champion for the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. This is how the groupings will be. In Group A, we've got 6 teams: Almighty, Q9, SPG, Black, West Point Mamba, Low Kings, as well as Z1. And as for Group B, we've got Kagendra, Walt from Japan, Wolves, and this is the team to most definitely look out for. Doyu Gaming, E-Star, as well as Kingzone. Now, 2 out of the 12 teams have made it here through the play-ins, and it was a arduous task, in fact, because we started things off with 18 teams in total. This is a quick schedule for the day as well. We've got SPG kicking things off against Blacklist International Ultimate. West Point Mamba Low Kings takes on Z1 in the second match. And of course, Almighty versus Q9, the blockbuster conclusion for day 1. Only Group A will be in participation today. Group B will be playing tomorrow. So you'll have to chill with us for a little bit before you see all of that, right? The fun fact is, not only is the number of days 18, the number of teams joining us for this event was 18 as well at the very start. Now, 8 out of the 18 participants went into the play-ins, where only the top 2 could move on into the group stage that you see here now. So our first qualifier from the play-ins was actually Kingzone, who beat down all gamers from China, the Indonesian Titans ABC Esports, as well as the Thai favorites WDC Free Slots. So unfortunately, we will not be able to see WDC ABC as well as all gamers in the competition. The second team to make it through from the play-ins was actually Q9. Now, I don't know exactly how Q9 let themselves fall to the point where they needed to move on in through the play-ins, but they were Titans. They were absolute hotshots within the play-ins. They had 9 wins, 0 losses. They absolutely smashed all 3 teams that they took on: Mighty Tiger Gaming, Huntsman, as well as Changewolf. Now, hearing those names, you would probably think, okay, Q9 had a pretty decently easy play-ins, and I think so too. I think the group stage is going to be a little bit more challenging for them. But of course, let's take a look at the lineup for Team SPG. We've got Naichuan, we've got Guagua, Mengrui, Bird, as well as Time. Now, this is a team that you most definitely do not want to take on as we open up the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because SPG is hot to kick things off. Rage, Yato, Jaben, Yobabs, as well as AG makes the lineup of Blacklist Ultimate. Now, if you look at the team of SPG, you can expect a lot of screen time from Time, the one and only sniper. He is waiting to see exactly what Yobabs from the side of Garena has got out there on the battlefield. Now, if you guys did tune into the sniper battle, you would have detected that the Chinese teams are a little stacked, especially when it comes to the engagements versus the Garena teams. So thus far, not many have been able to keep up with them, except, of course, Luffy from West Point Mamba Low Kings, but even he could not get into the grand finals, albeit he did put on a fantastic show. It did give his opponent quite a bit of run for the money. But towards the very end, West Point Mamba Low Kings just could not have their player move on all the way through because of the dominance from all of the teams in China. And not only do we have some of these games being played online, the playoffs later on, that's going to be held offline. So good luck to whichever team it is that does manage to make it on through and get on into the playoffs. There's so many more things that I want to share with you guys. And clearly, I'll have all the time to do so because I'm going to be here all alone. Lonely indeed, but we've got a lot of time to discuss every single thing that we want to touch on. Now, going back to what I was talking about earlier on, 18 days of play, right? So 2 days for the play-ins, 2 days for the sniper battles. Group stages alone is going to be for a total of 10 days. 5 days for Group A, 5 days for Group B. It's going to be a single round robin that they're going to go through. So a single round robin basically means in each group, you've got 6 teams each. So 12 teams to make up the full group stage. So all of these 6 teams within Group A, they have to face off against each and every single one of the opponents once. And then we tabulate the data. We look at exactly who has got the most number of points. And the top 4 teams from each and every single group moves on into the playoffs. So we will have a total of 8 teams out of 12 moving on towards the playoffs to join us there. It's not going to be an easy fight at all. A lot of these teams will be pretty challenged, mainly because of the online setup. Now, you guys know it's not going to be a very equal environment to play this online, but this is exactly where we get to see the adjustments coming through from some of these players. If at all they are not in sync with the server, they have to take those pre-aims. They have to take those quick trick shots if they want to stay in front. But you know, Luffy was a guy from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings who proved that even though there is a little bit of, you know, a lack of cohesiveness within that server in itself, and his initial shots couldn't really connect, he made those adjustments. And because of those adjustments, he managed to get on in front. You've got to have a lot of foresight. You've got to have a lot of game knowledge, map awareness as well. Speaking of map awareness, China really knows how to get this done, man. At the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, we have got a few more maps added on in. Now, I do not think all of these maps are going to be part of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships later on as well. Maybe they might add it in after they see it at CDSI, thinking that, hey, you know what, maybe this is a good idea. And those 3 maps are... I don't remember those 3 maps. Do I remember those 3 maps? Yes, I do remember those 3 maps. So we've got Express. Yes. We have Express in the house. The only reason why I myself personally look forward to Express is to see if or not throughout any of these matches, any of those players get taken down by the train that zooms past the map occasionally. Okay, that's all I want to see. And if that moment happens, I think for that alone, I'll save a little bit of my energy, a little bit of my capability to scream for that particular moment. I'm looking forward to Express. We also have the comeback of Meltdown. We will have Tunisia, and these are the maps for SND. For Blacklist, sorry, not Blacklist. For Hardpoint, on the other hand, we also have the addition of Arsenal and Apocalypse. And within Hardpoint, you can play Takeoff as well as Summit. Now, they have added in more maps, but they have limited the number of choices that each and every single one of these game modes can have for themselves. Control, you can only choose from 1 out of 3 maps, which is Raid, Standoff, as well as Crossroads. Now, I don't know if or not this is going to be a fantastic opportunity for them to prove themselves, or this is just going to be a next level show match for all of you guys, okay? Because some of these maps that are being played, obviously, is not in the official rotation of maps at the moment, but that is exactly what I love about CDM. That's exactly what I love about the Chinese scene. They always push the boundaries. They always bring in a few of these extra game modes. I mean, even the King of Sniper Challenge, right? Even having all of these extra little bits, the 2v2s or whatsoever, it just raises the bar in terms of entertainment. These are not the maps that we see in rotation all the time. So I think it's going to be pretty fun. And throughout the whole thing, obviously, you want to see exactly who can be the champion. The last time round, we thought just because it was going to be the CDFI, the Fall Invitational, run by the exact same organization, we thought that it was going to be absolutely easy for the Chinese teams to smash everybody else, get to the top and be champions, until Almighty showed up. Almighty showed up and they put on one hell of a show and they stole the trophy, walked back home with it, right? That's the shocking part of them. But this time around, I think the Chinese teams are waiting to get a little bit of revenge. Will Almighty be able to stand their ground and show dominance yet again? Because I'm very sure any of you guys who do follow the Garena region so far, you would have seen the fall of Almighty. Almighty couldn't really push the boundaries all that too much within Garena Masters Season 4 this time around. I believe they took the 4th spot and they got taken down by Smart Omega. Later on, Smart Omega went on to get taken down by, I believe, West Point Marble Kings. West Point Marble Kings gets into the grand finals and they get beaten down by Blacklist International Ultimate. The same Blacklist International Ultimate, which is your Eastern champs. For the very first Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, they managed to go there, prove their worth, come back. But after the Eastern Championships, they kind of fell off the radar just a little bit. 2 Garena Masters back-to-back, all they could measure up for themselves was for that 2nd spot, right? Smart Omega managed to one-up them, but this time, Smart Omega is not even in the competition. And yes, you can thank West Point Marble Kings for that. Now we're going to have a 2v2. Once again, this is exactly what I love about the Chinese scene. Always bringing in something different. Always bringing in something a little bit spicy to keep the audience entertained. Guagua, 50 Gs in hand, circles around towards the right-hand side. Yato and Rage clumping up together. The flank around from Nanchuan as well as Guagua is about to catch them out. QXR on for the pop. Nanchuan gets Rage. Yato shut down as well. And that was way too easy for the first round. And this is a race to 6. Rage and Yato try to stick together as long as possible. But the flank around from Guagua was more than enough to pull that distraction. And Nanchuan used that to attack them one after the other. A little unfortunate for the Garena teams out of Blacklist Ultimate. They'll have to see exactly what they've got in store for us. Rage this time round strikes right back with a QXR. Fossil Fire in hand. Now it's a 1v2. Can they catch him out in time? It's going to be Guagua. Circles around. Everybody's using the QXR, by the way, and Yato pulls one into his pocket as well for a 1-to-1 Blacklist versus SPG. It doesn't get better than this, baby. KN-44 is the next gun that we're going to be whipping out in here. Let's see if or not these boys can show us a little bit of a trick shot from up top. Yato sticking together. The one and only Rage. KN-44 cannot spot out anyone just yet. Guagua! Rage just walks into his line of sight. Instant dance of death, although he just stood in one spot. Guagua takes the elimination. And now, 1v2. Yato going up against both Nanchuan as well as Guagua. Yato doesn't have any line of sight. Even if he gets towards the very corner, he's not going to be able to nail down Guagua just yet. It's a little bit of a tricky situation up there. Nanchuan finds Yato, tags him up. Yato could have backed away, but he walks right back into the line of sight. And SPG gets the 2nd point. This is round number 4, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. No other weapons allowed. It's only going to be the main weapons that they are given at the very start. QXR in the first 2 rounds, KN-44. And this is the last round. I believe you're going to be seeing the KN-44 in action. Rage and Yato. Not sneaking around just yet. Let's see if or not they can hold this long enough. Guagua, everybody's on a pause. Rage just needs to approach this situation carefully. Ain't no timer on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're gonna give them all the time they need. Dance to death. Nobody's home. Neither side wants to go out for the push. Both the sides wants to get the first match. This is gonna be the play of dominance. Time is running out. I can't hear the timer clicking down. Who gets it in a situation like this? It's capture the point towards the final few seconds. And neither one steps on in just yet. Rage goes in for the push. Guagua and Nanchuan are not walking out at all. Are they lagging? It's either they're lagging or they do not know how this round is played, which I think is impossible. But either way, I think they were just giving Blacklist Ultimate a chance. They're like, hey, go ahead, take that point. We'll see you in round number 5 when the SPR comes on out. SPR in the hands of Rage. Flanks around from the left. Should be able to spot out both players now. But Nanchuan and Guagua both are not moving yet again. just like what we saw a little bit earlier on. And I think this is about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are about to see my face again, because clearly the boys from the side of SPG were not playing after round number 3. A little unfortunate. I think they stopped playing after round number 2. And it was not the best of situations for us to watch on broadcast, but I think they are having a little bit of connection issues. So in the meantime, we're going to let them sort that out themselves. And when we come back, it is going to be search and destroy. So once again, what's a little bit different here at CDSI is instead of starting things off high pace at Hardpoint, we bring it into search and destroy. First, game number 2 is going to be at Hardpoint. The halfway point is going to be control in this best of 5. And then we reset it back into search and destroy and finish things at Hardpoint if we need to. Once again, this is a best of 5. So it could just end 3-0, or it could get dragged out all the way. Hopefully it doesn't drag out all that too much. Because, dude, I don't know how long I can speak for without stopping. And I think I know how long I can. How long do you guys... Okay, wait, chat. I've got this question, man. How long do you think I can speak non-stop before I start getting tired? I think it's going to be 5 hours. I think it's going to take me 5 hours to get sick and tired of speaking. You guys can tell me, what do you think? I think someone's guessing 30 minutes. 30? No, there's no way. There's no way I tire out in 30 minutes, okay? I think... Okay, 6 hours, maybe it's pushing it just a little bit, right? 4 hours. I think I give myself 4 hours. These players are out there. They're doing a lot, but my mouth is doing a little bit more. Sunil Radhikar says 2 to 3 hours. Sharil says 10 days. Kian Sinomio says 10 hours. Oh, you guys are too sweet, man. You guys think that highly of me? Thank you. Thank you for respecting my throat, man. I really appreciate that. Tanzim says 3 days. Wow, these guys. These guys. So is there going to be 2 or 1 caster per game later? It's going to be solo all the way, guys. It's going to be just me for all 3 best of 5s. Yes, you heard that right. Now, this is just a 2v2, and it's just a little bit of a show match, sort of an appetizer for you guys to see what the best 2 players on each side can do out there on the battlefield. Okay? We did see that. It was not the greatest of plays. It was not the greatest of 2v2s because of the pause that we had to take. But at the very start, it looked like they were pretty equal, right? So I do like that. 4 hours, you can reach your target stream hours. Kelly, no, you're wrong. It's SND HP control SND HP. Yes, it's SND HP control SND HP. Yeah. SPG means what? Izudin. Don't make me say things on broadcast, Izudin. So SPG is a team out of Call of Duty Mobile China, and they have been around for quite a while now within their local scene, and they've been stomping out. They've literally been stomping out team after team, all right? SPG, Position Esports Club, they are pretty cracked when it comes to the Fennec as well as Krig 6 gameplays. Their sniper time has been popping off within the scene for quite a while as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly what he can do against Yobabs once again. I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how he does, and if or not whether he brings out the Arctic 50, because he is one of those few players who move so cleanly, who move so smoothly across the map with the Arctic 50. I carry the Arctic 50. I don't move from one spot, right? I have to camp because I'm slow like a turtle. So I just sit down in one spot and I try to snipe. I usually fail. Not this guy, right? This guy is quite the titan. Mustachio, no more neon lights. There is. The neon lights are right behind me. It's just that I thought since today I was going to go into a solo cast, I'm going to take away all the distractions and give you guys the opportunity to immerse yourselves in just watching my face. Warden in the house as well. Warden, welcome. What's up? So far, I have to give you guys the lowdown as well, right? So whenever we do events like this, the live broadcast is sent directly from the studio in itself, and it's sent here, and it's reproduced by Garena. So we don't really have much of up-to-date information as to what's causing the delay and why you guys are looking at my face for so long. So which means even I am clueless right now as to what's going on. I'm just waiting for the match to start, and we're going to fill up some time before that happens. I thought it was going to just take a few seconds, but clearly it's taking a while. So, and Blacklist, by the way, wins the match. So they will be the first ones to pick. So instead of a coin toss, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, instead of a coin toss, we are actually going to be, instead of a coin toss, that's exactly how they are going to see exactly who picks the maps first. The winning team of the 2v2 gets to pick the first map, so on and so forth. So I think that's a legit way. Instead of allowing Lady Luck to do it, you send out 2 Titan players to win out a 2v2, and then the winning team gets to pick the very first map and essentially dictate exactly how the series is going to go. And I really like that because Call of Duty Mobile China has added in pretty interesting maps into the rotation as well. And I don't know if or not all of our Garena players have been practicing on those maps. I don't know if or not the Japan players have been practicing on those maps. I think it's a little common to find these maps being played a little bit more often within the Chinese scene as a whole. And these players would have definitely been a little bit more comfortable on there. But the opportunity going to the Garena team, opportunity going to Blacklist Ultimate to make those choices on the maps first will probably be decent for me because they're going to pick maps that I am familiar with as well. There are a couple of maps that I am not a big fan of. I have not played a lot of. I'm probably going to stumble and get humbled by the location names, by the spots and all. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to be A-okay. Heaven's still playing. Everybody is still playing, man. The only one not playing from the side of Almighty this time round is going to be Jeff Pro. I don't know the reason why, but Jeff Pro has been let go. But in replacement of Jeff Pro, they have brought in 2 new players. They've brought in FDX from Blacklist International Ultimate, and they've also brought in Bingo from Sem9. So that is the roster change coming through for Almighty. I don't know how possible it is going to be for Almighty to take it all the way. Not because of the loss of Jeff Pro, but because we kind of saw some weaknesses of Almighty exposed within Garena Masters in itself. And usually you see Almighty being the team that gets into the grand finals. I mean, as a matter of fact, CDSI, the Fall Invitational, who won that before we went on to the World Championships, it was the one and only Almighty, right? So a lot of hype was built behind them, but Garena Masters just wasn't the event for Almighty. They kind of faltered a tad bit, and the team had a little bit of a re-rostering. So I'm very curious to see exactly how they adapt out there to the battlefield. Now, speaking of adapt, that was a player that kind of joined them for a tad bit before kind of breaking away as well. And a lot of people assumed that Heaven might not be in the competition this time around because of the rumors that he is going to go off to national service. It wasn't the case. He's still around. He still has a little bit more time to catch up and see exactly how far he can push the boundaries for Heaven. Now, I'm still going to be buying a little bit more time for broadcast whilst they connect that match. I think this is one of the most painful parts of the broadcast, which we will probably try to patch up a little bit because we have a segment where we are going to be doing the map bans and picks, which usually takes a little bit of time in the background. And I don't have a co-caster to have a good chat with, right? So all of this information is just coming out from one head. And usually it's nice, man. Usually it's like, even if you were to play, you know, tennis or ping pong all on your own in a room, you know, you get to bounce the ball off of the wall. But after a while, it kind of gets boring because you know exactly where you're going to bounce the ball. You know exactly at which angle the ball is going to come back from, unless you're an absolute noob and you don't know simple physics. But, you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys do. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, I'll tell you guys exactly where we're going to be playing the series of best of 5 between SPG and Blacklist International Ultimate. I'll see you in a bit.
是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！我一看白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมาคาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้คาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorge will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的，麦克这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！我一看白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手。
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023. We are waiting to crown our master of masters of the Asian Call of Duty Mobile scene. But unfortunately, we will have to go through 10 grueling days of group stages first to see who makes it through to the playoffs. And then, of course, 4 days before we find out exactly who the king is going to be. And once again, this is exactly what I was telling you guys earlier on. Search and Destroy, Hardpoint, Control will all have different map pools for the teams to select from. And the teams have already gone out there and done the dirty, right? Blacklist International Ultimate managed to win out the 2v2, albeit it was through a unfortunate disqualification, mainly because the players could not continue on. And SPG bans out Meltdown as well as Takeoff from S&D as well as Hardpoint. Hardpoint S&D bans comes on through as well for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. They do not want to play at Hacienda as well as Firing Range. So those are the maps that are going to be taken off of the list, leaving quite a number still available for the play out there. Control has got no map bans whatsoever because there are only 3 maps that are available within Control for the teams to select from. And we're going to see a little bit later on exactly where we're going to be brought on to, right? We've got Raid, Standoff, as well as Crossroads Strike. Those are the 3 maps available for select within Control in itself. So I'm actually curious as to how they're going to do the bans and picks, mainly because usually we only have, for example, 7 maps in rotation. 2 maps gets banned away. 1 team bans a map. So you've only got 5. In a best of 5, all 5 of these maps are played, right? In a best of 7, all 7 of the maps will be selected and to be played. But in a situation like this, where even for Hardpoint, you've got about 5 maps. For SND, you've got 5 maps as well. And for Control, you've got 3 maps. So usually how the bans and picks would work is the team that wins the coin toss picks map 1, second team picks map 2, second team picks map 2 for the same game mode. So if it's for Hardpoint, they pick Hardpoint as well. And then we move on to SND. The team that wins coin toss will pick the first SND map. Team that loses picks the second map. And if we've got, not if, there is only 1 map that will be left, because from that rotation of 5 maps that you can select from, obviously, if the teams have already selected 4, you've got 1 remaining. This remaining map usually goes to domination or control. Now, in this particular scenario, you don't get a situation like that. You have got SND having, 5 maps all in all. They each ban 1 SND map. So now they can choose from a total of 3. 1 team chooses 1 SND map, then the other one still gets to select. It's not like they won't have any options whatsoever. But my biggest question is, who gets to choose control? I assume, based on the fact that a team managed to win the 2v2, the team that wins the 2v2 will get to select this control map, but I'll double check that with broadcast and inform you guys in a little bit as well. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter as long as we get some good Call of Duty Mobile action out there on the battlefield in a little bit. And SPG going up against Blacklist International Ultimate, one would have thought that it would be a little bit more dominating in terms of performance from Blacklist at the very get-go within the 2v2 in itself, but it wasn't the case, right? It was SPG with a very good strategy from the very start, with the players really proving that they can take 1v2 situations without an issue whatsoever. QXR was the gun that was forced into their hands. Later on, we get to see the guns that they get to throw into the gunsmith and kind of drag out, in their own fashion to go and take a few of those elimination points, get it back for themselves. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a different story when we move on out there. Not to the detriment of SPG at all. I think we haven't even seen the best from them. But the question is, have we seen the best out of Blacklist International Ultimate? It's quite difficult to say that we have. The champions of Garena Masters Season 4, I think they've got a lot more to give us, and we will see exactly what that is in match number 1. We head on into Express. Bring the choo-choo train, baby. I want to see exactly who gets mowed over. Who's going to be the unlucky one? Which pro player will happen to just stand on the railway tracks when the train comes? Now, if this happens to a newbie, like me, I can understand. But if it happens to a pro player, I will unfortunately have to laugh. Especially because it was, I believe, Blacklist International Ultimate that chose Express to play on. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. It is not the biggest map available out there on the game of Call of Duty Mobile. Express is decently small, but you've got a lot of the compounds within the map in itself that proves to be a great barricade between those wide open spaces. So let's see how are they gonna kind of circle in from it. It is gonna be a opportunity for the teams to hop on out there and really prove themselves to be the ultimate within match number 1 in itself. This is the very first game of the Free Fire Summer Invitationals. It's gonna be a push coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate. Yobabs strikes one real quick. Time taken out of the equation. Yato on for the slay as well. They are playing this like a game of Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, this is SND and Blacklist takes round number 1. You gotta love Express, bro. This is exactly how it's played out there in any of the ranked matches as well. It's just a straight push down the corridor and then you slay them out, right? Blacklist, once again, this time around, taking a little bit of a detour from the stairway. Yato and Yobab manages to strike one each for themselves. Yato pops up yet again, and Yobab secures Bird, leaving all alone the one and only Nanchuan. Nanchuan finds Yobab only to get shut down by Jabin, traded out, and this is the kind of hot start I was expecting in the 2v2, which we did not see. And now we get to see exactly who is more dominant. But of course, you cannot say that Blacklist is going to be sweeping SPG all the way 3-0 just by 2 particular rounds. We have to see exactly how SPG trades them out. The adjustments are going to be very crucial. Nanchuan finds a double for himself with a Fennec in hand. Jabin sorts them out. Rage gets a double for himself. Guagua as well. Nanchuan, the MVP from the CDM squad of SPG, will try his best to survive, but not against the rage of that CBR4 in the hands of Rage himself. 3-0, too easy. By the way, another update for you guys. The Search and Destroy is a race to 9 rounds with overtime activated. That's crazy, right? Hardpoint will stay a race to 250 points. Control is going to be the first team to win out 4 of those rounds. So this is going to be a great opportunity for these teams to really showcase exactly what they're capable of out there on the battlefield. A little bit of a lag. Please don't mind that too much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're going to try to fix that in the background whilst we catch up with the game as well. Team deathmatch indeed. This is exactly what Blacklist International Ultimate is aiming for. But AG still has not secured a single elimination for himself. And he doesn't need to worry about that all too much because Rage is raging on. Yato's on fire alongside Yobabs as well. And the only one that is having a tad bit of a unfortunate delay is Guagua as well as Time. Now, I'm not too sure if or not it's me or... Yeah, okay, yeah, it's not just me, it's everybody. Sorry for the delay, guys. So Yato does manage to find one, leaving Mengri all alone. Locust in hand, and Mengri just gets those quick scopes too easy. Rage finds him either way. Express way too easy for Blacklist Ultimate to circle around. It is going to be a opportunity for SPG to pull this back, but they will have to start working early. It's a race to 9. 5 more rounds for Blacklist International Ultimate to secure this first map against SPG. And they go for an all-out push. Look at SPG just hanging back towards that A-bomb site now with the bomb. AG is going to be spotting out Time. Rage finds Mengrui as well, and the circling around does help him out in that fact. AG still holding on to the upstairs. Doesn't get spotted out by the players on the side of SPG just yet. Rage trying to find Antoine. Antoine well hidden within the drain itself, and Antoine with a god nade to take AG out of the equation. That's too spicy. Yato, all about the timing. Bert does not spot him in the corner. And just tactical moves coming through from Blacklist Ultimate. Just slowly inching forward towards the opponents. And one final one to catch out. Nanchuan has been spotted out by Rage already. Information sent back to the rest of the players on the side of Blacklist Ultimate who come in for the quick push. Jabin secured, but Yato with the jump shot lights Nanchuan on fire. 5-0. This is unbelievable coming through from the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. By the way, quick shout out to Cali. The two teams will have a gunfight 2v2 after the ban phase. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to determine which team will choose both the maps and the side of game 1. And from the second game, the team which lost the previous game will determine both the map and the side for the upcoming game. In the last game, the referee will roll the dice to decide which team chooses the map and which other team will choose the side. I don't know how they will roll the dice, but never mind. We'll leave that to the production team from the side of China to figure out. 5-0, SPG. This time, recovers a quick round. Rage and AG taken out of the equation, and Time was the only sacrifice. He is not the hardest hitter from the side of SPG. Mengrui, what a jump shot. Lucas Electron secures one, but Yobabs finds Guagua nearly as quickly, and that just puts SPG on the back foot. 2v3. Mengrui should be able to secure Yobabs with this one. Nate comes on through, and a quick scope out of Yobabs. Mengrui knows exactly where to find this guy now. Bird taken out. Yato secured by Nanchuan, leaving Yobabs all alone. Stays hidden away. Quick slide. But Nanchuan says not this time. 1 round. Pulled back by SPG. They're gonna chill for just a little bit. They bought themselves a little bit of breathing room. All that said, though, not too much. SPG once again. A 4-to-1 split coming on through. 3 players pushes on. 4th towards the B bomb side. Guagua gets a double. Yato Rage dropped. But not before that sticky God nade out of Rage. AG circling around. Looking for that backstab. Potential to find Meng Rui. Meng Rui spotted out by AG already. AG circles around. Here's the footsteps. And Meng Rui caught out in the open. Smart play coming through from AG. It's a 3v3 all equal. Yobabs finds Nanchuan. But the Locust just could not respond quick enough against the Fennec. Fennec circles around. AG. Bird fires first. No trigger discipline. AG backs away. And Jabin comes in for that backup. Very smartly played by Blacklist International Ultimate. Nanchuan now. Jabin goes in for the defusal. Guagua gets the elimination, but shut down by AG. AG tagged up now. It's a 1v1. Why are we looking at Guagua? Yeah, just looking at the bomb. But AG secures Nanchuan. Comes back in for the defusal. And I guess whoever who was handling the observer mode just figured that there's no way Blacklist International Ultimate, there's no way AG was going to lose that. Looks like the observer from China is a fan of Blacklist International Ultimate. I take note of that. Rage, 11 eliminations so far. Guys popping off. Nanchuan, quick concuss down middle, finds nobody. Jabin right there behind. Time with a beautiful shot onto Jabin, who tried to jump on away. Yato and Rage strike from the other side as well. SPG down by 1 man. It's a 3v4. Yato quickly slides away to make sure he does not get annihilated, but Guagua still catches up with him and goes in for the punish. Good movements from Rage, but Guagua still able to find that. Time pops off as well, leaving AG all alone. Can he clutch this out yet again? This time, it's not a 2v3, it's a 1v3. Time with the Locust. Not looking to buy time, but just purely looking to find a position to plant that bomb. And Guagua is going to be able to do it, but doesn't even need to, as time buys more time for SPG. Match point for Blacklist International Ultimate if they can get 1 more round. Oh, actually, it's not match point. What am I thinking about? It's a race to 9, not a race to 7. SPG this time holding back. Attacking side flipped on over already. Blacklist International Ultimate straight up to that A bomb side, and it looks like they're going to be unguarded. This is an open plant coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate, and they're going to pull. Oh no! God nade out of nowhere from time. Yato goes down, but that's not going to prevent AG. AG gets the plant, and now here comes the pressure. 45 seconds for the reaction out of SPG. SPG time circles around, misses the first shot. Player slides on away. Yobab's not going to get caught up. What is happening? Yobab's is actually behind a wall. And Time just literally spotted him out. There's nowhere at all for Yobab's to hide. Time's got bionic eyes, bro. AG, Bird, spots out AG. Easy takedown. It's a 2v2 now. With 13 more seconds to get the D done, J-Bon, captain for Blacklist Ultimate, gets the D done, and the final player taken down as well. Jabin is on God mode today, not the J-Bot mode. 7-2. 1 more for the match point for Blacklist Ultimate. This is a very fun map to watch S&D on, and I'm starting to love it. Initially, I thought I wouldn't be that much into Express, but I love it right now. All the reason because it's a super fast game of S&D between these teams. Also because Blacklist was wiping the floor with SPG earlier, but SPG finding a fantastic comeback to equalize them. But the question is, have they allowed the Filipinos to run away a little bit too far? And I don't know if you've ever played basketball against Filipinos before, but they run fast, bro. Bloody hard to catch. Can't even block them. Can be 7 foot tall and they'll still score the 3-pointer. Rage finds Meng Rui. Leaving 2 players on the side of SPG. Time goes down as well. Bird, can he save it? Jabin says hell to the no. Rage already on 16 eliminations, but Jabin's just warming up. 9 kills. And the guy has got 1 out for SPG. Now match point for Blacklist Ultimate. Quick rush. This time it's going to be the B-bomb side on the attack. From the stairs, SPG floods on down. Jabin misses the opportunity for the first one. Does not miss Bird. Bird tries to fly up high. Gets nailed down. Head glitch not going to work against Captain Jabin as well as Nanchuan gets his head taken off. Leaving Time all alone. 1v5. This is your time. Quick scope. Does not connect. Jabin punches him into Hardpoint from SND. It was a hot start, fast start coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate, almost making this SND match look like it was a team deathmatch, almost making it look like they were going up against a bunch of bots. But it was only a matter of time, pun intended, for Team SPG to find their way back in here. But the reactions, the adjustments to the pace of Blacklist International Ultimate was a tad bit too slow. And for anyone wondering, are we going to have any latency issues? Are we going to have any lags from the teams not playing from within China? Clearly, Blacklist International Ultimate showing that that's not going to be a cause for concern at all. And it seems like they've tested out that server pretty decently well. And it was a very dominating showing from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. In fact, if anybody is having disconnection issues, it's the place from SPG like we saw from the 2v2. So this is an unusual turn of events. And I guess the Garena fans are rejoicing at the moment, but this is no time to rejoice whatsoever. It's just the first game in 10 days of best of threes that you guys can indulge in at CDSI. And Blacklist International Ultimate has just shown up once. Let's see if they can show up yet again in that Hardpoint match that we've got coming up in a bit. So the surprising thing is we don't get to see every single map pick from the very get-go. So I guess we are going to be in suspense. You are in suspense. I'm in suspense as well. But it's okay. We will wait. Now, Callie has shared with me some very kind information as to how these teams have done on their individual basis within the qualifiers for Stage 5 in itself on some of these maps. Now, although that can serve up as a good benchmark, I'm not going to bring them up just yet until we have a little bit of extra data on our side, mainly because all of this information accrued by these individual teams are off of other events, off of the qualifiers, not up against pro teams like Blacklist International Ultimate. So if I do bring them up, I'm afraid I'm going to be pointing you guys towards the wrong direction. One might think that, the hype is going to be with Standpoint Gaming, only to find out Blacklist International Ultimate shows up from nowhere and takes the gun, points it at their heads, and goes boom, just like what they did in round number 1, right? So Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, is a very decorated team. They have managed to pick up 6 trophies from their time in the Call of Duty mobile world, from their very first presence the past 3 years. Recent champions of Garena Masters Season 4 as well, making them the best team in MSP at the moment. So do we expect a lot from Blacklist International Ultimate? Most definitely yes. But once again, they were the Eastern champs. They got the CODM World Championship for the Eastern side in 2021, where they beat down Almighty 3-2 in a best of 5. But after that is when they kind of went a little bit under, right? We saw the rise of Smarter Mega. Smarter Mega managing to get 2 Garena Masters back-to-back right after that, forcing this team to take the 2nd place. And of course, not recently, the last time we did see them at a invitational from the side of Call of Duty Mobile China, they placed 4th overall in the Fall Invitational. So it's not a great record at the Chinese scene or within the invitational itself for the side of CDM as to how Blacklist International Ultimate has performed in the past. But this is not the exact same team. The last time round, we saw Smarter Mega here. The fact is, Smarter Mega's not even here because that's how much the quality within the MSP scene as a whole has grown. And this is how much Blacklist Ultimate has grown as well, alongside some of the rest of these teams. So it is an opportunity for the teams to really prove themselves out there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, I do apologize because this is a live broadcast that we are taking off of, the Chinese stream. So we do not have anybody kind of guiding us as to what's going to happen next. So I'm just speaking off the cuff here whilst waiting for this next match as well. Now, I do understand a lot of you guys just want to watch the game. You don't want to watch me rambling on. Trust me when I say, even I don't want to ramble on. I want to watch some games for myself. I want to have a little bit of fun casting these games, but we will have to wait and see. I'm not too sure as to exactly where we're going to go through into the next game for Hardpoint, but we will have to wait and see exactly how long it takes for them to get us updated. I'm going to check in with production for a tad bit as well on whether or not we will have another map bans and pick, or have they already picked that Hardpoint matchup. I'm pretty sure production is hearing me and they will give me the answer shortly, but we will catch up with them in a little bit and update you exactly how that is going. So Blacklist International Ultimate, a good start at Express. They get that 1-0. They smash their opponents without an issue whatsoever. And in this next match, as we head on into Hardpoint, there is a high probability that we see a good comeback from Standpoint Gaming, because there could be two ways to look at this, right? Number one, the map mastery from the side of Standpoint Gaming didn't look too good, didn't look as solid as Blacklist Ultimate. They knew exactly where they were rushing, they knew exactly what they were playing, they knew the exact angles they wanted to take these from. Yes, there were a couple of god nades from the side of Standpoint Gaming, but it really doesn't mean much because they do have the gun skills, but they were just not holding down those angles as aggressively as Blacklist International Ultimate, who pretty much dominated Express. So you can say, I guess, the map mastery of Express from the side of Blacklist Ultimate a tad bit better than SPG. So Standpoint Gaming really needs to step up in this next game. And I do believe it is the map pick of Standpoint Gaming. So we have to wait and see exactly how they will lead us towards their own victory. Whether or not it's going to be 5 games in this best of 5 or just a 3-0 is all in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. And to a certain degree, it is in the hands of Standpoint Gaming as well, only because they have the opportunity to slap Blacklist International Ultimate right back and to pull it away from them. But I guess in this Hardpoint matchup is where we will truly see who is faster, who is more dominant, who's going to be able to keep up with the fast pace of gaming. Blacklist International Ultimate started things off fast and they ended it fast as well at Express. There is a huge potential that it happens once again at Hardpoint, but I'm not going to be making any guesses whatsoever just yet, because we did see good plays coming out from Standpoint Gaming as a whole as well. So we will still have to wait and see. Let's talk a little bit about Rage as well, right? Because the guy was on fire. And if you look at the stats picked up here, Blacklist International Ultimate got 52 eliminations in this match versus the 36 picked up by SPG. 11 assists from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate and 22 assists from the side of SPG. What this tells you very clearly is SPG is just not finishing off the players from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, and the time to kill, the TTK from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, is so much more solid in comparison to SPG. Rage picking up 16 eliminations in total, which is just absolutely insane. Yobabs did not go down a single time, bro. Yobabs just did not go down a single time. This is just absolutely crazy. And the MVP of the match, none other than Rage. 1.90 rating he picks up. And these are the highlights from the match. Please do catch up with it. I'll go grab a drink of water and be back with you guys in a bit. Welcome back. That was too short of a highlight for me to enjoy much of a drink, but it's okay. That's the job. They pay me for this, so I'm just going to get the job done. Master of Masters. We are, of course, on the hunt for who can take the title for themselves, but it is extremely premature to make any sort of guesses whatsoever. Once again, because you and I could know a bunch of, different games, a bunch of different events that these teams have already gone through in the past already. But up against each other on a stage like this, we don't know. It's just as equal as trying to make a guess as to how a certain team is going to be performing on the world stage, right? It is not going to be as easy as that, because they've not really faced off against certain teams. They are not the same team that they did face off against in the past as well. So there are a lot of variables that could really determine exactly how all of these matches are going to go. Once again, as we head on into Hardpoint, there are a total of 5 maps in rotation. We've got Summit, Takeoff, Hacienda, Arsenal, as well as Apocalypse. So that's a little bit of a curveball there. Arsenal and Apocalypse is going to be really fun. In terms of S&D matches, okay, let's take a look at the bands coming on through first. So Hardpoint, we have got Hacienda. It's just so fast, man. The breaks are long, but the graphics are. So they want the Mustachio to be snappy. The Mustachio is going to be a little bit more snappy moving forward in the day, but I don't know how I'm going to keep up with this. I'll try my best, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to do you guys a little bit of justice, okay? But please bear with me. I think even you guys who are not speaking, you guys are just watching the broadcast and you're like, wait, what? Calm down. You know, but it all disappeared off of the screen already. So it's okay. It's okay. I think we're going to have to take a few screenshots. Hopefully my moderators are listening to me and they're going to be able to take the screenshots for me and put it onto my Excel sheet here so that I can speak without being disrupted whatsoever by the graphics. Now we're going to start game number 2 in a little bit. And yes, you are correct, Jedrick. I just took a sip. My God, the graphics are so fast. Dude, I do not have bionic eyes, man. This is too hilarious. Blacklist International Ultimate, as we start things off, this is going to be the gameplay at Summit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So don't forget to hit that like. Don't forget to hit that share as well as we open things up at the control room. It's going to be back-to-back. The players from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate slaying out the players from the side of SPG. But time now, holding on to the hard point. Backs away towards the corners. Still gets slain out at the consoles. And Blacklist Ultimate refuses to allow SPG to pick up a single point. But Guagua now circles on around. Nanchuan finally helps the team to break the hill. And Blacklist Ultimate loses the hard point for the first time in the game. 20 more seconds for this hard point to tick down. SPG already halfway there. Blacklist Ultimo once again slays them out of the equation. Yobab's popping off 7 eliminations so far, but Jabin hasn't really picked up a gun just yet. Yes, he's running around with one, but he hasn't been able to use it. Gets into yet another engagement, and Jabin just gets taken down instantaneously. Rage continues to pop off. Yobab sends out the Hunter-Killer Drone. Hunter-Killer Drone on the prowl, but hits the wall instead. 38-10, off to P2 we go, and it's an early setup coming through from SPG. They take over the Green Radar Station. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, taking over containers. The players hopping on in one after the other. Jabin gets finally into a little bit of a rhythm, gets 4 eliminations for himself before he gets traded out. 41-13 now. Blacklist International Ultimate doing a fantastic job controlling this from the side of the Guerrilla base, but a special slay coming through from Guagua brings out the M13, shuts down all of the players out there on the battlefield, and continues to run all of them over. Bird steps on by as well. It's going to be a couple of good shots from Blacklist International Ultimate, at least for 2 more tries before they do give up. Yato drops like a slaying bird from up top, manages to get them off of the hill. And player 2, unfortunately, Guagua, for the sake of Blacklist International Ultimate, he didn't really want to give them a good run. Hops on, takes that back step, takes over these scrappy points from hill number 2, and forces Blacklist Ultimate to go in for a super early rotation. Now, it is going to be King Jabin holding on to the Special Forces base, holding on to the spawns for the team of Blacklist Ultimate. Yobab striking with the Sparrow from outside. It is the cable car play alongside that Sparrow. Can he get the pop inside? Rage, on the other hand, brings out the Purifier, toasts up, or can I say freezes up 2 players in the very one instance. Finds time, finds Guagua as well, but Mengrui, solid, helps him out from afar, takes Rage out of the equation. Yato goes in for the investment as well. And it seems like SPG's having a little bit of a tough time catching up with Blacklist International Ultimate. But as I say that, they circle around from the side of the cable car platform, but they still have not been able to take away the spawn from the side of Blacklist Ultimate. This is just a crazy play coming through from the Garena squad. SPG cannot find a break at this P3, and they have to fall back to P4. They take the Guerrilla base. Now for Blacklist International Ultimate, if they want this P4, they need to circle around from the edge platform, get towards the containers, find their access in Guerrilla base, and then take that spawn away first. But look at this! Jabin! He steps straight into it. This is the hill. Sends up Reddy in as well, courtesy of Rage. And just like that, the hill as well as the spawn taken away by your Garena squad. Blacklist International Ultimate. What a solid slay coming through from yet another pretty Jabin. This time round gets a double for himself, but final player cannot stand anymore. Bird gets a double slay from himself. for himself, and the KRM will continue to pop off. Yobabs with the Krieg. They circle on around, but they just find no ingress into P4. SPG attacking from the weaker side, and they are able to keep their manpower in here. Fantastic plays coming out of SPG. Relentless International Ultimate, on the other hand, sends in Yato. Yato gets a single slay coming on through. And on the other side, you can see Nanchuan making his way in yet again. But Yobabs is there to trade him out with the Krieg 6. Held on here by the one and only AG. AG gets slain out as well by the one and only Bird. Guagua steps by. Good position held just outside near the crate. 7 more seconds. And Blacklist Ultimate says enough is enough. They rotate over for the reset of the hard points. Back into P1 we go. And this is actually a very close match between Blacklist Ultimate as well as SPG. 115 to 70. Let's see if or not SPG can secure this once again. They struggled at P1 in the first rotation of hard points. And P2 wasn't all that too much for the side of Blacklist Ultimate. That's where we saw SPG make their way back into the game. Let's see if or not it follows along the same storyline yet again. Yobabs holding down consoles. Krieg 6 beaming down the players from the side of SPG. One after the other, they go down. Yato brings out the Preddy, only finds a single player. Nanchuan holds on to the hard point for himself. 82 to 123. Blacklist Ultimate really putting on a show for everybody to absorb. SPG, on the other hand, playing the game of catch-up. This time it's Blacklist on the back foot. 22 seconds to go, and time just buying so much of time for the squad, but Yato shows up with a Fennec. Deals great damage to time, who had the exact same gun. Guagua circles around. KRM 262 blazing through the players this time round, and Guagua absolutely unstoppable with Bird up top. QQ9 dual kinetics just blazing up the players off the side of Blacklist Ultimate. Finds AG as well and puts him down. 4 eliminations in a row already, and SPG on fire. 125. The boys from the side of Blacklist Ultimate. He circle around. Green radar station picked away already. No anchor standing there just yet. Yobabs does bring out the Preddy, gets a double for himself. Guagua as well as Nanchuan. Taken down and out. Mangrui steps out of nowhere. Whips out the Sparrow, gets the hill just like that back for the side of SPG. And SPG are about to equalize against Blacklist International Ultimate, baby. This is the power of the Chinese teams. But Blacklist International Ultimate refuses to give up. Play number 2, Guagua, once again, 15 eliminations in hand already, and the guy wants more. But look on the other side, Yato with the 32. Blacklist Ultimate getting way more eliminations in comparison to the players from the side of SPG. But a hard point, you can see that the score is almost equal. SPG, they're not focusing on the eliminations. They are purely focusing on the rotations and playing that hard point, playing all of those points to take towards their side. And now, scrap's not going to be picked up by either side. Blacklist Ultimate giving away free 10 points for the side of SPG to find their way back in here. And SPG is going to use that as a launching platform to get in front of Blacklist Ultimate. Time finds one. Guagua steps in as well. Rage gets that purifier out and purifies the souls of the players on the side of SPG. Finds Bird as well and takes the Bird out of the air. That guy fell down harder than Icarus. Blacklist Ultimate now. 140. 51 seconds to go. And Rage is on. Continues. Finally shut down by Bird, but the damage has been done already. A quick toss off the grenade. Both of it does go in towards this cable car platform. Does connect, but it doesn't do all that too much damage. AG just slays, points it towards the corner, and pops off the claw. Gets a double elimination for himself. Hunter Killer Drone goes out courtesy of AG as well. Let's see if or not it finds any players out there on the battlefield as Blacklist International Ultimate gets closer and closer to finishing off this match. SPG with a 136 now. They have to play catch up. This is where they faltered earlier, and this is where they falter yet again. If Blacklist International Ultimate can circle around, get the P4 to their side as well, SPG is going to be in a lot of trouble. And Yato continues to pop off. Even before this competition, a lot of people had questions for Yato. They were saying that Yato has already slid off. Yato is no longer as capable as he used to be in the past, where he used to play pro full-time. He had to stop a little while for school, but now he's back, baby. Now he's back, and the guy is not slowing down at all. Look at him, 38 eliminations in hand. AG finds Bird. Yato's going to hit that 40 anytime now, and no doubt whatsoever he'll have the possibility of getting towards that 50. But let's see if he can break the 60 barrier out of nowhere. Yato hops on out. War Machine gameplay, and the War Machine has made its way back into the meta big time here. Yato gets a double pop for himself, meets another player, goes in for the slide, ascended. The Fennec just gets the deed done. Sends out yet another Hunter Killer Drone. In the meantime, Bird finds it from the back, and Yato slays him out yet again. Yato on the 43 already. 202 to 156. Can we find some scrap time here for SPG? And as I say that SPG gets the break, 13 seconds. SPG fighting their way back into this matchup. Yobabs fighting his way to catch up with Yato. Yato fighting his way to find the 60 for himself. Gets the 45th elimination. 15 more for Yato to set the 60 record in the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. On the other side of SPG, we can see players like Guagua just struggling a tad bit. Big kills coming through for Guagua. I have to say, very fundamental protection of those hills multiple times in the first round of those hard points. But Guagua slowly started slipping off, and they just can have no sort of solution introduced here for Yato's place whatsoever. Yato on the 49 already, looking for that 60. Can he get more for himself? Jabin stops those players halfway through. Yato already on the 51, sends out the hunter-killer drone as well. Jabin from the back gets a double for himself. Can he get a triple? He wants to go and punch. No, the Fennec Ascendant helps him. Gets the third elimination in a row. Make that potentially 4. Shoots the feed either way. Scrappy plays will deliver. Nanchuan taken out with a close quarters combat hunter-killer drone. Freddy gets dropped onto their heads as well. And that's the end. Yato does not get the 60, but Blacklist International Ultimate gets a super second round against the players of SPG as well. Fantastic performance coming through from the Garena squad of Blacklist International Ultimate. The team that was challenged and pushed to the edge by many teams within MSP, pushed the edge by Almighty, by Smarter Mega, 2 back-to-back seasons in Garena Masters. And this is the time where they fight back. This is the time where they hit back. And the one thing that I really love about Blacklist International Ultimate is not the fact that, you know, they grow. It's because they do have their difficulties. They do falter. They do stumble. But whenever it comes to those big moments, whenever it comes to opportunities like this, that's the time where they grow perfectly, just right on time to be the best for the big events, right? And here they are once again popping off at the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. I have no doubt whatsoever that this team is going to pop off yet again in the next Garena Masters to find that qualifier to the Garena qualifiers as well, and then later on to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. And if this is the quality that they're going to bring forth, then they are on the right track for sure. But that being said, SPG is not the strongest Chinese team available out there for us to really benchmark Blacklist International Ultimate against. SPG is not, and I'm not saying this just because they're not a very popular team, but they just do not have enough experience compared to Blacklist International Ultimate on a stage like this. So that immediately gives the one up to Blacklist International Ultimate. SPG, on the other hand, they struggled just a tad bit in that matchup, but no doubt whatsoever, I think if they continue to push on in and just try to wrap up some of their rotations, bring it in a little bit more timely, especially in that P3 where they truly struggle. The cable car platform, this is something that SPG really needs to pay attention to, because not once but twice they tried to approach it a little bit late and they got absolutely annihilated by the boys of Blacklist International Ultimate. And what was done right there by Blacklist Ultimate was the early rotations. Remember, and this is something that I did mention on P2, they were giving away free points to SPG. Even when SPG was about to catch up with them in terms of the points, even when SPG used that free point to overtake them in the total score tally, the Blacklist International Ultimate boys were not phased at all, because this was all planned from the very beginning. They knew that P3 was that money hill for them, and they knew that they wanted to get in there early. They want to anchor down those spots. They want to make sure, and any of those operators that were invested were mainly invested in that P3, because they really wanted to, depend on this P3 as their money hill to really cash in every single bit of point, and they did that. They did that not once but twice, right? Fantastic play. I absolutely love it. Now, this is going to be an opportunity once again for Blacklist International Ultimate to not just show off, but to end the first series of the day premature in the eyes of SPG. Obviously, they want more. Obviously, they want this to continue. But Blacklist International Ultimate is not here to play. Blacklist International Ultimate is here to slay. And I think that's exactly what they've been able to do very well, but not to the discredit of SPG at all. I think they put up a great fight. They were making quite good comebacks in terms of the engagements out there on the battlefield. I think the one thing that if I could change on the side of SPG was to take that KRM out of the play, right? Because I think the guy had quite a decent number of eliminations, but not nearly enough to make a good case for that KRM in his hands, right? So hopefully we see a little bit more of the aggressive SMG plays out of SPG in control, because now you know it's going to be needed. And this is the game where I think Blacklist International Ultimate is going to take an easy win over SPG, mainly because Yato is on form, mainly because Yato's really popping off. You look at Jabin. Jabin had a slow start, but he very quickly caught up with the scores as well. So that's a little crazy if you think about it, because SPG, a team that has got a lot of experience from the Chinese scene, going up against teams like Wolves, going up against teams like Q9, just could not hold a candle to Blacklist International Ultimate. So it was a great opportunity for Blacklist International Ultimate to prove themselves, and that opportunity was taken up very, very well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to drop your comments in the comment section as well, on YouTube especially, because that's exactly where I'm tuning into. A quick shout out to, what's this guy's name? Adnan Sabab. Quick shout out to Adnan Sabab. Thank you so much for joining us as well. Callie in the house as well. Get in there, talk to Callie. Callie likes to talk. He will make good friends with you. Aslan Abdullah in the house as well. SPG literally never rotated early, kept contesting the points with 2 to 4 seconds left. I mean, you see, unfortunately, Aslan, sometimes there are many ways that we need to learn. SPG is just going to learn from some of their mistakes. And it's not a mistake sometimes when you look at it, because, and this is once again the reason why I say we cannot, or I wouldn't say we cannot, but I would not pull up, statistics from any of the past events for SPG to introduce the team to you guys, because it may be able to give you a rough idea of where they're good at, where they're not good at, but you never know what they can do against a team that they have never faced off against before. You don't know exactly how these two, the qualities out of these two teams is going to merge out there on the battlefield, and who's going to get blown up because they just can't handle the heat, right? So in this particular case, it was SPG that blew up into smithereens. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, absolutely blew SPG out of Summit. 176. This is an insane amount, because that was an extra 56 eliminations. And if you really look at it later on, it's as if those extra eliminations all came from Yato alone, right? But of course, that's not how the calculations work. But 72 assists as well. Blacklist International Ultimate were not finishing off their opponents as decently as they wanted to, but still getting that 72 assists shows that there is a good string of backup coming through from the side of Blacklist Ultimate to meet the players of SPG out there on the battlefield and absolutely nail them down to the ground. Yato was the MVP for sure. 52 eliminations and only 19 deaths out there on the battlefield for a total 1.76 KD picked up here. He gets 4,659 damage, and he's the highest streak, 7 eliminations back to back. That is just absolutely crazy. That is just absolutely insane. Out of the one and only Yato. And this was the play by Guagua earlier on that, I had a few questions about. But that being said, by no case whatsoever did Guagua kind of fall away from the rest of his team members, right? I think he kept his numbers pretty equal with the performance of the rest of his team members. So it's not like he was desperately underperforming with that KRM. But we did see in many of those instances where the KRM just did not serve him as well. I think Guagua is a very capable player, especially with a gun like the Fennec. I think he would have been able to blaze through the players of the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But let's take a look at the maps for control. Once again, we've got Raid, Standoff, and Crossroads Strike for the play. And I hope to God they do not bring us to Crossroads Strike, because I have never seen anybody play control here before. And it's such an open, annoying map that I always get sniped down on. So that's just a little bit of trauma talk, okay? That's a little bit of trauma talk. I don't want to see Crossroads Strike because I always lose on that map. But I guess, that being said, it would be quite fun to see someone else play the map, and then I just get to speak in the background. See, this is why I became a shoutcaster, because I sucked at playing the game. Now I just get to talk whilst the pros get it done out there on the battlefield, right? But jokes aside, No, that wasn't a joke. That was actually a fact. I really, really am bad at Crossroads Strike. I know a lot of you guys are bad on that same map as well, so don't laugh at me just yet, okay? So these guys, if they do bring us into Crossroads Strike, it's going to be really fun. I think we're going to see a lot more action from those snipers. I think even someone like Jabin will put out that sniper and really have fun out there in the open battlefield. You cannot expect a lot of that quick sex to be in action as well. At the end of the day, there's going to be control, so you can't have the teams, running amok out there on the battlefield all that too much. They will have to play the distance between themselves, looking at how much of open space there is on this map, and what can you do best with those open spaces? Whip out that sniper and absolutely pop the heads off of your opponents. I think that's exactly what is going to happen if we go to Crossroads. But if we do not, that is going to just be standard control match as usual in the world of Call of Duty Mobile on the professional circuit. Now, much love to all of you guys. I would love to Crossroads Strike, says Adnan Sabab. I don't know, Adnan. I don't know. I think I want SPG to find a map that they're going to be a little bit more comfortable on. And if in the open ranges like Crossroads Strike, I think Blacklist International Ultimate does have an edge over them. That being said, Blacklist International Ultimate is a very balanced team, and you can see their long range, their mid to short range engagements are all very clean in comparison to SPG. So I don't know if that argument can really stand as well or not, because you're going to have players like Yobab's kind of just holding the outside with the sniper, and then you're going to have a player like Yato, a player like Rage holding onto those Fennecs, trying to zoom around within those compounds in itself, taking those CQC. So you've got someone handling the outside, you've got someone handling the insides of these compounds. So there's pretty much no winning against a team like Blacklist International Ultimate, unless, of course, you've got an equally balanced team on the opposite side as well. So this is going to be a tough one for SPG, no doubt whatsoever. But I think there is a possibility they get a one-up on Blacklist International Ultimate. And the only way they can do this is by playing things slow. If you guys notice, in that first SND matchup at Express, there were a few rounds taken away by SPG. And all of those rounds taken away by SPG, they slowed the pace down. They didn't work into the momentum of Blacklist International Ultimate. They forced Blacklist Ultimate to come out of their hiding and play at their own pace. Albeit it wasn't all too many of those rounds. I think they got a total of 3 or 4 out of them. But it was still a good opportunity for them to show what they're capable of, and they took those opportunities. At Control, it's a little bit of a balance between Hardpoint as well as S&D, so they will have to keep that pace up, but if they do hide away and they really know the map, they should be able to punish the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, extend our series number 1 of the day just a tad bit. That's something that I'm looking forward to. Chat's asking, so much talking, where's the game? Dude, I don't know, man. I mean, I would love to stop talking as well, but unfortunately, they're paying me to talk to buy a lot of time for them whilst they start the next match. It's not like I can press a button and make them start playing the game. I would if I could. I really would if I could. The last thing that I want to do is sit down here and talk for 3 hours. Speaking of which, Game 3 coming up to you guys in a little bit. It is going to be Control, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, I don't know where we're going to go on Control, but it's going to be somewhere where SPG feels comfortable on, and it's going to be Raid, baby. Gravity, Vortex Gun, Purifier, Sparrow, Annihilator, as well as Claw. Every single operator is going to be within play, as you saw on the screen moments ago. And this is going to be a good chance for SPG to make sure they do not get annihilated. They get right back into the mix. Look at Blacklist International Ultimate. Everybody rushes on forth towards that A control point. SPG does not see that coming. They go in for a full investment towards the B control point, and they were wrong. They lose that gamble. And now, ever so slowly, they circle around. Jabin spotting out open stairs already. Open stairs, easy elimination for Jabin. 2 more players inside of that safe room. Lockers. It's going to be Yato spots out 1, but Jabin steps up for the team yet again, gets the second elimination. Yato, good slide, and the timing is perfect. Spots 1 out, Nanchuan trades out Yato. But the elimination of Blacklist Ultimate from this control point is not completed just yet. Finally, some clearance comes on through, courtesy of Meng Rui, but Rage is already circling around towards that B control point. Smart play from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. 2 of the squatters taken away already at the A control point, and now they focus on B, forcing SPG to circle around. Nanchuan gets a double for himself, and this time it's going to be Guagua who whips out the Fennec, and it looks like Guagua has really taken that to heart. He's not going to be dancing around with the KRM, albeit he would have whipped that out because we were at Summit. It's a little bit more crazier to play that KRM on a map as big as Raid. But let's see if or not he performs slightly better as well with a higher rate of fire out of this SMG. Jaben now getting the deed done, and it looks like Blacklist Ultimate will be able to secure this B objective. B control point fully in their hands already, and SPG now needs to defend A with their lives. The problem here is 2 of those segments have been sneaked away already. Bird gets a double. Can he get a triple? Yato says hell to the no. 18 to 16. 16 lives in the hands of the attacking team. That's not a lot to deal with at all as the number is cut down. Jaben equalizes it. 16 to 16. Players backing away. A good smoke comes on through to block out the access from the side of Garden as well as the safe room. And AG sneaks on forth to pull away this control point. Kicks the guy out of the field as well. And Blacklist Ultimate secures round number 1. Sorry, I just need to take a quick drink of water. Blacklist Ultimate now. This time it's going to be a beeline. Oh, they split it up. Blacklist Ultimate. They pulled the greatest fake. They sent in 4 players towards square center. And they sent in 1 for the defense. They do not falter at the defense on that A side at all. But for the B side, they do get caught out. It's a 5v4 that Blacklist Ultimate could not sustain. And the B control point being sneaked away by SPG. A little bit of a lag. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but we will get the broadcast back up for you guys in a little bit. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think I overheated the microphone and the broadcast just died on us, so... but we lit it back up! 18 lives for Blacklist Ultimate. Bird, Guagua, everybody's popping off on the defense this time around for the side of SPG, but Rage and Yobab strikes them down yet again. And now there's 1 more control point for Blacklist Ultimate to hold on to. But Time just gets those snipes all too clean. A God nade perhaps for Time as well. He keeps an eye. Meng Rui gets taken out of the equation by Rage. The Craig 6 will go ahead to pop off as well. And Guagua shut down by AG. 5 life deficit for the MSP champs. 5 life advantage for SPG. They circle around and the stream lags again. You know, it's not too bad. It's just the gods of... It's just the gods of Call of Duty Mobile giving the Mustachio a little bit more time to pop off, to drink some water. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We know you're upset that it's lagging. Nanchuan. Rage finds 1. 8 more lives for Blacklist Ultimate. Kill being sneaked away. Mengruya will sort Rage out. AG slides on in. Gets Mengruya out of the equation. Yato drops by with the War Machine as well. 5 more pops. You cannot waste that, sir. And Nanchuan finds Yobabs. Yato trades him out. And it looks like the War Machine is just doing so much of damage for Yato here. 1 more pop. 1 minute, 28 more seconds to go. This is a lot of time. But if Blacklist Ultimate can turn this into a team deathmatch, look at Jaben. Jaben with the backstab. Jaben takes Guagua out. Now Jaben circling around from the back. 9 more lives for SPG. So Jaben has to be really careful here. Player number 2, Guagua, spawns out from the observation deck once again. But you can see Rage just already holding that safe room. He wants to step on out towards that kitchen side, towards that central garden, where you will see 3 players from the side of SPG. And if he can connect, if he can eliminate them, this is going to be a fantastic one for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. This would be one of the ultimate comebacks so early in the competition. Yes, it's a 2v2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And we are right back in here with a broadcast. Rage finds a hunter killer drone slay. That's a big one. And from being on the back foot, Blacklist Ultimate right back in it. It's a 1v2. Rage, will he make a mistake as he circles around towards kitchen? He's moving towards that locker. Yato already has the information. Fennec in hand. Craig 6 in the hands of Rage. Guagua with the Fennec. Guagua can turn on Rage. 43 seconds is a lot of time to play with. And Guagua should be able to shut them both down. Guys doing so much better with the Fennec this time round. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, And it looks like Blacklist Ultimate secures that round for themselves. We do apologize for all of the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's not like, obviously it's not intentional, right? Why would we intentionally not want to show you guys the match? So obviously we're trying to fix it in the background. So, you know, try to make it a little bit easier for us. Chill with the mustachio. Don't be so angry. Don't be an angry child. You know, be a happy child. Smile a little bit. You know, it's just a game at the end of the day. Yes, we want to watch some games, but if you bring in so much of negativity to the broadcast, then what's going to happen to all of us, man? You're going to annihilate us with your negativity, baby. 24-25. Blacklist Ultimate keeping their balance really well. A control point. They've already managed to secure off one of those segments. B control point on the standby as well. And there is a huge probability that we are going to be stopping the broadcast just for a tad bit after this first series, just to reset the internet in the office so that we can give you guys a good broadcast. We do apologize once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's not our intention to upset you with these lags. I am trying to watch the game as well. Yes, it's a little annoying. I will agree with you, but you know, that's what God has dealt us today, okay? We just have to deal with it. Can't be a baby about it. We just gotta take it. We gotta take it as it is. Rage finds one and says bye-bye to Guagua. Finds yet another, says bye-bye to the little birdie as well. Yato on for the pop this time around, and it looks like SPG just cannot circle around to find the players on the side of Blacklist and sneak away those control points, or at the very least protect them. It's gonna be Yato with a God Nade out of nowhere this time around, but they go back and forth. 12 to 13 lives, but 2 segments on each of those control points sneaked away by Blacklist already. But with 29 more seconds to go, if SPG can keep this up, if SPG can make sure they do not secure off their final quadrant on either side of these control points, SPG can extend this by yet another round. But even if Blacklist Ultimate does manage to get this round, that is not the end of control just yet. Remember, at CDSI, we have extended the number of wins required on control from 3 to 4. So Blacklist Ultimate will need to do this twice, and therefore SPG has not faltered just yet. But this time around, SPG is winning it out. 5 more seconds to go. Oh, but Blacklist stops the clock at 3 seconds. Blacklist Ultimate on the B control point. And now 5 more lives left here for SPG. Yobabs appears out of nowhere. Goes in for the absolute shutdown at their spawn. Bird and Nanchuan hit back, but the B control point taken away. Extra 1 minute for the Filipinos to play basketball with the players of SPG. 4-3 and a minute. So much can be done by the Eastern champs. So much can be done by the champions of Garena Masters Season 4. Blacklist International Ultimate now. They circle around the lag. They circle around Mustachio's words. They make the Mustachio wait for just a tad bit before showing me exactly what they're up to. But when we get back to the broadcast, my biggest question is going to be, are we going to see the end? Yes, we will. Blacklist Ultimate secures round number 3 as well. Holy mama. Too good, bro. I'm enjoying this. Yes, of course, I would enjoy it a little bit more without the lag, just like you. But like I said, it's exactly what God has chosen to give us today. We just gotta indulge in whatever we have. Now, I'm indulging myself in a pixelated screen. If you think it's difficult for you to sit down quietly and watch a laggy stream, can you imagine me trying to scream my lungs out and cast this laggy stream for you guys? So chill, all right? Chill. Don't send your anger towards me. Give the Mustachio some love, baby. Yato hits 1. Jabin and Rage follow that up, but Bird shows up from nowhere. And this time it's going to be the defense on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. 3 rounds in a row. SPG just cannot seem to tickle them whatsoever. And now SPG, they circle around. B control point is their aim, and they hop on in there with 2 players. But look at AG. AG takes the fight straight up towards them. He makes sure he stops the bleeding by hopping on into the hill, and he allows Rage to circle around, and Craig takes everybody else out of the equation. And that's just a perfect defense coming on through from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But Bird brings in the Pretty in the name of Bird. Yes, he dubbed that Bird. Sorry, he dubbed that Pretty Bird. He dubbed the Pretty Bird. Yeah, he named that Pretty Bird. Okay, I'll get it right the next time round, okay? Bird sends out a hunter-killer drone. He's gonna call the hunter-killer drone a bird as well. Can that hunter-killer drone find anyone? Yes! No, actually the bird hits the wall. My bad. 0-3. Control point not sneaked away just yet. 40 more seconds to get the deed done. And SPG, they're running out of time. Literally. 35 more seconds. Can the Chinese team find a way to circle around and stay them out? Javen sends out a hunter-killer drone. He doesn't rename this hunter-killer drone because he's not a bird. And he finds Guagua. That's the answer. That's the secret. Do not rename the items in the game and you'll find a slay. Javen gets it 17-11. And it looks like SPG now struggling a tad bit. As a matter of fact, it may just look like SPG has given up on this game. There's just no way they make it back through from this sort of an annihilation. Blacklist International Ultimate has been one step in front of them all the way through in the series so far. Not multiple steps, because there have been some times where SPG has been able to pull it right back. But this time at control, it's just way too dominant. 13-2. Make that one more. Nanchuan, the final player. But this is the time where I want to wish Nanchuan can get a 1v11, but the timer is going to run out, and Blacklist Ultimate wins the best of 5. So the lesson in here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is 2 things. Number 1, the Predator missile can be renamed to Burbot. Number 2, even the hunter-killer drone can be renamed to Burbot. But the problem here is, if you rename your hunter-killer drone and Predator missile, it's not going to find anyone. And that was proven by the one and only bird. Jaben, on the other hand, sent his out and he said, I will not insult the name the game has given you. You shall be called hunter-killer drone for a reason. It went out, it got the hunt, it got the slay, right? But jokes aside, it was a fantastic display of aggression from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. SPG tried their best. SPG was just not going to match up to Blacklist International Ultimate. And that's the only chance they're going to get in the group stage, unless they do make it through to the playoffs as well, and they find a way to annihilate the team of Blacklist Ultimate later on and just give us the biggest shock of our lives in CDSI. That's the kind of thing I live for. That's the kind of drama I absolutely love, and that's why I love shoutcasting as a whole. But of course, it's very hopeful to think that it's going to be possible, looking at the fact that the plays from the side of SPG were not as tight as Blacklist International Ultimate. Blacklist Ultimate, they were put together all throughout all 3 games. S&D was a very easy win for them. It pretty much was a walkover victory for Blacklist International Ultimate. Not many of those rounds where we saw the players from the side of Call of Duty Mobile China really rise up to the occasion, right? SPG struggled in that S&D matchup. In game number 2 at Hardpoint, we saw pretty much a back and forth at Summit, but there were some crucial points, some crucial moments where SPG just could not cut it. And that came to decision making in terms of rotation for P3, which was not the mistake that they made for P4, because you could see P4, they were always going in for the early rotation. One might argue that, hey, Mustachio, they were only going in for the P4 early rotation because they just couldn't find the break on P3. But that is a decision-making time, right? The side of Blacklist International Ultimate could have decided to go in early as well for P4. Alternatively, SPG could have decided to go in for the early rotation for P3 on the second rotation of the hard points. It's just decision mates out there on the battlefield did not connect. Whoever who's making those decisions on the side of SPG just needs to find a better strategy, needs to read the game a little bit more, especially up against teams like Blacklist Ultimate, especially, you know, to go in there and research how the other teams kind of play Summit as well as the other maps and just have a better strategy to tackle the match in the future. And when we look at Control, it was just all out gun plays. It wasn't even much of strategy as it was opposed to just playing the game on the fly, just understanding that just 2 control points out there. And, you know, when you're on the attack, I think it was much more cleanly executed by the players on the side of Blacklist Ultimate on the attack in Control, because you saw them aim down for just 1 control point and not really split up. The only times where you did see Blacklist Ultimate split up was when it came to the defenses, where they did split off 1 to 4. They invested the majority of their manpower into protecting a site where they knew it would be easier to lose, and they send one guy off to the lesser vulnerable side, right? But you want to compare that to how SPG played it. SPG just went in for a full-out investment into the B control point, for example, leaving A absolutely open, and, you know, that's the best way to lose it against a team like Blacklist International Ultimate. And the main reason why Blacklist Ultimate was able to pressure SPG so much was because they were already sneaking away the points. They were already sneaking away the control points one after the other. Multiple segments got caught out. And that just puts you as the defensive team on notice because now you are in panic mode. Now you don't know whether you should run to the left, you should run to the right. And it's just impossible to think that one person is going to be able to run to one control point and survive all the gunfights that he's going to get back to back. Especially against a team like Blacklist Ultimate, who usually gets into the control point when they are on the attack together as a squad. So it's very, very difficult to kind of face off against. And Blacklist Ultimate, you know, they use this strategy from the first round into the second, into the third, into the fourth without an issue whatsoever. Yes, SPG did put up a good fight against them. And in a lot of those rounds where it was close, it was mainly close because SPG was on the defense. Whenever SPG was on the offense, you could see them just lose their lives back to back a little bit too quickly, right? So it's not the best of series for the side of SPG, but it's a learning experience for them, no doubt whatsoever. At the end of the group stage, each group, we've only got 2 groups, each group has got 6 teams, and the top 4 teams gets to move on fourth. As long as you're not the bottom 2, you're going to have another chance. As long as you're not the bottom 2, you're going to be able to make it through to the playoffs and see if or not you can try to knock some of the other teams out. But you have to make sure, though, that you qualify for the playoffs in the first 2 spots. Because if you do not, then you get kicked down into the lower brackets where a single fault at the lower bracket gets you kicked out instantaneously, right? If you're in the upper bracket, you do have an extra bit of chance to play the game of survival. Let's take a look at the kills here for the side of the 2 teams. Blacklist International Ultimate with a total of 117 versus SPG with only 89. A 0.76 overall team KD versus a 1+ KD on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. And this time it was a pretty equal performance from everybody on the side of the Ultimate squad. On the side of SPG, one might be able to say the same, except Mengrui struggled a tad bit too much. 22 times he got taken down, and he only managed to walk away with a total of 12 eliminations, giving him the lowest KD average in this match. And with that said, Blacklist International Ultimate, once again, they take a easy walkover victory on SPG, and the MVP, the one and only Yato, 1.39 KD this time round, 25 eliminations, highest streak, 5 eliminations out there. In total, 2 MVP count thus far. You gotta love it. You gotta love the fact that Yato is not down and out. In fact, Yato's back, and Yato is back to dominate the world of Call of Duty Mobile. If you are a Filipino, if you are from MSP, then you know for a fact that we are going to absolutely love seeing what Yato does out there on the battlefield. But once again, this is not the hardest team from the side of CDM that Blacklist Ultimate needs to worry about. This is not the hardest team to take on for them. This is pretty much just warm-up for the Eastern champs. This is warm-up before they do get into the knockout stages, before they do make it through to the playoffs as well, to see exactly how they can dominate the world of Call of Duty Mobile and extend some of their prowess out there to the Chinese scene as well and show them exactly what Blacklist Ultimate is made of. So we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break after the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and I think that is all there is for game number 1. When we do come back, though, we are going to have a little bit more of action for you guys, especially with the 2v2. Once again, that's how we're going to start off the day. The 2v2s is going to set the precedence for how the match is going to proceed, because it also gives the opportunity to the winner of the 2v2 to pick the maps first. And the last map that is not picked, they will go ahead and roll the dice to decide which team chooses the map, and the other team will choose the side. But I don't know how they pick which side of the die is going to fall and whether it's the closest number to that. I don't know. What happens if someone picks 1 and someone picks 3 and then they roll the dice and then it falls on 2? I don't know. Don't ask me, man. I don't have the information on that, okay? Just working off of the information that I have on hand. But that's exactly what they say. So let's see. But either way, I'm loving the kind of twists and turns that CDSI has brought into the world of Call of Duty Mobile. It's just not a straightforward tournament. And after a while, it does get quite boring for me as a shoutcaster as well, just looking at the same format being played again and again and again with no sorts of twists or turns of mysterious, 2v2s out of nowhere. So I absolutely love what they're doing with the Summer Invitational. And I know they're going to continue this because it's a good precedent set in the Fall Invitational the last time around. And now you look at the Summer Invitational, the setup is so much better. The broadcast is so much better. Everything is much better on the Summer Invitationals right now. We do apologize, though, because overall, it might not come off as a better broadcast to you guys, because you who are tuning into the Garena broadcast, you will have to deal with a little bit of the lags and whatnot. But we promise you this is something that we'll be looking into fixing as soon as possible so that you can enjoy the broadcast to the fullest for yourself. And it's not going to be a solo caster sort of a thing all the way through until the end of the event at CDSI as a whole. There's a total of 10 days of group stages. The final 2 days of group stage for Group A and the final 2 days of groups for Group B will be casted by duo casters. But the first 3 days of group stage for Group A and the first 3 days of the group stage for Group B will be casted by solo casters, unless they called for backup and they managed to find backup. So that one, I don't know. I haven't kept in touch with the scheduling or whatsoever, but some of them do have some duo casters. But this was essentially the plan initially, for the final 2 days of the group stage for each group to have duo casters. So this is a new setup that they are trying out just to, you know, go in there and get some data for themselves. And I absolutely love it, right? Because it gives everybody an equal opportunity to go out there and show exactly what they've got and have the mic to themselves. Because some casters love to talk, bro. Me being one of them. And this way we get the mic all for ourselves. This way we get to talk throughout the whole broadcast without taking a single pause. This is like karma hitting you in the face when you become a shoutcaster, and this is a problem. This is a problem mainly because, you know, everybody wants to shine. Everybody wants to sound like, you know, they are saying the smart thing on broadcast. They're having more airtime on broadcast. So every single caster wants to say something, right? But now you're the smartest one and you're the one with the longest broadcast time. Thumbs up to solo casting. We're going to take a quick short break. Jokes aside, we're going to be back with more action from CDSI. I'll see you guys in a bit.
枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาซาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะใกล้แบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
我了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
八卦绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看 看看怎么打，转起来，
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The Fate of Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
八卦绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来，
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The Fate of Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Retreat of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorge will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的，麦克这里你把局面怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Retreat of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorge will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的，麦克这里你把局面怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade up Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Adalah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade up Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Adalah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาคาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาคาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, an event where we are searching for the master of masters of the Asian Call of Duty Mobile scene. I'm the Mustachio AJ, your solo caster for the day, and we just saw a 3-0 thumping delivered by Blacklist International Ultimate. SPG unfortunately could not keep up with them. But now, yet another team from the Philippines, the one and only West Point Mamba Low Kings, the ones to absolutely annihilate Smart Omega. This team is the reason why you do not see Smart Omega within this event as a whole, but they also have not been able to be the champion of any event so far whatsoever. Maybe CDSI is going to be the very first one for West Point Mamba Low Kings. And of course, Z1. This is the team that picked up the third place in the recent Japan Championships with the lineup Dulaki, Kansei, Texas, Rachel, as well as Sen Mane, remnant of Scars and Brilliant. This is a opportunity for them to go out there and show us exactly what they can do. I don't know exactly why they broke away from their past teams, but they must have liked each other very, very much. Rachel and Cas12 from Team Brilliant. I do know Fishbone is from Scars, but unfortunately, we don't see him on the lineup, so I guess he's not going to be playing today. This is going to be the 5 players out there on the battlefield. So I'm curious to see exactly what they can do. Once again, the third-seeded team out of Japan going up against the second-seeded team from MCP. Now, this is an opportunity for West Point Mamba Low Kings to go out further beyond the reaches of MCP to show exactly what they're capable of doing out there on the battlefield. This is their opportunity at CDSI to show the whole world what they are capable of. But at the very same time, Z1 is looking for that exact same opportunity as well. And we have seen in the past what Japan is really, really good for. Japan is really good for their methodical approach to each and every single situation. They're very strategic in their setup. They're very strategic with all of their approaches and their flanks as well. Their strategy is always on point. But one thing that does kind of lack within the Japan region from our past assessments is the pace of engagement. They are not as quick as the Filipinos when it comes to the battles out there on the battlefield. But to see if or not that is still the case, we will have a 2v2 between Yopi, PJ, as well as Dolake and Kanch. This is an opportunity. Kanch looks like he just stepped out of a samurai anime. The guy looks deadly. But everybody else is curious to know exactly how their skills will fare out there on the battlefield. And we're going to bring this gunfight to docks. The winners will be able to go out and choose the first map of play. The second one chooses the second map, so on and so forth. I'm excited for this match, and I know you guys are equally as excited. So don't forget to hit that like, share the stream out as well, so that the rest of your friends will be able to jump on in and tune in together with us. Maybe even join you in the comments section. Delaki spots out the first one. J358 in the hands of Delaki. Yopi, 2-shot. Delaki gets the first elimination. PJ, he wraps around. He doesn't want to deal with Delaki and Kanch just yet. Tries to respond with the J358. Finds nothing, and the anticipation for the rush is a sound one. But Khan sees that coming. 1-0. And it looks like Japan does not need the pace of aggression. They just need the strategy to win out against West Point Mamba Low Kings. But of course, this is just the first approach in here. The first round. We are in a race to 7 rounds, I believe. Khan wraps around. Yopi's going to get spotted out. Turns his back at the wrong time. Kanch walks around, but the timing is just so unfortunate for him. Yopi does manage to find him. A good slide will not catch Khan off guard. Off screen, PJ does manage to sort out his partner. PJ backs away. Once again, Khan versus PJ. 1v1. Grenade does not connect. Khan will be able to sort him out with a Fennec. That's 2 rounds, and it is a target to 6, my apologies. And the first 2 is taken by Z1. PJ and Yopi. Can they survive? Can they set this up for themselves? Once again, the only detriment if you do lose this 2v2 is you don't get to choose the first map that you play on. You do have an equal chance of picking the number of maps in a best of 5. You get 2, your opponent gets 2. It's just that your opponent gets to pick first. So not that big of a battle being lost, even if you do drop the gunfight. But West Point Mamba Low Kings do manage to pull one right back for themselves. Lucky. What a shot against Yopi. Yopi didn't see that coming. Neither did he have any bit of moment to respond to those shots at all. LK24 on for the pop. PJ is going to walk straight into the crosshairs of Dalaki, but he moves away. Call of Duty mobile timing, just unfortunate. PJ slides away and once again slides perfectly just behind that wall. Does not expose himself whatsoever. Dalaki doesn't get a shot. And now PJ has to deal with this 1v2. Charges that nade up already. Does he go in for the toss? Yes, he does. But grenade does not connect. PJ dancing around, but can't say as hell to the no. And this is exactly what you have to love about the Japanese teams. And it looks like the match is all over already. Japan wins it, and Japan's going to be able to pick the first map. So we didn't see the aggressive rushes coming out of the Japan team. And this is what I was emphasizing even before we were about to jump into that map. But for all of you guys who are patiently waiting for a redemption code, please do take a screenshot of your screen in a few seconds, because we're going to have it displayed right here in front for all of you guys to hit the download. The redeem code this time around, I'm not going to read it out. Take that screenshot, redeem it for yourself. Good luck. I hope you find whatever in there to be enough to satisfy your wants for the day. All right. I know you guys love the giveaways from Garena, and hopefully you are very happy when you download it. Because I wish I could redeem some of these as well, right? But I just don't have the time. Production tells me that I can't pick up my phone when I'm casting, so I just have to chill here. Let's take a look at the maps. Once again, SND, we've got In Rotation, Slums, Firing Range, Express, Meltdown, Tunisia. For Hardpoint, we've got Summit, Takeoff, Hacienda, Arsenal, Apocalypse. And Control, we've got Raid, Standoff, and as well as Crossroads Strike. And in SND, I don't know exactly where they're going to bring us. I do not have any preference whatsoever. I just want to see, maybe I want to see a little bit of Meltdown. Maybe I want to see a little bit of Tunisia. Maybe I'll get one of the two if I'm lucky. I don't know. But we're going to see the map, bands, and picks in a little bit. Sorry, not the picks. I don't think we ever get to see the picks. We only get to see the bands. And SND, Firing Range, as well as Slums have been removed from the list. Hardpoint, Apocalypse, and Takeoff has been removed, so there is a potential for our request of Tunisia or Meltdown to be played within Hardpoint. So I'm sorry, within SND. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Maybe Meltdown, maybe some good old Ways of War Meltdown SND, just to light the day up. If you guys have no idea what the Ways of War is, in Garena for MSP, we used to have this event called Ways of War, where there was just a solo caster, and that was one of the first few events that I actually shoutcasted for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. So it will bring back some good memories if we do happen to go back in there. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is all about how West Point Mamba Low Kings manages to counter the strategy of the Japanese teams. And we don't know whether or not this setup that the Japanese teams are bringing in, especially Z1, whether or not this slow-paced approach is going to be the exact same thing we see in that SND later on. I do expect it to be, because it kind of shows you what's their play style like, right? And like you can see, Z1 is not about rushing into the compound of their enemies. Z1 is not about taking those aggressive maneuvers, pushing up deep into, you know, the crosshairs of their enemies. It's not about that at all. It's all about locking down their positions, knowing exactly where they stand, knowing exactly where to anticipate the opponents from, looking out for any grenades that might come flying towards them, and of course taking those opportune moments, those golden moments to shut down their opponents. And West Point Mamba Low Kings just had no chance against them in that matchup, and clearly they were outplayed. But that was just a 2v2. When we throw them back into a 5v5, into a proper team composition fight against each other, West Point Mamba Low Kings might be able to surpass the one and only Z1, or the opposite could also happen. We still have to wait and see. Individually, they could be great in their individual regions, but up against each other in this competition, one cannot argue that it is going to be exactly the same way. Statistics will not help us. How they adjust to each other's presence out there on the battlefield is exactly what will dictate the pace of the game. Their strategies out there, if they have renewed them, if they have got some good ace up their sleeves, it might prove to be very handy out there on the battlefield as well. It's all going to be depending on where we go and how they play the match, who's going to be on point, who's having a good day, because you never know, man. This is the first day of CDSI. Some of those players could have maybe cold feet, even cold thumbs, that they cannot move their thumbs a little bit out there. Maybe those first day jitters about to get to some of these teams out there in performance. Clearly, none of that first stage jitters on the side of Blacklist Ultimate earlier on, but there is still a probability for that to happen as well. We're still waiting to see exactly which map we go into, and we're just going to get a confirmation from production whether or not we're going to take another break, just like match number 1, before we do continue with the game, because it seems like it is taking a little while. Once again, guys, if you're going to see my face for a long time, if you're going to see me speaking for a long time, I hope you don't mind. We are just doing it because it just seems a little awkward because it's a solo cast today. I don't have a partner to bounce off some of my ideas and some of my thoughts on, and it's just going to be me having a soliloquy with myself, right? It's just a monologue, all right? It's just me and my eye, right? It is... Okay, let's not go there. It's just me and me all on this broadcast waiting to see exactly what happens out there on the battlefield, just so that I can have a little bit of fun. And thus far, I have been having fun. I have to promise you this. It has not been a single moment of boredom, except when we go on those breaks. And we do apologize for the long breaks as well, because we have got no control over what happens in these matches. The event is being handled by Call of Duty Mobile China, and we are getting their live feed, their live broadcast, and whatever they send to us, we can, of course, show to you guys. We don't have just the matches. We also have the interview segments. We have many parts of their event that we are not showing here because, of course, it's in a totally different language, right? We can only show you guys the parts that are relevant, hence why the breaks are a little bit extended. And they are also pulling off the map bans and picks live. In past events, what you usually see is we just show you the graphics. We show you who's won the coin toss, who's banned what map, who's picked what map, because most of these things are done before broadcast starts. So we get to show you the graphics and hop on into the matches. We just need to load the lobby, make sure the players are in the lobby already. But it's not the case here for CDSI. We literally need them to go 2v2. We need to see who wins that battle, and then we need to bring them into a room and, make them go up against each other in terms of deciding, which maps they want to go to, yada, 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 and all. So, yeah. Save your voice for the next 4 hours, AJ. Harris, thank you, bro. Thank you. But, it is what it is. I have to speak because I can't just sit down here and look at you, looking at me, looking at you, looking at me. I can't do that, right? So we still have to run our mouths for a little bit all on our own before the match starts. But I think it's going to be quite an exciting one. I was worried that it might be a little flat, mainly because this is, once again, Z1 is a team that is built out of team members from Scars as well as Brilliant. And as you guys know, both these teams are absolutely brilliant out of the Japanese scene, right? But them coming together and forming Z1 is exciting, but at the same time, not as exciting as what I expect from Volt. Because there's another Japanese team in Group B. They're called Volt, and they do have the exact same split. They've got players from Scars as well as Brilliant. The difference is they've got the best players from Scars and Brilliant. So that's the ultimate Japanese team, I think, from my perspective at the moment. So I wasn't expecting very aggressive plays out of Z1, but at the same time, you saw how easy that 2v2 was against West Point Mamba Low Kings. Yopi PJ, they weren't going up for the pushes. They were kind of trying to hold back a little bit as well. And I don't mean hold back in terms of aggression. They were holding back their own positions out there on the map, but they still got caught out. Their movements were too predictable for the Japanese players. So that's really, really interesting, right? Like how that particular engagement kind of broke down out there on the battlefield. But yeah, Harry says, stare at our soul directly. If I could, I would, man. If I could, I would. There's lots of Japanese people in the chat as well. Welcome, Japan. Welcome. My name is AJ. People call me the Mustachio. Konnichiwa. I think that's how you say it. I am a huge fan of Japanese anime, but I will not speak of any specific anime on broadcast for the time being. Except maybe One Piece, because in West Point Mamba Low Kings, we have got a guy named Luffy. And Luffy is the future king of pirates. Yes, you know what it is. And of course, we're still waiting, still buying time for the start of broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is going to be match number 2. This is West Point Mamba Low Kings going up against Team Z1. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing what the West Point Mamba Low Kings can do as well, because their journey within the world of Call of Duty Mobile has not been a disappointing one thus far, right? They came out of nowhere. Their very first debut they were dominating the community scene for quite a little bit, the local scene. and then they debuted into Garena Masters. And in the very first Garena Masters, they took away a podium finish, right? 3rd place. Garena Invitational later on, they took the 3rd place as well. And this is an A-tier league that they were playing in Garena Invitationals 2022. They got beaten down by Dunia Games. Obviously, Dunia Games has so much more potential as well as experience in comparison to West Point Marlborough Kings back then. And it was, yes, they took the L, but it was so admirable to see them make those plays, right? They got all the way up there to that point, being a team that came out of nowhere. So it was a very exciting team to watch. And of course, we did see their potential later on at Garena Masters Season 3 as well, where they got that 4th place. But in the World Championships, in Group S, they couldn't really make it past the 7th to 8th mark, right? They stumbled, they struggled a little bit at the 2022 World Championship. But Garena Masters Season 4, this is where the team rose back up to the occasion. Garena Masters Season 4 was when West Point Marlborough Kings showed everyone exactly what was cooking in the background, right? No, it was not your mama's stew. It was an absolute stunner from the team, because this was the team that put the one and only Smart Omega out of commission. They kicked them out of the competition. Almighty really couldn't really match up to the quality that this team had. And in the end, West Point Marlborough Kings went up against the one and only Blacklist International Ultimate. In a best of 7, they got taken down 4-2. It was an admirable effort, but the fact of the matter is they weren't able to beat down Blacklist International Ultimate. But at the same time, they were able to get that number 2 spot for them. So 2nd is their best finish ever, and that was at Garena Masters Season 4. That's why I said it's a team that's getting there. It's a top tier team for sure out of MSP, but it's a team that has never enjoyed that championship finish. It's never enjoyed a finisher in a competition of this level. I'm talking about a tier A or an S tier competition where they've walked away in that number 1 spot. Now, we're still waiting for the match to start, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let me just double check again with production. If or not, we're going to take a short break because it's taking a while. And I don't want to run out of my saliva before we do jump into the matchup. And there is a high probability that we will not be taking a break because we are waiting for production from the side of China to start the match. So the match is still cooking in the background. They're just waiting to hit go. I'm waiting to see the match. You guys are waiting to see the match. Everybody's waiting to see the match. But the one thing that I'm waiting to see is exactly who dominates home, right? It is a possibility that West Point Marlborough Kings does get dragged all the way into match number 5 in this best out of 5. There's also a possibility, if you really want to benchmark the 2v2, looking at how things are going to go, Z1 might just be able to crush them. But it might be presumptuous to think that's exactly how things are going to go, because if you really reflect on how game 1 went, remember the 2v2 between Blacklist as well as their opponents, just when it seemed like Standpoint Gaming SPG was about to crush them in the 2v2, we had a little bit of a lag. We had to jump off of that game, but we did manage to witness Blacklist International Ultimate making that ultimate comeback against SPG in their best of 5, and they trashed them 3-0. There really wasn't much of a play from the side of SPG that concerned Blacklist Ultimate whatsoever. But West Point Marlborough Kings versus Z1, we could go into the details. We could go into the numbers as to, which maps West Point Marlborough Kings is good at, which game mode will they be great at. The same thing can be said for Z1 as well. But I'm not going to go into those details because they are absolutely irrelevant to the tournament that we are currently watching now. Because whatever experience you bring from elsewhere, you've not gone up against these teams in the past. So you never know exactly how the chemistry between your teamwork is going to gel against the chemistry of your opponents out there on the battlefield. Whether it's going to work in total opposite, whether it's going to go your way, we'll only be able to see after match number 1. And we're still waiting for the match to start. So you guys got to bear with me, man. It is just non-stop chatter and jabber from the mustachio, without the capability of having a sip of water, only because I do not want to drink water on a live stream whilst you guys are watching me, because it's a little weird. So I'll wait for the match to start before I take a sip. But in the meantime, please pray for me that I do not lose the little bit of saliva that I'm still keeping within my mouth, just to keep my tongue a tad bit wet. Sounds disgusting when I say it, but it is what it is. Everybody in the house, it looks like Japan is really flooding the chat at the moment. Thank you very much for joining us as well, Japan. It seems like everybody wants to really back Z1 up. They think that Z1's got a strong chance against West Point Mamba Kings. I think Z1 does have a strong chance against West Point Mamba Kings as well. But in game number 1 is where we find out exactly who stands the better chance to get all the way to the end as the champion. Meltdown, as requested, is going to be sent to the Mustachio. Let's see exactly how things crack down out there on the battlefield. Everything's going to be breaking up at that big chimney. SND matchup, but it's being played like team deathmatch. West Point Mamba Kings just annihilating Z1. And this is giving me a little bit of a flashback from that Blacklist versus SPG moments ago, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Pretty fancy stuff. Let's see what else they've got in their pockets here. West Point Mamba Kings. Once again, a big rush towards that big chimney. Research Institute holds on player number 2. Khan needs to join the battle, but Dolaki steps it up for the team. Manages to get a back-to-back, and Khan slays out one as well, leaving PJ in a 1v2. Bomb on the ground. Z1 needs to circle back. PJ's keeping his eye on it. Z1's going to be falling back towards the right-hand side of this Research Institute. They can get that front door access towards Big Chimney. They can access from the side. In the meantime, PJ within Big Chimney. Is it the right spot? Spots out one player, tags up his feet, and quick reposition comes through from the 2 Japanese players. But they stick together. 1 minute to go. Nothing to worry about for Z1. Nothing to sweat about at all. They still have got the opportunity here to surprise him. PJ. Grenade wasted, but it is the kind of opportunity you want to take for your side. To give you the 1-up in a 1v2. Bomb on the ground. PJ needs to reposition. He kind of assumes that they have rotated around already. Goes out for the aggressive push towards the side doors of this big chimney. Finds no one. And now, from the main entrance, both Japanese players are already within big chimney. Looking for the bomb. On to pick it up. PJ, 30 seconds to go. He now needs to deal with a plant and a secure as well. Bomb's been picked up. PJ gets that information. He knows where to look for it as well. Both players going to charge at PJ at the same time, and Khan gets it. Fantastic play by Z1 in round number 2. Just when you thought they were gonna rush that and make a boo-boo out of it, Z1 manages to secure it right back for themselves. It's a 5-man, make that a 4-man stack by West Point Mamba Kings here at the big chimney. A bomb site, all dominated by West Point. So Mane, and he said Mane does manage to find Yopi as well. Kalo, can he secure that right back? Trades out, said Mane. It's a 2v1 this time, leaving Dolaki all alone. Dolaki found, and Demos puts him down on the ground. Demos still alive and kicking. Nobody can punch Demos yet. But let's see if we're not. We're gonna find Z1 turn the tables on him. Many people did not expect to see Demos up here. Understandable. But you know, when you want to win, you gotta send out the best. Regardless of, I guess, what the community will have to say about it. We'll see how the drama continues to break down for Team West Point Mamba Kings. KRM. Circles around. Yopi finds nobody this time. Z1 slows the pace down. Nobody rushing towards that A-bomb site. It's going to be a B-bomb site setup. Bomb gets planted. West Point Mamba Kings caught with their pants down. Luffy. The Locust in hand. Opportunity to shut down Caswell. No connection coming on through. The grenade response coming through from Luffy as well does not connect with Dolaki. But the players from the side of West Point Mamba Kings, they circle around. They've made that entrance in already towards this B-bomb site. In from the generator aisle, but Khan backs up Rachel. They slay out the players from the side of West Point Mamba Kings. PJ left all alone. 1v4, can't do much. Z1 equalizes 2-2. This is West Point Mamba Lokings just trying their best to run away from Z1, but Z1 caught them there with the switch of bomb sites, pushing into the A bomb site twice, very aggressively, and then switching the pace up by sending the bomber towards the B bomb site. Caught West Point Mamba Lokings off guard. Luffy could not recover. PJ, what a nade! I want to say he got lucky with that, but he aimed that super well. Cooked it up perfectly as well. A well-cooked grenade hits just like a well-boiled egg. Not fully boiled, half-boiled. Creamy ones. Cast 12. Quick plant once again. B-bomb site. It's going to take over once the rest of the players from the side of Z1 drops by to help him out as well. Dalaki just watching those open stairs. House A and B. Not going to be much of a point of contention for the side of Z1 just yet. But Khan finds a flying Luffy and nails him down to the ground. And Mane picks one up as well. Yopi trades out 2 and makes things pretty much equal. It's a 2v2. Castwell finds PJ, making Yopi the final guy in the matchup. But not for Senmane. Fennec in hand. Z1 finally takes over. Let's see if or not D-Morse will continue to run through Z1 with his boxing gloves. Brings it out, but we catch Yopi out here on the battlefield. D-Morse right in front of him. He is going to use the boxing gloves. D-Morse. But Rachel is just too far away. And Yopi! What a god sticky by Rachel! Rachel gets the perfect response. PJ down and out. That's a 1-for-1. Both sides livid with what just happened. There's nothing much they can do about it. Bomb's going to move towards that B-bomb site yet again. And Luffy, opportunity number 3 to prevent this plant. He's failed twice. Will he fail the 3rd time in a row? Castrell's just going to hold on to it for just a bit. It is a slow approach this time, but Rachel's trying to do an unbelievable rotate and distraction. If Rachel pulls this off, it's going to be big for Z1. Easy round. D-Mars. Too easy. Rachel's going to get bagged each and every single time he walks out that way. D-Mars. Rachel's lucky D-Mars didn't pull out the boxing gloves right there. Just rub some salt in that wound. Cast 12. Charges on 4th. Luffy with the snipe and the locust once again. Does not punish whatsoever. Senmane instead finds Luffy. Headshot. Yopi's gonna get caught out as well. Quickly circles around. Fennec gets whipped out. Yopi finds Senmane. Puts him on the ground. 3v1. Cast 12. Final player available. CBR4 is gonna circle around. Finds nobody. Quick defusal coming on through. Yopi is found first. D-Morse does not go in for the defusal, finds the elimination first, and secures the round for West Point Mamba Lokings. This is why WPM wants D-Morse in the game. West Point Mamba Lokings. The annihilation is not gonna be complete without Luffy stepping up. Luffy just needs to find those solid snipes. Guy is one of the better snipers out of Garena, but nothing's connecting this time around against Z1. D-Morse, perfect rotation, open stairs. Can he find the access? Gets tagged up and has to run away. Tail tucked between the legs for the time being. D-Morse will play this as slow as possible. At the generator aisle, 4 players from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, stacking things up. 1 player, Yopi, circling around, boxing gloves in hand, goes up against Rachel. Yopi finds Rachel, puts him down on the ground. Senmane finds the 1v2, finds the 1 elimination, and Khan steps it up. Z1 still's got it. Yopi is the final player, found the full flank around, going up 1v2. Senmane tagged up. Yopi flies and Castwell drops him. SGG. 4-3. It's not as quick as the 2v2, but I guess Z1 is not going to complain about this at all. Quite equally matched these two teams are out there on the battlefield. And now, It's going to be a quick attack towards that A-bomb side. Z1 once again. Smoke in the eyes of West Point Mamba Low Kings. The Snakes just cannot detect exactly where the cold-blooded Z1 wants to circle around to. Saint Mane finds Kalo, but PJ trades out Saint Mane. Yopi finds Rachel. One-man deficit on the side of Z1. Bomb. Planted already. Caswell finds Yopi. Can he recover in time? Yes, he can. Luffy from up top. Lucky finds Demars. And this might just be the end, but PJ! Out of nowhere gets a double. Turns the tables. Nails the 1v2. Can he find this? 19 seconds just needs to buy time, but PJ says, get the heck out of here. 4-4. West Point Mamba Low Kings refuses to let this one go. This is Z1. Hoping and praying they get a victory for Japan in this group stage. And West Point Mamba Low Kings out here to prove themselves. Maybe find a different story for people to talk about when their brand is involved, rather than controversy. In order to do that, you gotta win, bro. If you've got controversy and you lose, as a GGWP, you're gonna get roasted. 4-4. Luffy still hanging on with one elimination alongside Kalo. You know these boys gotta step up. Rachel's not breaking a sweat because he's got 2 eliminations and yet he's not doing the worst on this map. Good position held on by PJ, but 2 players from the side of Z1 just waiting to catch them off guard. Cast 12 and Saint Mane going up against PJ in a bit. The B-bomb side's gonna taken over, but Nat Khan with the Locust gets the information, backs away, does not take a shot. Surprising move out of Khan. Open plant coming through from West Point Mamba Low Kings. How is Z1 going to secure this? How are they going to go in for the retake? No, it looks like Khan did not get that information. Saint Mane backs away towards Big Chimney. Loses that opportunity for the rush in. Now it opens stairs. They head on in. 2 players, Dolaki as well as Saint Mane together, but Khan gets taken out. Luffy hits a double. Finally wakes up in the competition. And West Point Mamba Low Kings take that round away. Too good for Z1 in that round, only because Luffy woke up. I mean, you can't play a 5v5 with only 3 players activated out there on the battlefield. So it's just a matter of time before Luffy caught up with that. PJ now, quick push in. Saint Mane did not see that coming. Dolaki behind the pillars, and a beautiful flash comes on through. Cast 12 gets a double for himself, only to be traded out by Yopi. And now a double shot out of Kant. That 50G hurts bad, and Kalo gets taken out. No hit miss for you, boy. Not even a head to play with. But Luffy still ends the round. West Point Mamba Low Kings in the hands of Luffy of all people. Luffy, who just woke up from his slumber. Luffy, who just started fighting frags, grabs the final guy, puts West Point Mamba Low Kings 2 rounds ahead. Quick push towards the B-bomb side this time round. Z1 totally did not see this coming. One would think that Z1 would have the better strategy out here on Meltdown, but I think the team is having a meltdown right here, right now. They just found out about D-Mars, and they're crying. They're like, it's that guy? He's still alive! Luffy taken out early, 5v4. Kalo, 2 eliminations so far. Needs to step it up, but can do it. See what I did there? I'm sure you did. Yopi. Quick plant, just to pile on the pressure. 5v4. Could have planted this 3 years ago, but decided to do it now, because it's all about the timing. Fennec in the hands of Yopi. Saint Mane right in front of him. Khan circles around, finds PJ. Hello, bro. Puts him down onto the ground. Khan, on the other hand, traded out by D-Mars, but Cast 12 shows up out of nowhere. It's a 2v3. Cast 12 really low on that HP. Yopi needs to act. He needs to act right now. But the player is still holding on to the bomb. Not regressing on forward just yet. Yopi with the game of patience catches the back of Dolaki. The perfect maneuver sends Yopi right behind them. Rachel's gonna catch D-Mars and sorts out Yopi as well. Smart play by Z1. And with 6 seconds to go, it's too easy for Z1 to get the defusal, and West Point Mamba Low Kings needs to shiver and timber just a little bit before they stumble. Or will they not? Will they catch themselves? Will D-Mars catch them before they fall to the ground? We will have to wait and see. 6-5. Z1. wants to be number 1. But they gotta get out of this one first, and Luffy. Sniper out of nowhere. Can't take it now. Sniper on the side of Z1 dispatched. And now everybody's stacking that A-bomb side, but Z1's gonna get caught with their pants down this time round by West Point Mamba Low Kings. Plant comes on through. It's the pressure. Play number 4, Rachel, circles around. Heads towards the generator aisle. Backed up by Dolaki as well. No takedown just yet. Out of the open, Tess and Money. Finds no one. He'll cast halfway through. Cast 12. Can he take it back? Yes, he can. Demos did find Send Money, but traded out by Cast 12. Yopi finds Dolaki. Castel goes down by Kalo's hands. And this has to be round number 7 for West Point Mamba Low Kings, and it is exactly that. What a good match. What a solid one from both the teams out there. Gotta love the fact that it's a best of 5. This time it's gonna be a beeline straight up for this A-bomb side. Z1 finally learning from the past lessons. Going in for a split 3-1-1 play. One play down mid. They're gonna get caught out here by Splitson. Mane secures this. PJ does shut down Cast 12. It's just all out chaos through the pillars. PJ now on the hunt. Khan, can he find it? Luffy repositions, but Khan says, hello, boy. Locus finds his shoulder. Sends him back. He's now on standby in the lobby. Luffy just watching this breakdown. 3v4, 1 man down. Attacking side of West Point Mamba Low Kings still have got the advantage because they are in that big chimney, just waiting for the opportunity for the plant. And this is so smart out of West Point Mamba Low Kings, just baiting out all of the utilities from the side of Z1. Finally, the attack comes on through, and Yopi manages to trade them out, and they put themselves in front. Dolaki shows up. Dolaki goes down. PJ on fire. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not allow this performance of Z1 to deter your support from the Japanese teams, because this is the 3rd seeded team from Japan. West Point Mamba Low Kings still struggling a tad bit against them, so imagine what Walt can do a little bit later on. The number 1 seeded team, who's got the best players out of Scars and Brilliant. That is Brilliant. BJ this time around takes the underground over the flyover. He circle around. This time nobody there to question him, said Mane, but does not want to make any mistakes whatsoever. It's a standoff. It's a Japanese standoff against Filipinos, which doesn't make it a Japanese standoff, but you know what I mean. Everybody's taking their time, but it's going to be the moment to shine for player number 2, Khan, at the bomb site. Spots him, but Luffy shuts down Khan. Open bomb site now. Sniper versus sniper. And now they've turned the tables. Demos finds Senmane. Kalo takes down Dolaki. GGWP. This should be a West Point Mamba Low Kings matchup. And it is exactly that. You gotta love it. You gotta respect the play from both teams. Luffy did not activate until, what was that? Round number 4, round number 5. But once he turned those shots on, it was just absolutely impossible for Khan to really dominate that space anymore. And initially, it was Z1 with the opportunity to run away with the match, mainly because of how much Luffy was struggling. And the snipes out of Khan, they were just so precise. But this is once again the weakness of the Japan team, not just for Z1. I believe this is going to be one of the things that Walt has to deal with a little bit later on as well. This has been an issue from even last year, even before the World Champs, right? Japan is filled with teams who know how to play this game strategically. It's just they haven't really built up the pace to keep up with some of the rest of these teams. And West Point Mamba Low Kings is not even the most aggressive team out there. They're not the fastest team out there on the battlefield. To a certain degree, they did slow down the pace a little bit as well to match up against Z1. But we did see that it was not a total walkover, right? So Z1 had a lot of those opportunities to really turn things around. But that being said, it was only because 2 players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings were really struggling in the match, struggling to find those eliminations, struggling to find their positions. But the moment they kind of had a read on Khan, where he was playing, time and time again, it was always the generator aisle. And after that, Khan just kept focusing onto the B bomb side, not really moving on towards A. This is where Luffy started to really pop off. Once they had a read on them, the team of Z1, they did not change their strategy. They did not change the positions that they were holding on to. You could see slight variations in terms of the minute positioning on the map, but the general vicinity of where those players were standing at pretty much turned out to be the same. I thought that they were going to be, switching between the bomb sites, playing back and forth, even in that S&D attacking round for the side of Z1 as they started off the match, but it wasn't really executed as often enough to punish West Point Mamba Low Kings. West Point Mamba Low Kings played it perfectly, much better than the side of Z1. But that is only our first S&D matchup. This is a best of 5, and Z1 can turn the tables on them. And now we move things into a more faster pace setup. We get into Hardpoint. I don't know the map where we're going to be playing at just yet, but I like the fact that we have seen this played on a slow pace, and now we get to dial it up a tad bit and see how the team of Z1 performs against West Point Mamba Low Kings that have had a lot of experience dealing with teams who play an extremely fast-paced game of Call of Duty Mobile. They've gotten so, they've gotten eased into that fast-paced motion of Call of Duty Mobile in Garena, going up against teams like Smarter Mega, which they have been able to dominate, going up against teams like Almighty, which they have been able to take away maps from, going up against teams like Blacklist International Ultimate, albeit they got beaten down, but they still have that experience of dealing with that sort of an aggression, that sort of a pacing out there on the battlefield. And now all those losses that they took, they can now take it and make something work for them out there on the battlefield, because it's going to turn to be the greatest of lessons to give them the opportunity out there on the battlefield. Now, we hope you guys are enjoying the match, and it looks like the controversy has taken over the chat as well. I'm going to leave you guys to that, but please do continue the engagement, continue the conversation out there. I absolutely love how you guys are delighting yourself in like some halftime sideshow here. It's good, right? But I think we are going to be waiting a little while longer before match number 2 starts, because we got to take a look at the results first. Let's take a look and see exactly who managed to truly pop off in game number 1, with West Point Mamba Low Kings taking on the one and only Z1 in S&D. 44 eliminations for Z1, 59 courtesy of West Point Mamba Low Kings, 21 assists to the side of the Filipinos, 16 from Z1, 1.34 KD going up against a 0.75, almost a double average KD. This is insane out of West Point Mamba Low Kings, but I'm not gonna say I didn't expect it, right? And your potential MVP at a certain point was about to be Demars, but he got down and out. Yopi saves the brand, because it's gonna be Yopi's face on the MVP list shortly. Phenomenal performance. The ones that did struggle a tad bit here, though, was actually Rachel. Unfortunately for the guy, gets 3 eliminations, 12 assists, and 12 deaths. But, at the end of the day, it's an unfortunate thing for him, because every time he kind of circled out, every time he tried to engage, just got into situations which were absolutely unwinnable for him. And Khan was the one guy that really stood his ground out there. And against Luffy, initially he was winning out a majority of those encounters until Luffy had a good read on him. Yopi, as anticipated, picks up the MVP title, 1.76 KD through 16 eliminations, 1,791 damage. Highest elimination within one round was 3 for him, and this is an S&D, so I'll take that. It was phenomenal. No ace coming on through. But it's just a matter of time before we find the first ace out here within CDSI. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, you guys are having fun in the chat, man. I love you guys for that. So let me know, since you guys are very active in the chat, exactly who you think is going to win or who you want to win this particular competition. Now, I in no way condone the actions of certain individuals, but I do want to say just because someone is at fault within a certain team does not mean you do not support the team as a whole, right? I think West Point Mamba Low Kings has built up a lot of respect for themselves within the scene these past few years, that they have been truly grinding for themselves. So just because someone falters out there doesn't mean we stop supporting them or urging those players to achieve greater heights for themselves. That being said, we got to fry some people who step out of line. West Point Mamba Low Kings did take a very aggressive start against Z1, which Z1 countered perfectly by playing the game of patience, especially at the big chimney. And Z1 initially, of course, they were playing the attack, right? So they could dictate the pace. And after bringing twice the bomb in towards that A bomb site at big chimney, they kind of switched things around. They brought it to the B bomb site, and I kind of liked how they were switching up the game in terms of pacing against West Point Mamba Low Kings, keeping West Point Mamba Low Kings guessing right after that, right? And towards the start of the game was when Luffy was struggling a tad bit. So they had many more opportunities to do exactly that. But this time, as we head on into Hardpoint, Summit Takeoff, Hacienda, Arsenal, Apocalypse on the list. And like we saw earlier, I believe it was Takeoff and Hacienda that got banned. I don't remember because it just appeared on the screen for 2 seconds and then disappeared. But it doesn't matter, because I think we are going to see the bans and picks right here, right now. Yes, we do. Hardpoint, Apocalypse, and Takeoff has been taken off of the list. So we do have Arsenal, Hacienda, as well as Summit for the play. If we get Summit, it's going to be fun, but a tad bit boring because we've already seen Summit once today. I want to see this played off at Arsenal. Hopefully we do get my wish and we see exactly what happens between these two teams in a little bit, right? It is going to be Z1's opportunity to make a comeback, or West Point Mamba Low Kings' opportunity to make this day nice and easy for the Mustachio so that I can cast 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 back to back and save a little bit of my voice because it's a solo cast today. You know exactly how difficult this one is. Not difficult because it's tough to process what's going out there on the battlefield. It's just tough because you have to do it all without surviving on much water because you don't really have much of a break. And I don't want you guys to be bored. I don't want some dead air. I don't want some lulls between. I don't want to just be giving you guys one word every single minute. You know, you guys are going to be entertained all throughout. That I promise you. But hopefully it's a quick series so that I can rest in between as well. The breaks are going to be long. That's something that I'm not going to justify at all. I think I want the breaks to be shorter, but it is not in our hands. It is not up to Garina's production and hand as well. It is actually up to the organizers of the event. They're sending us the clean feed, which we are rebroadcasting for you guys, just pasting my face and my voice over it. So we will have to wait for them to kind of move things along. If they want to take an extended break, we have to take an extended break along with them. If they want to start the match, we'll jump into the match. Hence why it's a little bit of a choppy broadcast, but I hope you guys don't mind. I'll try to make up as much as possible for it with my capability of making you guys smile and laugh sometimes. Okay, in the meantime, Heart Mustachio, thank you so much. You guys are full of love as always. You guys are absolutely amazing. Chat is wonderful. But, you know, at the start of the day, we wanted to see how some of these regions match up to each other. We had the great opportunity of seeing exactly what China has to bring to the table. But Blacklist International Ultimate, just too good, just too strong, just too solid in a lot of their plays and their approaches. And Yato's back on his scoring ways, right? Yato's back to his very dominant plays out there on the battlefield, which just made it so difficult for the players of Standpoint Gaming to make a comeback. I think it was a trashing that they took, 9-3 on Express and 250 to 173 on Summit, which was a little bit of a better play. But once again, that Summit gameplay was a little weak for me, if you ask, you know, from my standpoint, what Standpoint Gaming brought out there, pun intended for sure. Because it was those rotations that mainly failed for Standpoint Gaming. And we do not expect the same result out of Z1 because, once again, the Japanese players are very, very proficient at strategizing how they want to take over a certain map. But that is the preset strategy that they are walking into the competition with, which you know for a fact does not win you competitions. It does not win you matches. It's how you adjust to those key minute moments out there on the battlefield, how you redirect your team, how you adjust to the strategy or the counter strategy of your opponents that really brings you either up to the top or crashing and burning down at the bottom. Z1 was able to keep up with West Point Mamba Low Kings a little bit better than SPG were able to keep up with Blacklist, but it's still not as convincing for me Once again, mainly because you saw a couple of players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings struggling. They still kept the pace. And the moment those players kind of caught up in terms of their frags, they managed to get a read. And this is where Z1 fell apart and West Point Mamba Low Kings took over. Because Z1 kept playing these strategies, which was it was not predictable, but it was readable. West Point Mamba Low Kings, on the other hand, they had strategies that were readable as well, but the gun skills out of West Point Mamba Low Kings in that S&D matchup just seemed to be a tad bit better. So the moment they got a read on the Z1 players, as well as their positioning, especially for Khan, it was GGWP. It was an instant game over right there, right? Fighting, AJ, please rehydrate yourself. Thank you, Ivana. I most definitely will, but once again, I will not drink once you guys see me on camera. I'll only drink in my own privacy when the camera is off of my face, right? So we are not going to take a break just yet. We're still waiting for game number 2 to kick off. I am waiting for game number 2 to kick off so that I can have a drop of water, and I do want to enjoy myself with some games as well. Please don't mind the long breaks and the long lulls between matches. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we don't have any control over it. Please don't be mad at Garena for having these long extended podcast sessions with the Mustachio. It's not their fault. They are waiting for the game as well. The last thing they want is to drag out this broadcast any longer. They want a quick and snappy broadcast where you guys are going to be absolutely entertained all the way through as well. So we all want the same thing. Unfortunately, we just can't get it because it's just the way things are. Tomorrow, you will see Jericho, I believe, casting with either Warden or Wasabi. I cannot wait to see them in action. They will get a lot of opportunities to drink water because it's a duo cast tomorrow. I was the only one who went in there and said, oh, solo cast. Sounds fun. Yeah, it's not the most fun thing I've done in life, but it's definitely fun. I enjoy having the mic to myself sometimes and not knocking my partner in the head and being like, hey, bro, give my mic. This is my time, you know. It is, unfortunately, my duty to buy more time for broadcast because we still don't know where Hardpoint is. And we're still waiting for that Hardpoint matchup. Hardpoint is, and we don't even know where we're going to play Hardpoint. We just know where we are not going to play Hardpoint, which doesn't really help. So, but even if we knew, it's not going to help us in terms of data crunching once again, because all of the data built up by these teams were in their own individual regions against, their own teams within their regions, not against each other. You can be supreme at Summit within your own region. You can come up against another region who's average at that map and they can still trash you because it's exactly how you kind of communicate out there on the battlefield or interact. That interaction between teams and between regions out there on the battlefield, it really determines everything. So it is what it is. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer for them to bring that match up. And we're going to patiently cast Hardpoint for you guys. Dude, I am so pumped for the second match that I just want them to start it right now because I have successfully run out of things to talk about. But you know what? Maybe I can still talk about what happened or what's about to happen, right? Almighty will be going up against Q9 a little bit later on. Now, Q9 was basically the OG of the Chinese scene. Q9 was the dominator of the Chinese scene. Q9 is probably the most decorated team within Call of Duty Mobile China. And this team had to play through the play-ins, okay? They didn't directly qualify. They had to play through the play-ins. And not surprising, they trashed every single team within the play-ins. Nobody took a single map off of them. They had 9 rounds to play. They won 9 times, okay? So play-ins totally obliterated by Q9. Nobody else has a run as decent as them. But the problem for Q9 is Wolves appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Wolves, not Wolves from the wilderness, just the team called Wolves. And the moment Wolves appeared, Q9 just weren't the dominators of the scene anymore. It's just like the storyline of Smart Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate, if you're from MSP, when Smart Omega used to just dominate everything, and when things really started becoming serious and the Ultimate team was really building up, Blacklist International stepped in and said, hey, you know what, how can we support you, yada, yada, yada. And Blacklist is a great organization, right? And they have led so many different teams in so many other titles to victory, and they've dominated the gaming scene for so long. They said, Ultimate, how about we gang up? How about we gang up and we show everyone exactly how to play a little bit of Call of Duty Mobile? And from then on, Blacklist Ultimate kind of took over the scene, and Smart Omega faltered a tad bit. Not before they made that comeback though, but that's a long story. But that's the long and short about Q9. They dominated only to kind of get fizzled out when Wolves showed up. And not only did Wolves start taking over that #1 spot, Wolves also started really cranking up the capabilities of their players, right? Like you see the king of snipers from Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational. That's the previous Invitational in China. You saw Zai from Wolves picking up that #1 spot. This time Nian picks up that #1 spot. Oling was the second seeded best sniper, right? And Oling from Q9 didn't even make it there this time around. Both the finalists for that sniper battle was from Wolves. So you see the dynamics between a team like Q9 versus Wolves. It's just worlds apart, surprisingly. And of course, some people are asking, dude, where's Smart Omega in all of this? How is Smart Omega not here and West Point Mamba Loking's here? And that's only because in the Invitational, obviously there is a selection process. And the selection process of that invite goes out to the dominators of the individual regions, right? And if you look at the MSP region, or if you look at Philippines very specifically, there were two teams that dominated this time around Garena Masters. It was West Point Mamba Lokings, who were the second seeded team out of Garena Masters, versus Blacklist International Ultimate, who were the #1 seeded team. Almighty got invited because they are from Singapore. So that's a totally different thing. They are lucky because they're from a different nation. Smart Omega just did not get that invite, unfortunately, but that is the way it is. Huntsman did get an invite too, but that's only because they are the best team out of Malaysia. They did not make it through the play-ins. They struggled there for a tad bit. I just got an update, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. West Point Mamba Lokings actually lost their point in S&D due to using a banned skin. And so I guess all legendary utility skins cannot be used. I don't know which utility skin they used. So therefore, West Point Mamba Lokings has been disqualified from match #1. Not disqualified from the whole match, but they forfeit match 1. Point goes over to Z1. On that note, I'm going to take a quick short break. When I come back, the series continues.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
八卦绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no no。但这个点埋的太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The feed up Williams once more here towards the bomb side. Hey, bomb, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Mark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Mamba Lokings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定
哎，
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回下白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคไหน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demors will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！我看白方也是 no， 你看这个点埋。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023. You're watching series number 2 in this best of 5 between West Point Mamba Low Kings and Z1 from Japan. West Point Mamba Low Kings did manage to take that fantastic victory, but unfortunately, due to the conduct of one of the players using a banned skin, they do go ahead to forfeit match number 1. So Z1 gets game number 1. So there is a possibility that Z1 turns the tables now on them and walks away with a 3-0. But if that victory from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings was due to pure skills and the capability to overcome Z1, you're going to have your first 4th potential match of the day in the best of 5. Unlike the easy sweep Blacklist International Ultimate gave their opponents SPG earlier in the day. Altogether, you're going to have 3 best of 5s. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustacho, your solo caster for the day. We're going to be together all the way down to the very end. And it looks like we are going to be sticking to the schedule as well, because earlier on we did manage to finish a little bit early, but the schedule only had this game to start at about 7 p.m., I believe. And that's exactly when we kicked off that match, right? So if we do finish early, I will not be surprised if we take an extended break. But because we already took like extended breaks in the middle, there is a potential we finish like sharp on the dot at about 9 p.m. and then we just move on to the next series of the day. But either way, I hope we don't have a lot of this downtime. Now, with the disqualification from game number 1, or sorry, not disqualification, with that map being taken away from them and given to Z1 in game number 1, West Point Mamba Low Kings now needs to hustle all the bit more. And there is a problem here if they do allow this to kind of take a toll on them mentally, right? If they cannot keep themselves together, if there is a little bit of infighting because of, obviously the players are going to be dissatisfied and they will need someone to blame this particular loss on. The fact that they already walked away with the victory and then had that taken away from them obviously will be a little bit disappointing. But this is now where we see what kind of a team West Point Mamba Low Kings is. Because if this was to happen to a team full of hotheads, then you know for a fact they are going to lose the full series, because that starts a little bit of argument within the squad in itself, and it's not going to help even a tad bit with the communication out there on the battlefield. And you know for a fact, when you get a teammate on a ranked match who does not communicate with you, the match becomes a million times harder. And it will not be any bit different on a stage like this. In fact, it will be way more difficult to win on a stage like this with the lack of communication. And I'm not even talking about, players just not speaking to each other. I'm talking about even with a little bit of dissatisfaction with the timing of that communication, things still can go very wrong. So the advantage now is on the side of Z1. So I'm just wondering how they're going to be working this up, how they're going to be playing this up. These are the operator skills available for game number 2 at Summit. Hardpoint, Purifier, Gravity Vortex Gun, Sparrow, Annihilator, as well as Claw. And you're pretty much going to see the same setup coming through from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings as well. The difference is here that every single player must use a unique operator out there on the battlefield. You cannot have it repeating between one and another. So you're not going to see 5 Purifiers or 5 Claws out there on the battlefield, which I really, really like. CDM showing the way. Z1, West Point Mamba Low Kings opening things up hot here at Summit. But it's going to be a pretty decent run for West Point Mamba Low Kings, as always at the beginning. And Z1 a little bit slower with the setup. They don't choose to hop on into the hardpoint immediately. They stand behind those consoles. They take control of the area first within the first hardpoint before hopping on in. But the response from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings is as quick. Yopi, Luffy, everybody just popping off. PJ walks in with the KRM. KRM just has got not much of a reach, but CQC it absolutely obliterates. But Dolaki gets the spot on them from the back. Almost a triple. He did get the triple, as a matter of fact. Gets concussed halfway through. Yopi meets him, but Dolaki still survives that and shuts him down, only to be taken out by a grenade in the hands of Kalo. This is an opportunity now for Z1 to hop on right back in here before the end of P1. And look at them working on two things at the same time, because player number 2, Khan, he circles around. He gets the spawn off of the green radar station for the team. Walks away from it, but the secure is there. Luffy shuts him down halfway through because Khan just was so indecisive about what he was about to do, and he gives that spawn away to West Point Mamba Low Kings. One mistake made by the Japanese team, and instantly you can see the West Point Mambas hopping onto the hill, making them pay for it. But the recovery is done by Z1. They win out their gunfights. Dolaki on the triple. Dolaki wants to go for the quad slay as well. Sends out the hunter killer drone to see if or not it can find anybody out there. Kalo is going to be in a lot of trouble. Yopi drops by. Good slide. Dolaki avoids that as well. Spots out Kalo. Kalo gets annihilated. And it looks like Dolaki is still on a roll. 5 eliminations so far, and they managed to pick up the majority of the points here from P2. West Point Mamba Low Kings finds no ingress to this hard point. And what are they doing? They are holding back their base at Gorillas, and they're not even pushing to the cable car platform. I think the players are lagging. Demos leaves the game. Luffy leaves the game. And we have to end the match right there. It needs to be replayed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, the players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings stopped moving. And that's the main reason why we saw the Japanese team pick up a lot of points. Now, I don't know if they stopped moving as a sign of protest because something went wrong out there, or they just disconnected from the game. And we have to put the game on pause and try to play a reset here. But it seems like it is the latter being the fact that the players from the side of Low Kings faces a few of those intermittent issues in terms of their connection, and we need to investigate the issue for the time being. So we're going to throw this onto a quick short break, not a short break for the broadcast in itself, but a break for that match, and we are back to the Mustachio podcast. We are still looking for the master of masters, and that is not something we can determine from day number 1 itself. Today is the day 1 out of 10 for the group stages thus far. 4 days have lapsed in CDSI. The first 2 days were the plains, where we did see the emergence of Q9 as well as Kingzone. They've managed to wreck the rest of the players. They've managed to wreck the rest of the teams and make it here to this spot. And we did have 2 days to find out exactly who the king of sniper was going to be. Nian picks it up, but Zai, as a representative from Wolves as well, makes the brand really proud because they've got 2 of those players. They had 2 of those players in the grand finals, right? We know Wolves is going to be a team to look out for sure, but they're not going to be in participation today at all. Wolves will be playing in Group B. They will be in tomorrow, so you guys can check that out together with Jericho. The series alone has taken 1 hour and 20 minutes. I know, I feel it, man. I'm feeling it right here. I'm feeling it right here as well. The series is taking up a lot of my throat space. So we're just going to have to deal with it for the time being until the players fix their connection and jump right back in here with us. There is a potential we will take a quick short break whilst we wait for broadcast to investigate and fix whatever that's happening in the background. But I will need for confirmation from broadcast before we do throw this into a break. In the meantime, let me know exactly what you guys think with the approach from the 2 teams. I think West Point Mamba Low Kings were off to a great start, but when the lags started affecting them, they slowed their pace down. They no longer contested for that P2. And then we just saw the team of Z1 just totally run away with that matchup. So it could go either way still, right? It's not like that S&D match was any bit different. But with West Point Mamba Low Kings now facing these intermittent issues, if they cannot fix it on their own, because if the broadcast team, if production finds out that the intermittent connection issue is not caused by the server, but caused because of their internet connection, they won't have a choice. They will have to continue with the game, and they will probably take a beating in the hands of Z1. But if they do find that it is an issue that is solvable, then we might stand a strong chance of seeing this get dragged out all the way into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So do bear with this. I just double checked with them once again as to what is the status of this matchup. They are getting an update from the production side, and we will not be taking a break for the time being. We will still proceed to have this continuation of the Mustachio broadcast. Let me know what you guys think about the two teams. Of course, I'm not talking about and I'm not referring to any scandals. I am referring to specifically their performance out there on the battlefield. Whether or not you guys think it's going to be a easy enough opportunity for West Point Mama Low Kings to pick up and walk away with, because mainly looking at the fact that they had already taken that win. Albeit, yes, it is Z1 with the 1 on their side at the moment because of that disqualification on map number 1. They got DQ'd on map 1, West Point Mama Low Kings, for using that legendary skin. But it is not something that they cannot recover from, unless, of course, they do lose a little bit of confidence. But it didn't seem to be that way, though. In Hardpoint, I think they started off really hot. All of the players were popping off really well. I loved seeing Luffy kind of just run in at the players of Z1 and absolutely try to annihilate them with the KRM. He was doing a good job before those laggy issues started. So it was a good opportunity for them to really push the boundaries and take Z1 and ask them some very big important questions on whether or not they're able to keep up with the pacing as well as the engagements. It didn't seem to be so. And I do not know exactly at which point things turned around for them, because I don't know exactly when the intermittent connection issues started for the side of West Point Mama Low Kings. If it was from the very start and West Point Mama Low Kings still managed to get to the point where they were on equal footing in those engagements with connection issues, then it is going to be very unfortunate for Z1, because I don't think they were keeping up at all. But if the intermittent connection issues only kicked in towards, I think, the second hardpoint onwards, then I think Z1 still has a good opportunity to walk away with the series in hand today. We've waited to see exactly what the performance from Japan is going to be like for a long, long time. And we get to see exactly that. But against the Filipinos, against West Point Mamba Low Kings, it's proving to be a arduous task indeed. Now we're going to take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, series number 2 continues.
连队友都骗啊！喂，
搜集打完就把队友的好友删掉，很快让他们联系不到我。像这些小技巧，我都是跟着饭盒来的官方直播间学的。马上要开始现场探店直播了，真是一整个期待住了。
探店厨子多，真假兽不说。职业选手整活天花板，游戏区使命召唤手游大
太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะใกล้แบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Straight up BLCK once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yato skirt AG under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Mamba Low Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
火了。
是的，麦克这里，你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The speed of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The speed of brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Defeat of Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Defeat of Brilliance once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings has been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Straight up BLCK once more here towards bomb side. A-bomb said you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Straight up BLCK once more here towards bomb side. A-bomb said you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！所以他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Straight up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！所以他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Straight up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，哦，被抓开那个。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Defeat of BLCK once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point BLCK have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，哦，被抓开那个。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Defeat of BLCK once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point BLCK have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火焰还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อธนูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Retreat up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！他白方也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อธนูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Retreat up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, an event where we crown the Master of Masters when we can start the match. Unfortunately, at the moment, I have no idea why we just got taken off break. I don't know what's about to happen. I don't know whether we're going to continue the match or we're going to jump on to the next series. So we will just have to wait and see exactly where the graphic takes us, and then I'll just work my way through that, all right? So it's been a very interesting day. It's been a very interesting broadcast thus far for me to immerse myself in. It's just one of those few instances where someone picks you up. You know, it's like you are in a little bit of a machine, and you know that claw machine where there's just lots of toys down there. You put a coin, and then it's usually a hoax because you don't get anything from the machine. But this time, the claw picks you up, and instead of dropping you into the slot where someone can take you home, it drops you into the ocean, and then you got to swim all on your own. So that's the kind of situation I'm caught in right now. I do hope that I'm going to be able to entertain you either way. So it has been quite the interesting twist of events, because very first, when we started off the matchup between Low Kings as well as Z1 in the 2v2 to determine exactly who can decide the trajectory of our series between the two, it was Z1 that started off pretty hot with West Point Mama Low Kings kind of faltering behind as they were pretty indecisive with how aggressive they wanted to get in that match. But we saw the decision-making click out in game number 1, right? Because when they went up against each other in that search and destroy, West Point Mama Low Kings clearly mastered the meltdown map a little bit better than Z1, who were not really decided as to how they wanted to take the matchup against them. So I'm not so sure, is it a map issue or whether it was a team strategy issue. But in terms of gunfights, they were pretty much decently matched up against each other. But that was only as far as Luffy not being able to activate his sniping skills, right? Because the moment Luffy kind of had a read on his opponents and he was able to hold his position down a little bit better, sustain his life a little bit longer on the battlefield, things turned around. West Point Mama Low Kings, they shut down Z1, only for us to come across a very weird twist moments later, saying that the players on the side of West Point Mama Low Kings have been disqualified and they lose the 1 point that they had gained from that S&D because one of the players used a banned item. It was a banned legendary utility skin that was not supposed to be used in the match, and unfortunately they had to let go of the first match that they pretty much fought very, very hard for. And just when we thought it was going to affect the team mentally, Team West Point Mama Low Kings started off hot in that Hardpoint matchup in Summit against Z1, only for them to absolutely bomb out on P2. P2, there was no contest. It was just the players on the side of Z1 who were hopping in left, right, center, really running a ruckus on that P2. And then the match stopped because the players from the side of West Point Mama Low Kings started exiting the lobby. Just moments before that, we did see that the players were no longer moving on the map already. And then we come to find out there's a little bit of a disconnection issue. The players on the side of West Point Mama Low Kings just couldn't move much on the map. So they were trying to rectify this in the background. So it looks like the matches are still going to proceed as usual. We did see the account of Irfan J mentioning in the YouTube chat that the final series will be postponed. But I just got information that does not seem to be true. So Irfan, stop trolling people in the chat. Okay, there's been no information whatsoever of a postponement of a match. So I guess the day will continue. It's just that it's going to be a dragged out day. Boo-hoo for me, because I'm here sitting down and half falling asleep because I think we've had longer break times than match times today. And that's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. It comes part and parcel with running an event like this, especially when you've got, a broadcast team from a different country. You've got a player sitting down in different parts of the world as well, all trying to get into one proper server that benefits everyone equally the same. It's quite a bit of work around to make sure we put on a good show for you guys. I do apologize either way though, because this is not something that we do want to put on out there, but since we're live, we just got to run with it. We can't end the stream now, can we? You guys still want the match. I want the match. The boys want the match. They all want to progress. They don't want to be playing this tomorrow whatsoever. So we'll still have to wait and see exactly how things go. Now, you see what I mean by saying I have no idea what is going to happen, because they just brought me back on cam and nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened, bro. So here I am, and you guys just have to stick with the Mustachio podcast on CDSI for a little while more. We're finally going to Something's gonna happen. Game's on. The match is on. Let's go, baby. Let's see exactly where we are at. Whether we've moved on to game number 3 or we're still at Summit Hardpoint. We're at Summit Hardpoint. And we've restarted the whole matchup. Let's see exactly who pops off and moves forward this time round. It looks like the players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings are able to circle around pretty decently for the time being. Finally, Z1 gets a hold of the hardpoint. This hardpoint number 1 down here in control room, taking over that second floor. Obviously, is going to be crucial for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. They do that pretty fancily. A quick move in from the container area. They clear out the second floor first, hop one down, find nobody from the side of Z1 there because everybody else been sorted out. But as quickly as West Point Mamba Low Kings take over the hard point, Z1 shows that they can do exactly the same. Fantastic skills to maneuver around, this time forcing West Point Mamba Low Kings to spawn out of the green radar station. They hop on in from the back, but Z1 calls them out on it. They circle around, shut them down from the perimeter in itself without allowing them to get anywhere near hard point number 1. So by the end of this, we're gonna have Z1 in front with West Point Mamba Low Kings potentially catching up for the final 3 seconds, but Z1 will still have a couple of points more than them. Z1 now circles around. Nobody's anchoring down the spawn for the green radar station, but it looks like the Japanese team wants to play out of the gorilla base from the container area. It will be a little bit of an advantage to them because if you're going to be spawning out of the green radar station, there's just one funnel point where you can come from. So although it is closer to the hard point, you're pretty much more predictable in terms of your gameplay and where you're going to appear from. If you're spawning out of the container area from the gorilla base as a whole instead, then you have the option of either moving from the bottom side of control room, from the top side. Even when you approach from the top side, there are multiple spaces where you can jump off and meet the players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings down on the lower hill. But at the moment, it seems like it did not matter to the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings at all. They play all through those with pure gunfights. They win it out. 16 seconds though for Z1 to get this right back. And West Point Mamba Low King says, thank you very much. We're going to pick up the scraps and also send in an early rotation, but played out by Z1. 3 players. Early rotation for this third hill. It's going to be your money hill, baby, and West Point Mamba Low Kings making a run for it. Can they take the shutdown? They do. PJ with a double. That's a big double. Can he get a triple? He does. Can he get a quad? Yes, he does. On a roll, Mr. PJ for the team of West Point Mamba Low Kings, single-handedly breaking the spawn and taking the hill. But Cast 12 does exactly that. Right back at him. The Sparrow popping off. But Luffy shows up out of nowhere. West Point Mamba Low Kings, no early rotation, but they are popping off left, right, center against Z1, and it looks like the Japanese squad just cannot keep up at the moment with the Filipinos. The Filipinos are playing this on a totally other level. Yopi goes in, Purifier investment, players on the outside. Yopi can't even get to them. PJ sorts them out at the Fennec, and it seems like West Point Mamba Low Kings have taken the money away from Z1. Early rotations, no problem, bro. We got the man Luffy, and you know what he is? Kaizoko Oni, baby. 102. They circle around. West Point Mamba Low Kings now desperately trying to look for the spawn at the gorilla base. 3 players invested towards that edge platform. It's going to be player number 2, and Khan gets 2 of those eliminations, crucial eliminations to stop the flank from that left-hand side. And Khan alone sorts out the whole squad of West Point Mamba Low Kings, breaking their play. West Point Mamba Low Kings this time around, guessing if or not they want to move through from the opposite side, the cable car edge, but they decide, no, this is going to be the place where we push on through from. It's going to be the edge platform play once again. Khan is nothing there, not there to sort them out, but as I say, that Annihilator investment comes through from Khan. And this is a big investment round or hill coming through from the players of Z1, as I believe there is a gravity vortex pulled out as well, but Demors attacks from the back, and this right-hand side flank seems to get them the hill for just a pure second. But the rest of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, they are cooking up something great, baby. Demors has got the operator, hasn't brought it into activation just yet. The players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings streaking up just a tad bit, but Z1 pulls the hill away from them, and this has just become the money hill of Z1 to hop right back into this match. Demors trying to get a bounce tag here, finds absolutely nothing from the claw, gets a direct shot instead, just for the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings to make it through right back in here. 5 more seconds on the hill. Z1 circles around. They want to play the early hold for P1, but brother, you can't really hold P1 all that too early. It's just way too open up a hill, and West Point Mamba Low Kings proves that by taking that back step. Kalo now with the Fennec, turns around, finds one. Luffy backs him up. Yopi shows up with a KRM as well, and they pop the players left, right, center. Cast 12 going down. Can he get another? Demos helps him out. Card goes down. Luffy takes another shot. 45 seconds to go. West Point Mamba Low Kings running circles around the Japanese players. Strategy is not working, but I guess the pause strat worked out in the favor of West Point Mamba Low Kings. They couldn't connect earlier on, but they're connecting really well with all of their bullets and the shots out there. Z1, 74 points, but West Point Mamba Low Kings once again puts a pause to that. 3 players on the attack. They all want to play the objective. TJ hangs back the stairs, and Luffy sorts them out down at bottom. And it looks like West Point Mamba Low Kings are not going to break a sweat at all, ripping this match away from the Japanese squad. Yopi pops off once again. 2 back-to-back eliminations, but that's not going to make them slow down just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. All-out action after such a long break, after such a long pause, and you can tell the Mustachio's excited. BJ, once again, big hole. Luffy from up top sorts him out and stop for the time being. Hardpoint moved on already. It is going to be the edge platform on the play once again. Earlier on, it was Z1 that made such a tremendous play, but Kalo, big one from the Gravity Vortex, gets a double for himself, sorts out the players with a hunter-killer drone and the Fennec as well. Kalo having a good time out there. West Point Mamba Low Kings edging a little bit closer towards the finisher now with more than a 100-point lead over Z1. Hardpoint matchup. Japanese players just haven't showed up all that too much, although it does slow in Japan and no snow in the Philippines. Maybe that's exactly why West Point Mamba Low Kings love this map so much. When it's so hot in the Philippines, bro, you just want to catch a break. You want some aircon, or you want to play a game of Call of Duty Mobile at Summit, baby. Demos from the back, and the beautiful backstab gets him a double, but Z1 recovers. But guess what? West Point Mamba Low Kings nowhere to be found this time. The snakes slither around towards this P3, early hole of the Special Forces base, and they want to play this cable car platform like a bunch of kids. Senmani backs away. Dolaki taking the backstab, and he flanks around, and he manages to get the water tower first, and slowly but surely Z1 trickles in, but Yopi, big investment with the Purifier, goes on out. Purify 3 back-to-back players, hops on back into the hill, shuts down Khan, sends out the hunter-killer drone as well. Is Yopi going to continue to slay the rest of the players circling around him? Z1 wants to break the spawn, but the hunter-killer drone takes gas out, and they don't get the spawn, but the gods of RNG give it away either way to Z1. West Point Mamba Low Kings 210, 211, and they continuously smash the players. It's gonna be the claw investment this time from Demos that does the trick. They are absolutely busting Z1 out of Summit, and West Point Mamba Low Kings do not want to slow down. They do not want to give the Mustachio a chance to breathe, and therefore the Mustachio will not breathe. And why are we looking at this? We're looking at the casters all of a sudden because I guess the match has ended. Oh well, that was a fun fight. Z1 had an opportunity to absolutely smash West Point Mamba Low Kings, but I don't know where. I don't know where the Mambas found the passion to play Hardpoint to its truest. But, you know, I have to send this conversation back to the point that I was mentioning earlier on. Japanese teams are really proficient when it comes to the strategizing of how to circle around, how to take control of the map. But what they do not have is the quick pace of play. And when you look at the Philippine scene, this is exactly what the problem is, right, with the Philippines. Super fast plays, super quick pace that you have to keep up with. And unfortunately for Z1, dude, they could not keep up, unfortunately, with that matchup. But hopefully, we will find a little bit of a difference in the control match that is coming up later. Now, if you look at the way the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings confidently took all of those engagements, I believe they can play a very fast-paced control as well, step into the house of Z1, just absolutely annihilate them. But this is how Z1 can take control. And this is providing, of course, Z1 is playing on the defense. And we've seen this already in the 2v2. They just need to make sure they are playing this on a map that they truly understand, they truly know each and every single one of those corners to take control of and just play, just hide, right? You just got to camp. You just got to camp it out against a team like West Point Mamba Low Kings and use your knowledge of the map. Use your strategy to just catch them, punish them for every single rush, and take every single defensive round to your side. Now, if that is not a strategy played by Z1, yeah, you're not going to touch West Point Mamba Low Kings, man. They are on fire. They are on absolute fire. But I'm going to take a quick short break because you know I need some water, and I'll be right back. Why you do me like that, production? Why? I had a very specific request to not show people I'm drinking water, and I didn't even take a sip, production. Thank you very much, Trixia. So anyway, going back to the story that I was telling you guys. Z1, man, they couldn't keep up with the pace. Just way too quick, West Point Mamba Low Kings. We want to look at some of the scores here as well. We want to look at some of the numbers and whether or not Z1 was slaying on par with West Point Mamba Low Kings. Now, I know this is something that I usually keep an eye on throughout the match, but the game was just so hot and you only just had a one hype caster set up for the solo caster day. So unfortunately, it was just play-by-plays all the way with a little bit of strategy thrown in there. But I could not keep an eye on the performance of the individual players because obviously I had to keep a tab of what's actually going on in the match as a whole, right? But I do not expect Z1 to be very close to the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Let's take a look at, once again, the Hardpoint maps that are available. Summit Takeoff, Hacienda, Arsenal, Apocalypse. We just played Summit, but next one we're going to head on into Control, where you do not ban any maps. And Crossroad Strike, Raid, as well as Standoff will be the map selection for the teams to go out there and choose and see exactly where they want to bring us. I personally said I do not want to see Crossroad Strike, but actually the longer I wait for it, the more I want to see that map in play, right? I think we've had a lot of Standoff. We've had a lot of all of the other generic maps. I think the one thing that I love about CDSI once again is they bring in some of these maps that are just not in the competitive rotation, and we get to see all of these pro players perform somewhere totally different, get thrown out of their element. And this curveball usually brings out either the best plays out of some players, or it just brings out the absolute worst in them, right? And this is where you see true talent. Sorry, was someone talking to me? Okay, sorry. Production left their mic on and I thought someone was calling me, but I guess someone else in the office is named AJ as well. So he was talking to that guy. My apologies, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Obviously, you cannot hear production. Only I can, and therefore it's a little distracting in my ear. But anyway, I totally lost the line of thought that I had in my mind as I was talking to you guys moments ago. So I'm going to try to bring up another talking point. West Point Mamba Low Kings, they have gotten technically 2 victories. If it wasn't for the DQ, we would already be on the final game of the day on Control. But obviously, with them winning one back at Hardpoint, we are going to have a guaranteed 4 match. And I don't know, man. I think this is going to be a very, very long day if Almighty and Q9 does not have their series postponed whatsoever, right? So we're just going to have to finish this. And I at this point, you might think that I would want West Point Mamba Low Kings to end this as quickly as possible, but I don't want that. I think I saw some capabilities out of Z1. I want to see if or not they're at least capable of taking away one map from West Point Mamba Low Kings. And Hardpoint, obviously, is a very fast-paced match. SND, high probability for Z1 to take that game away because strategy can trump just pure aggression in SND sometimes. And we did see them kind of keep that pace up with them. It went, they got a total of 5 round wins. Of course, if you look at the grand scheme of things, a race to 9, 5 is like, just slightly better than half, which is not great, but it's better than nothing, right? They didn't get thumped in that matchup. And the one game mode where I really think that Z1 can take the lead here, or at the very least take the one match, finally, one proper victory away. Don't get me wrong. If they do take the win, they do get the lead because they already have one match, but they haven't technically won any against West Point Mamba Low Kings because the 1 point they have so far is from a DQ from match number 1 because West Point Mamba Low Kings made a boo-boo. So I'm hoping into seeing that... English. I'm hoping to see Z1 pull this away from West Point Mamba Low Kings because if you can play Control properly, if you can strategize properly, especially on your defensive rounds, lock down these angles. I'm not specifically giving you angles that I want them to lock down because I don't know what map they're going to be playing on. The life of a shoutcaster. So I'm just giving you generic stuff. But if they can lock down certain angles and really keep an eye on these defensive spots, they've got the gunfights to keep up with and they can shine. I think they can sneak one away from West Point Mamba Low Kings. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please do give me some love in the chat because I have been giving you guys a lot of love. No, I think you guys have been giving me a lot of love on the chat. I really, really appreciate it. Hashtag let AJ drink. It's okay. AJ will take a drink, man. AJ will... I'll eventually have a sip of my water. But I cannot believe production showed my face to you guys when I was just about to take a sip. It's okay. I'll get them back. I'll get them back eventually. We're gonna stand by for match number 3 shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't think I did manage to get the stats. Ah, there you go. Oh no, we didn't get the stats for game 2. So, okay. So I guess we're just gonna move on without A. Sparrow, Annihilator Claw, War Machine, Purifier will all be in the mix. Every single player will use one of them. They cannot have a repeat of the operators in anybody's hands. And I am not looking forward to seeing any one of these players specifically because I think they're all skilled enough on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings to shine with any one of the operators that they use. I cannot say the same for Z1 at the moment because I just did not see enough flashy plays. But going into standoff, I have a lot of hope here for Z1. Maybe this is a map that they're just more comfortable with and they feel they can play this a little bit more to their side. Either way, regardless of who wins this, the series does not end because we are 1-4 each of the sides. Demos punches Rachel. Demos punches Rachel. Back to spawn. That's all I'm gonna say. 27-24. West Point Mamba Low Kings. It looks like clearly the Raking Bull was not the point of contention earlier. So I think the utility skin could have been maybe the trophy system that they played. Maybe they used the legendary trophy system skin, the one that was recently. I forgot the name, man. Don't hold that against me, man. But yeah. Caswell, Yopi, 25-20. West Point Mamba Low Kings low on the life. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Lock down your angles. Don't really let the West Point Mamba Low Kings players aggress and pick off on those sides. Don't let them get that control, not even a single segment. But as I say that, Demos is already getting the job done. He's given up on running around with the melee and he has finally decided to play Objective Boy. And it seems like he is better suited at playing the objective rather than the violent melees. And he sneaks away the first as well as the second. Potentially the whole of this A control point. Can Demos get this? No, he does not. He loses out to Dolaki from the second floor. LK24 gets the victory. But Luffy now moves on in. You sweep this away. A control point finally taken away from Z1, who had such a fantastic start. But albeit they still do have a lead on the eliminations here. Now the number of lives advantage for the side of Z1, and they only have one more hill to hold down. Senmane spotted Demos and he punishes him just as quickly. Senmane, can he continue to circle around and back these players up as Khan finds PJ as well? Half the lives of what Z1 has. West Point Mamba Low Kings has to their side. K-Lo takes Senmane out, but Dolaki trades out Luffy to keep the numbers on the side of Z1. Double of what West Point Mamba Low Kings has. So Z1 with a lot of advantage, but West Point Mamba Low Kings has got a minute here to play down. No more respawns coming on through. Dolaki, K-Lo spotted out. Perfect angle, and I don't know. It looks like the coach of Z1 was listening to exactly what I was saying. And they're like, we're not going to run at these West Point Mamba Low King players. We're just going to hold these boxes, play our head glitches, and slay them out, not give them any room to inch forward. And that's what gave them the victory. Good on Z1. But now on the attack, though. How do they execute this? Because West Point Mamba Low Kings, I don't think will be as decent to hold those head glitches. I think they're just going to run out of their defenses, at least for the start, get super aggressive, get all of those eliminations, really force Z1 to think twice. In fact, 3 times, 4 times, a million times before making any sort of advances forward because they are trying to conserve those lives. K-Lo steps on out. Trophy system played on smartly. This is exactly what I mean. It is not going to be a very defensive play coming through from West Point Mamba Low Kings as well. They get those plays. They're immediately pushing up and they now want to spawn trap the players of Z1. Spawn trap semi-successful, but with Yopi going down, all thanks to Dolaki and his trophy system, this opens up the Granny's house window. Dolaki gets to clear out the mid segment of this map first, but nobody on the side of Z1 has been able to step up to the objective just yet, except Senmane. Senmane goes on in, takes a double for himself, and he finally can make a play now for this control point. All 3 players on the side of Z1 trying to play the objective here as Senmane goes ahead to sneak away the first segment, and he does successfully pull it off. Demos just a little bit too slow to the party. Finally there to clear off the second segment, and he will recover this A control point. Back to the 40-second timer here for Z1 to play around, because now they need to strategize. How are they going to get West Point Mamba Low Kings, who are in advantage in terms of the number of lives out there on the battlefield, off of the hill to sneak away someplace? They figure out the right strategy. They circle around towards the bakery backyard, but they are bad luck, Z1, because West Point Mamba Low Kings is spawning out of the Gorilla base, which makes the B control point so easy to defend. They send in the numbers immediately. 2 players on for the play already, but Khan brings in the big investment. This time it is going to be the Annihilator, and Khan still holds on for his dear life. But Luffy steps out of nowhere. He brings in the War Machine. War Machine pops off, and it saves the day at the B control point, at least for the time being. Kalo goes in for the Purifier investment as well. In the meantime, everybody else doing the damage. Kalo's walking around burning people on the map. 19 seconds to go. Z1 needs to find a play at that B control point, but all their players are forced back towards the convenience store, but they ain't got no money to buy. West Point Mamba Low Kings takes the round back. What a hot match this is. It seems like the strategy is working out for Z1. So, as assessed earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Z1 just needs to slow things down, hold those head glitches, hold those key angles here, and mainly these key angles at the point in time being Bakery, as well as that second floor of Hotel and Gorilla Avenue as well. They don't need to overextend towards the mid segment of the map like they are doing right now, because I believe if they do overextend, they are going to get punished by the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Now, a good smoke down mid towards the Special Forces Avenue does give them access towards the compound of West Point Mamba Low Kings, and they take the aggressive maneuver from playing defensive. They have given up already. They want to see if or not they can aggress on forward and punish the Filipinos, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes for the time being, only until West Point Mamba Low Kings finds the adjustment, because earlier they got the catch on them, right? They pulled off that surprise push, and West Point Mamba Low Kings got a little bit unnerved and they had to back away, and as they were running away, they got slain out of position. But now West Point Mamba Low Kings knows exactly what to expect. They are countering aggression with aggression and winning out their gunfights as they reach towards those objective points. But down mid, Caswell catches off Demos, but PJ and Luffy both find big eliminations for themselves, opening up this B control point, and they're gonna attack the A control point at the same time. Big brain plays coming out of the Mambas. West Point Mamba Low Kings going in for a 2-for-1, baby. And are we gonna see a recovery here for Dolaki? Dolaki does not step on out, and the moment he does, he gets slain out by Kalo. Kalo solo, now getting the job done. The timer has been paused. First segment on the B control point sneaked away. Nobody to punish, nobody to question Kalo, and Kalo continues to do the damage. He wins out his gunfight as well. Z1, what are you doing? You gotta send some backup, baby. Kalo says thank you very much, sir, and he continues to capture this B control point. But the moment he knows that aggression is about to be sprung on him from the side of Z1, he hops on towards the second floor of this bakery. 3 eliminations already. Kalo with a big brain play, waits for that backup. Finally, the players do arrive. PJ in here for the sorting out of this hill. But when they move on players towards that B control point, look where it's getting capped. It's the A control point. West Point Mamba Low Kings once again with a 3000 IQ. Who do you have on your side strategizing for you? Jarvis from Iron Man, West Point Mamba Low Kings, 3 more lives left, and they just need to find a way to get the deed done. They've added on the extra time already for the timer. 1 minute of play to go to circle around, punish the players of Z1, and get these eliminations. Demos and Yopi, they're gonna go back to back. Rachel spots on one. Demos jumps away. Rachel still nails him with a perfect headshot. Gets 12 from the back. Luffy, big fight. Luffy goes down. That's it. Z1 still gets this round. This is no way in hell Yopi gets a 1v7. Or does he? Yopi, maybe we can just see the most beautiful highlight play of the whole of CDSI right here, right now, on the first day of the opener. Yopi finds one, picks one. Player rushing on in. Footsteps heard by Yopi. Quick reload first, and Mane holding the angle already. Lucky gets lucky. 2-1. Z1 gets yet another defensive round for himself. Brah. It looks like it's going to be very difficult to punish Z1. And I think Z1 strategically really surprised West Point Mamba Low Kings. As you guys saw, towards the end, West Point Mamba Low Kings managed to recover some of that momentum because Z1 caught them off guard with a crazy rush for that spawn trap at the start of round number 3. And that was the highlight play for me. And that was the main reason why Z1 managed to get this victory. Once again, the Japanese team proving that they are truly kings of strats. They know exactly what they need to do out there to catch their opponents off guard. But these are all plans, all devised before getting into the competition. These are all plans planned and practiced and executed multiple times to get the perfect timing before you start the competition. The one weak point of Z1 is the fact is that they cannot catch up. They cannot catch up with you on the fly. So when you turn the tempo up just a tad bit, you now start catching them off guard because they don't have a specific counter or a specific play to get out there executed on the battlefield. And this is something that Z1 really needs to focus on. They are keeping up with the number of lives, but look at the timer and look at all of those control points. Neither one teased just yet. That A control point is going to be teased for a tad bit. Player number 5. Kalo can circle around. Will he do so? Second floor from the side of Bakery. First segment taken away already. Timer has been paused. Kalo wins that fight. West Point Mamba Low Kings will continue to rule the day as long as they keep the tempo up. The Japanese players cannot keep up with the fast plays of the Filipinos. They can strategize, they can catch them off guard, they can catch them by surprise, but they just cannot run around these boys who love to play ball. PJ, fantastic double. Has 12 taken out of the equation as well. And the timer runs out. West Point Mamba Low Kings brings one more round back to their side. It is now a Z1 advantage with the defense. And I think so far Z1 has done extremely well on these defensive rounds. So Lucky gets lucky yet again, a double for himself. 25 eliminations in here so far. He is the star player of Z1. Cast 12 gets a double for himself. Nowhere near the Lucky just yet, but West Point Mamba Low Kings slowly trying to recover. They get elimination after elimination as they step on forth towards these control points. And now Kalo is once again going to reach that Bakery backyard to play for this B control point all on his own. But player number 2, Cast 12, taking the backstab. And Kalo still sorts him out. You monster, boy. You monster. Kalo just knows how to dance circles around the players on the side of Z1, doing this B control point all on his own yet again. And in the meantime, he calls Yopi for that backup. And as the player gets distracted by Kalo, Yopi now starts sneaking away this B control point. Should be able to secure this one segment. In the meantime, PJ holding down the Gorilla Avenue with the Annihilator. Backup needs to be called forth now from Demos as well. It's going to be Cast 12 who pulls out the Sparrow, but Yopi responds with the exact same operator. Purifier play from Senmane at the back. He wants to go in here for a quick spawn trap. Will he be able to punish the players though? West Point Mamba Low King scares him away, and the Purifier is pretty much wasted. The lives are all equal, but West Point Mamba Low Kings, they have the advantage because they're sneaking away this B control point already, and there's nothing that Cast 12 can do about it. And now, an extra minute on the clock. West Point Mamba Low Kings to circle around. One life deficit for Z1, the defending team, and you know they are gonna be in trouble. 29 eliminations already in the hands of Don't Lucky. But look at PJ. Look at the guy continuously raging on his opponents. 34 eliminations already, and PJ's just getting started. 2 life deficit now for the defending team. West Point Mamba Low Kings trying to turn this into a team deathmatch. But it is Khan who's doing a little bit better. Yopi keeps the numbers all equal. Dolaki yet again pulls one back for himself. Demos goes in for the investment on the claw. Bounce is not going to find those players for him. Goes in for a quick slide. Does he connect? No, on the kill feed. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Khan goes in for the Annihilator investment instead. And it looks like Dolaki goes in for an investment of his own. He pulls out a opportune moment from his pocket to get that elimination. Annihilator has managed to get 2 so far. Lives all equal. West Point Mamba Low Kings at this point should just double down and play this team deathmatch. Flank around from the backs, and Mane will punish PJ. Nobody's flanking. And Z1's gotten this advantage, but Z-Mars punishes from up top, uses Granny's house as the perfect vantage point, catches the back of yet another player, catches 2 players as a matter of fact, goes in for the wild sprays, does not get it. Rachel turns on D-Mars for punching him in the face earlier on. Sorry, this Rachel's a guy. For punching him in the face earlier on. Dolaki with the claw though. Yopi. Dolaki gets a double. One more life for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, and Z1 secures yet another defensive round. West Point has not found a solution for Z1's perfect defenses so far. But I may say pretty much the same for Z1, who finds The defenses of West Point Mamba Lokings absolutely impregnable. But as I say that, they do sneak a player in. It's gonna be Khan. Khan, one of the best snipers out there. But D-Morse is gonna sort him out instantaneously, clear off those markers as well. And we are back on the reset, both equal on the lives. Where are we gonna see this attack come from now? From the attacking team of Z1. Big Freddy could be dropped, and it just lingers in the air for a little while. Only gets a single elimination. Cannot drop it on the spawn. No boo-boos like that made. But Dolaki still didn't really walk away with a lot from that. 23, Dolaki gets lucky yet again. D-Morse just standing out there, plucking flowers from the ground. Gets sorted out. Luffy does the exact same to Dolaki. 2 life deficit now. And look at this, Z1 making a beautiful push for this B control point. And it looks like West Point Mamba Lokings have already given up on it. They're not going to go in here for the save. They know that it's too big of a risk to try to play for that. But I think that is a great mistake from West Point Mamba Lokings. They should have sent in the reinforcement. They should have at least saved 1 segment off of that B control point. But in their defense, sometimes situations like that can turn against you as well. When your opponents go in for the split and you don't know exactly how many players they've thrown for a specific control point, you get the math wrong, you lose one of those control points either way. You potentially even lose the game. And Z1, having 3 rounds won on their side already, just need this one final attacking round. If they can sort this out smoothly, they will be in front in this best of 5 series. This will technically be the first official win through eliminations as well as objective played for the side of Z1 in this series. Senmane gets a hunter-killer drone slay, and now it's an all-out battle for this A control point. Where is West Point Mamba Lokings? Senmane goes in for the spawn trap, and the Purifier does the deed to protect them for a little bit, buys them more time. Rachel finds Yopi struggling outside. Kalo taken out by a Freddy. And this is it. Z1 gets the victory. The Japanese squad outplay West Point Mamba Lokings. Unbelievable strategy execution towards the very end. And West Point Mamba Lokings, this time, unfortunately for the Filipinos, had no answer for them, right? I tell you, these defensive rounds have just been sublime out of the players of Z1. And my biggest complaint for Z1 was the fact that they could not adjust on the fly. And yes, you can't really adjust on the fly in a game like Hardpoint. You might find it a tad bit difficult for you. But what is a little unique about these control matches is you've got set rounds. It's like an S&D, but it's just a longer version of an S&D where you really need to play those objectives, and it's like domination, right? So you really need to just rearrange your chess pieces on the board. You just really got to redirect exactly where your players are attacking, at which point are they attacking, especially when they were not on the defense, because we saw they were really good on defense. On the attack was where they faltered a tad bit, but the adjustments out of Z1 this time around was just so much more perfect. It wasn't super aggressive, it was very methodical, and they managed to get a catch on West Point Mamba Lokings. That being said, it was pretty decently close in terms of a game between the both. And this just continues on the day. With control now on the side of Z1, we might just have the most unbelievable turn of events at CDSI on day 1 in itself. Are we going to see Z1 rise up to the occasion to pull this match away, out and under from the feet of West Point Mamba Lokings? That might just happen. So West Point Mamba Lokings earlier on 250 at Summit, I think they just steamrolled Z1, and Z1 had a fantastic response to kind of match up to their pacing a tad bit here, which really puts us into a reset. Now, when we head on into S&D, we know for a fact that West Point Mamba Lokings, they already had the initial win earlier on, which was a disqualification, which is why we gave the win over to Z1. But Z1 is very cool, calm, and composed. Z1 is fully warmed up. Z1 can keep up with the pace of gunfights from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. Z1 just needs to perfect their strategy. And I think the biggest of issues here was more of a map issue for the side of Z1. They thought they had full map mastery of Meltdown. Clearly, that was not the case, because West Point Mamba Lokings knew the map a little bit better. They circled around, they danced around that big chimney a little bit better, a little bit more decently than Z1. And I think this is exactly where things are going to change in here for Z1 this time around. I don't know who won the dice roll, but whoever it was that decided the map, we hope and pray that Z1 knows and understands this map in and out and are well prepared for it. May the best one win. And if Z1 wins, then I just get to have my break a little bit longer so I can finally have the drink of water, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Or else, you know, we'll just continue on with the next match and the next and the next. We are still, of course, waiting for the blockbuster series of the day, and there's going to be Q9 versus Almighty. I know that's exactly what you guys are waiting for. I can't wait to see exactly what happens out there. I want to know if or not Almighty is back. I want to know how FDX fits into Almighty, whether he fits in like a glove or it's going to be a very awkward transition period for FDX. I want to see exactly how Q9 has improved their gameplay and whether or not they're going to be thumping out Almighty from the very get-go, or is it going to be the reverse? At Garena Masters Season 4, Almighty did not have the best of runs. We'll have to wait and see if they have recovered from that. Let's take a look at the results for this control match between West Point Mamba Low Kings as well as Z1. 153 eliminations versus 154. And if you're playing and controlling your lives out there, obviously Z1 was winning at that game. But like I said, not a big difference. And the main reason why a lot of those eliminations were on the side of Z1 is because this time it was West Point Mamba Low Kings that was not converting those tags into eliminations, and they had 51 assists as opposed to Z1 with just a 36. And the champion for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, PJ. But you can see D-Morts and Yopi did quite a bit as well, getting 33 and 30 for themselves, whereas PJ picks up 38 eliminations. But though lucky, this guy, lucky with his spots, lucky with every single thing that he does out there on the battlefield. Of course, I'm just using his name as a pun. No luck included in that whatsoever. The guy was just in the right place at the right time because he knows how to play a good round of Call of Duty Mobile. Let's take a look at who the MVP is from the side of Z1, the one and only Do Lucky, with 1.57 KD average, 41 eliminations in this game through 4,605 damage, and the highest streak with the 5 eliminations back to back. It's his first MVP title, and I'm very sure it's not going to be the last. And this is not the last. We are going to see Do Lucky rise up to the occasion. It's been an interesting day, and as a matter of fact, I feel a little tired, but I think I'm tired because of the long waiting times and not really because of the matches. The matches actually wake me up. The long breaks put me to sleep. So I wish and hope, come on guys, manifest this together with me, okay? No more delays, all right? No more delays. We just get back-to-back games, 3-minute breaks, and we're on for an adrenaline-packed rest of the day. Control, raid, standoff, crossroads, strike, as mentioned before. You cannot ban any maps out of control, so it's one of these 3 maps that you'll have to deal with either way. Depending on who wins that dice roll, they will be selecting exactly where we get into for this next matchup. Let me know in the comment section if or not you guys are watching this and things are going the way you thought it would, whether you thought Z1 would be in front, or is it all going south for you? Obviously, if you're a West Point Mamba Low Kings fan, and I think we see quite a number out there in the chat, and surprisingly quite a lot of Japanese fans in the Garena chat as well. Very, very nice to have you guys here as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I think it is going to be an equal split, right? So I don't know. I'm just guessing. Let me know exactly what you think in the comment section. Who do you think, or who did you think would dominate, and whether or not they are currently dominating at the moment? As we patiently await for our next matchup, it is going to be once again SND. Control has just concluded, and we are waiting to see if or not we get dragged into a good spot later on for our SND matchup. And if we do, if the fact of the matter is that West Point Mamba Low Kings gets into a place where they're not so comfortable with, this whole series is going to come to an absolute halt, because Z1 walks away with the victory. And how crazy that would be, right? Because they start off the day with a loss, which turned into a victory through a disqualification. And then in the hard point, they get smashed, and a phenomenal comeback in control. And we've always talked about how the Japanese teams are so much better when it comes to strategizing a good play out there on the battlefield. In control, that strategy has to be tweaked along the way quite a bit as well. But in S&D, it's a very straightforward approach to the whole situation. So I think if they are comfortable on this map, if they get their calls right, I mean, the second one is an obvious statement. If they are comfortable on the map, there's a high probability this series is going to come to an end. But there's also the factor of the fight in the hearts of West Point Mamba Low Kings. These boys have always been fighters. I hope to God you don't take that the wrong way. These boys have always been fighters. The fight in the hearts of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings have brought them this far. They are not ones to give up. And as we head on into Express, I'm just waiting to see if someone gets mowed over by a train out there on the battlefield. It's going to be a quick push for Z1 towards that A bomb side. West Point Mamba Low Kings has a wrong call here to stack that B bomb side, and they're going to have to play retake. And this map is one that you really want to bring in a gun that's great at this mid-range engagements, because it's a big map. But lots of those curves and those buildings and those barricades between forces you to take a lot of these mid to close range engagements. The CBR4 is really going to pop off on a map like this alongside the Fennec. You can see Khan walks in with a sniper alongside Luffy. Just because you're going to be playing a majority of these mid to short range engagements does not mean you don't have the sniper on your side. 4v4 still in here for a 1-to-1 trade. PJ catches Khan with a very questionable position. And this turns into a team deathmatch all out of nowhere. Yopi finds that money. What a movement. And he is on fire, bro. 4 more seconds to go. Rachel saves the game! Saves the round for Z1. Fantastic reposition. And this is what I want to see. Z1 not giving up, but in fact, tuning up the pace to match up with the West Point Mamba Low Kings. Are we gonna see yet another? People are confused as to why they're seeing an S&D now, because at CDSI, we have changed the format a little bit. We start things off with an S&D and then Hardpoint, moving into control for game 3, and then back to S&D and then Hardpoint. We do not finish on S&Ds anymore because Chinese teams love S&D, bro. And, you know, who knows? Maybe the series could end in a 1-3 and you only play 4 maps. And if they're only going to play 4 maps, they're saying, we better play 2 S&Ds. That's exactly why. And I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. I think I love a good game of Hardpoint, but I enjoy watching these S&Ds between these teams as well. Bombs is going to hang around towards that A bomb side. Not really aggressive on 4th until Rachel finds a beautiful elimination, opening up the mid segment of the map as well as that B bomb site. Going to circle around, find that information to detect that there is nobody there to question that dominance. But Yopi circles around. This Fennec, if it can find that backstab, is going to be a game changer. Luffy finds Khan. PJ sorts out Cass, goes in for a quick slide, and Mane sorted out as well. And just like that, West Point Mamba Low Kings have brought the domination of this map right back into their hands. Dolaki finds one from up top. The headshot removes Kato's head clean. 2v2, numbers all back in the balance. Dolaki gets tagged up. He now knows exactly where to anticipate the player from. Niopi quickly repositions. PJ is going to hold on to the bomb. Dolaki gets him, but Rachel! Rachel, where have you been hiding all this time? Rachel for the plant. Yopi too far. Will he get the sticky though? Sticky! Sticky! And the sticky brings West Point Mamba Low Kings an easy defuse. Yopi, the man. You gotta love it, bro. West Point Mamba Low Kings recovers that one round. But Yopi's just gonna... He's not gonna emote. He's not gonna teabag. He's just gonna stare at him and he's gonna ask him, did you really think I was not gonna find you? Love it, man. Absolutely love the action. We start things off once again, round number 3, bomb. Focusing towards this A-bomb side. West Point Mamba Kings invests 3 defensive players. PJ gets the connection with the concuss, has the information already. Hit mark check. PJ just needs to anticipate the appearance of a player and pop him off with the Fennec. Is he gonna be able to get this, or will he get a little complacent? Oh, play is right behind him. It's all about the timing though. Senmane doesn't know PJ's there. Demos! Nasty! A nasty sticky out of Demos. And he technically just saved PJ's life as well. What a play. Yopi finds one alongside Kalo. Yopi yet another. And just like that, the gameplay breaks down for Z1. Unless Dolaki gonna get very, very lucky. Dolaki finds one. Dolaki takes one. Dolaki quickly repositions because here comes West Point. Can he get this crazy clutch? Bomb not in his hands. PJ spots him out. And it's just way too easy for PJ, who is on a roll. Crazy stuff out of West Point Mamba Kings, and PJ with the 5th elimination, only to be outdone by Yopi with a 6 on his side. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm loving this match, bro. And can I say, no matter how much y'all complaining in the chat, this is a damn good broadcast, because it's been a while since I've watched some good Call of Duty mobile action followed up like this. I think whoever who's the observer for CDSI needs to be brought to Call of Duty Mobile World Champs. And this person, or this team, needs to observe from the back. Whoever who's the production manager from the side of China, that person needs to be hired, bro, because this is just top-notch stuff. With a bit of action right in front of us. We get to break it down. We get that suspense. We're watching the same person, but only in good timing. And Cass gets 1K low. And look at that switch, bro. Dolaki gets it as well. What? I was just talking about this. The timing from the observers, bro. That's the MVP in this game. Let's go, baby. It's going to be Z1 yet again. With the attack. A-bomb side. West Point never learns. They hold back for the time being. Lucky with the Fennec. Nobody's going to question them just yet. West Point Mamba Kings playing with a retake on the setup here. Flank around from the left. Very slow approach. Tag them up just a bit. In fact, just skimming past all of the shoulders of these players. And a quick plant and a breakaway from Z1. You want to retake the spot? Be my guest, says Z1. And them moving away doesn't even require them to deal with all of the flurry of grenades that West Point Mamba Kings will definitely send towards them. But Demos finds Rachel. Demos finds Samane as well. But can he get away? Cast 12 trades out Demos, but the damage has been done. PJ from up top. Come on, bro. Playing Subway Surface, and he still manages to get one. PJ still alive. Subway Surfer PJ. 1v2. Still surfing on top of the subway. Manages to get yet another. Can he find the final player? 7 more seconds to go. Cast 12. You gotta act now. Yes, he does, and the timing's perfect. No ninja for you, baby. But of course, if Z1 had allowed that defusal, I would have been a very disappointed boy here. But good on the timing. West Point Mamba Kings. Good decision-making from PJ as well. You gotta love it. Let's see if or not we can circle around. Zenith FPS in the chat has got no idea what he's talking about. He says the observer knows who's going to get the kill. I have not met an observer thus far who's psychic. And if that's possible, I think every single tournament we watch, we should be able to see every single elimination on the battlefield. Get out of here, boy. PJ. Can he find this, though? Very aggressive with the push. Just misses the bomber. Bomb circles around, but Kalo says, hello. What are you doing here? Funny we should meet. takes down both those players with the CBR4. Leaving final player all alone, Demos. No trigger discipline, but Cash 12 slays him out from afar. That CBR4 doesn't need a nerf yet. I love the gun. But 1v4, Cash 12, regardless of how lucky he thinks he's gonna get with the opportunities out there, 1v4 is not gonna cut it. Z1, they can kind of push into B here, but okay, as I said, I thought I was gonna go with the but because I thought they were not gonna do it, because continuously just focusing on A, and I was starting to get a little frustrated. But now they totally fake it towards that A multiple times, forcing West Point Mamba Low Kings to once again play for retakes. So finally, Z1, they make me really proud with a call out that the Japanese players really know how to play the strategy. And they know how to call out the positions of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings as well. Caswell with the God Nade. Rachel finds one. Caswell traded out. Demos, can he find one for himself? Just needs to hop on out, turn the corner, finds one. Luffy says hello and Khan goes down. Sanmani shows up. Sanmani gets a double for himself as Demos puts him out of the equation. Luffy and Demos, it's a 2v2 going up against Dolaki and Rachel. Dolaki avoids the shots, but Demos quickly circles around. Fennec will not connect as Demos circles around. Dolaki gets shut down by Luffy, but Rachel trades him out. Rachel finds the other and positioning supremacy from Z1. The Japanese squad manages to push in front yet again. Too good, baby, too good. This match too good. And you guys are fantastic in the chat, man. Keep it up. Keep the good vibes up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think there are a lot of regions in the chat today. Make a lot of friends, man. I think one of the most beautiful things about playing video games and making this part of your life in terms of a career or just in terms of something that you really love, it's the community that makes the game. And what better opportunity for you to get to know people from around the world who share the same passion as you do. Call of Duty Mobile, baby. So make friends. Make some friends. Don't make no enemies with hate, though. Luffy finds Khan. One would be able to argue that Senmani got a big elimination, but Yopi quickly trades one out to pull the numbers all back to this side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Yopi tags up Cast 12 and continues to rage on to make sure he does not reappear. And Yopi spots out another player. Rachel goes down. PJ finds Cast 12. Easy defusal for West Point Mamba Low Kings to equalize the match yet again. Too easy, baby. This too easy. I'm not talking about the match. I'm talking about casting for this match, because West Point Mamba Low Kings and Z1, they are putting on a great show, and I am absolutely delighted to be a part of this. Yo, P, oi, is that a mistake? Ah, Luffy! Out of nowhere! Gets a beautiful quick scope. Demos traded out though, but PJ gets yet another. PJ traded out, Rachel gets it, and Rachel gets traded out. They're just going back and forth, but Yopi finally makes a difference. No, he doesn't. He gets traded out as well. Every single time you get one, the curse is you get taken down. But now, the numbers on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Dolaki takes one down, and the curse continues as he gets traded out. But West Point Mamba Low Kings ends up with a 1+. This is like a horror movie on replay. If you guys go to Netflix, there's this movie called Virupaksha, right? It's an Indian movie, and it's pretty much what you just saw, because it's a horror movie where there's like a curse in the movie, and I'm not gonna give the movie away, but what you just saw, yeah, that was the horror movie, all right, literally. People have been saying this is scripted now, I believe. This is a movie these boys playing out there. 5-4, 40 seconds to go, and the pressure's on. Attacking side of West Point Mamba Low Kings calls forth to the Z1 players. I've got the bomb, I planted the bomb. What you gonna do about it, baby? Cast 12 circles around CBR4. Finds the Halo boy. Puts him down onto the ground. Yopi. Slowly, Rachel runs on in without looking up. Cast 12 spotted out as well. Demos on fire. Dolaki spots one up from afar. Gets tagged up from the back. PJ comes in for the reach out without recovering. There's no way PJ doesn't punish you for that. And PJ just popping off left, right, center. You guys asking, Mustachio watches Indian movies? Mustachio's Indian, bro. எனக்கு தமிழ் பேச தெரியும் हिंदी से बात करता थोड़ी सी जानता हूँ மலையாளத்துல சம்சாரிக்க குறைச்சி அறியும் I speak 3 different Indian languages bro clearly speaking English as well 我不会讲华语 that is a disappointment because I would love to speak in Mandarin one day bahasa Melayu aku tahu bisa agak bahasa Indonesia how many more languages do I know I think that's about it man I know a secret language that only my sister and I know obviously I'm not going to teach you that secret language but Z1 knows the secret to trade out West Point Mamba Low Kings as well so clearly my Hindi is not as good as my Tamil but wait what ada pavi Tamilana ha making all the Indians proud around the world Mustachio the one and only baby 6-5 they circle around send money once again finds absolutely no luck one but no luck he gets super lucky he gets a double for himself with a Fennec Halo Demos goes down Yopi will go ahead and trade out no lucky because that's how the curse works baby Yopi now backs away send money not gonna allow Luffy to pass 6-5 West Point Mamba Low Kings looking for one more but up against 4 players alive and kicking send money almost took PJ's head off there grenade gonna be sent courtesy of Send Money to look for PJ. PJ, can you slide away? Does tags him up just a tad bit. He gets the hit mark. Send Money knows exactly where to expect the player from. But PJ quickly repositions. And now he has the advantage against Send Money. But I don't think he has got a snipe there to take Send Money out of the equation. Both players playing the Fennec. And it needs to be a very smart play out of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Yopi! Punishes Rachel. Quick reposition after getting those eliminations is going to be crucial for West Point Mamba Low Kings. 47 seconds to go. Bomb on the ground. And look at this. Cast 12 walking straight up to it. Yopi gets a 1v2. Quickly slides away but too low on that HP. But PJ survives this and makes this into a 1v2. Goes in, gets the bomb planted as well. The 2 players from the side of Z1 a little bit too far away. PJ can get the plant. Quick reposition comes on through as well. And now PJ with the advantage. Circles around through, spots the player, gives away his position, no trigger discipline. But the timing is all on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Send Mane spots out PJ. Grenade gonna get tossed out with a well-timed cook. And Cass, you better run, boy! But he didn't run. Send Mane eats it up whole. PJ, grenade in the mouth of Send Mane. Quickly repositions as well. 15 seconds to go. PJ, big plays coming on through. Castrell cannot find the guy. PJ dances circles around him. 8 more seconds. Castrell goes into force. This defusal. He gets the elimination, but time is over. West Point Mamba Low Kings outplays the Japanese players. Bruh. Too good, baby. Oi, 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 oi. What a game, baby. What a game. 14 eliminations from both Yopi and PJ. Not together, yeah. Individually. 28 put together. That's monstrous. Z1 though, not clunking out too early just yet. A good smoke down mid for them to go push on up straight into the compound of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Now Cat 12 holding on to a good position. PJ punished with it. Information gets sent back. Therefore Cat 12 quickly repositions. Catches up with Send Money. Pulls a mustachio by shooting Send Money in the butt. I do that all the time, man. My team members, if there was a team kill function in the game, I swear I would have gotten banned from Call of Duty Mobile 3 years ago. Yeah, because I cannot stop shooting my teammates. Accidentally, of course, but, you know. Reflex, bro, reflex. My reflexes are too quick. My reflexes are faster than my brain, okay? I see someone, I just shoot. It doesn't connect. 4v4. 1 minute to go. Bomb on the ground. Well protected by D-Morse. Z1 made a boo-boo. Nobody can recover from the situation just yet. Z1 allows West Point Mamba Low Kings to step on forth. They've got the advantage now. Taken control of this A-bomb site already. And as you can see, Luffy circling around from the back. Player number 1, Do Lucky, is about to get backstabbed. The timing of this move needs to be executed perfectly. Do Lucky, what a slide by D-Morse. Doesn't use the boxing gloves. But manages to slay out with the SMG. Luffy, quick scope. Bye-bye, Khan. See you the next round. gets another one on send money as well. Luffy on fire. Cast 12 breaks out Demos as the final player. Yopi sorts out Cast 12. 8-5 match point now for the Filipinos. West Point Mamba. Oh, nobody got hit by the train. The train passed on by. Oh man, what? This is unfortunate, man. I was looking forward to this map, so I could see someone get taken down by the train, but the timing of the damn train. Why does my day need to be like this, man? Okay, what I just did there with a monologue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is exactly what a lot of people do out there, right? They take one bad thing that happens in the day and they make that a measure of their whole day. No, it's just one bad thing. You move on with the day, baby. Everything's still beautiful. 8-5, and it's as beautiful as West Point Mamba Low Kings beating down Z1 yet again with a 9-5 scoreline. And this is just way too good in terms of performance coming on through from West Point Mamba Low Kings. They did manage to hop on in there to the SND a little bit later, earlier on, and it was not the best of approaches to that game. In Hardpoint, there was a great opportunity for them to really turn things around, and they did turn things around in that first matchup. They got that victory, but it was given away already towards the players of Z1. So I'm just curious as to how things are going to work out for Z1 as we move on in this group stage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I clearly need a lot of water to drink now because my throat is finally dry after a long time. Arabs ask, where can I get that kind of reflex, AJ? It seems insane. Oh, dude. Which reflex? The reflex of me shooting my teammates or the reflex of these players out there? Me shooting my teammate? You just need to be noob in Call of Duty Mobile. You'll do it all the time. Trust me. But these reflexes that you see out here on the battlefield, courtesy of Z1 as well as West Point Mamba Low Kings, it comes with a lot of hard work, determination, and grit, baby. You really got to invest your time into Call of Duty Mobile full time if you want to be anywhere as good as these players. And if you're not in full time, you're not going to be the world champs. I mean, look at how the East plays it. Look at how the West plays it. And you know exactly what happened the last time they kind of met, right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It was unfortunate at the World Championships because it was a great opportunity for the Asians to showcase what they can bring to the table. But they pretty much got obliterated by Tribe. I thought in many of those situations that it would be a case where you see some equal fights, but it wasn't the case at all. I think the only game changer from any one of the Asian teams up there on the world stage was with Wolves shutting down Tribe once, kicking them into the lower bracket, and Tribe did not lose a single match after that. In fact, that was the only match that they actually lost. And even that was kind of like overlooked because they kind of shut down Wolves later on down the playoffs, and then they kicked them out of the competition, went back into the grand finals. Crazy stuff, right? So, yeah. West Point Mamba Low Kings, 62 eliminations versus Z1, 48. This time the shots were on point, and you can see, man, the KD average difference here, 0.77 versus a 1.29. West Point Mamba Low Kings were outslaying their opponents without an issue at all whatsoever. And as we can see, the champions on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, 2 players getting a total of 15 eliminations, but of course Yopi with a better KD average as he only falters 7 times overall. And on the side of Z1 with a total of 14 eliminations, Cass did step on up to the plate, but he just could not get the job done. He needed a little bit of heavier backup from Khan, and Khan was not sniping well this time around, right? I think this was the biggest of difference earlier on, where we saw the S&D matchup between the two, and Luffy was just a little bit too slow to catch up, and Khan took that advantage. But looking at the MVP, the first MVP count for the day for Yopi, a 1.53 KD average, getting the 15 eliminations to 1,690 damage. Streaked up 3 kills in a round of S&D, and I think that's a huge streak if you're playing a game of MVP. Unless, of course, if you hit the ace, but that's the obvious, right? You guys enjoy the highlights whilst I take a sip of water. Those were the highlights for the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, as we patiently await this next game here, I don't know exactly who we are going to look forward to in terms of performance, because the last time where we did see SND in Meltdown, Z1 manages to take that match away from the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Control, they managed to shut them down as well. They got that 4-2, but this SND matchup taken by the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings, which pushes us into game number 5. We have to bring this into Hardpoint. May the better team win as we head back into a fast-paced matchup where the probability of victory shines bright for the West Point Mamba Low Kings. If it was not for the earlier matchup at Control, I think, of course, this would have been all over already, but it wasn't the case. And in Summit, remember, West Point Mamba Low Kings were too dominant. I think they exposed every single bit of defensive lack from the side of Z1, and there is a potential where they might do that once again here. Apocalypse as well as Takeoff is off the list. Summit has been used up as well, which only leaves us with Arsenal as well as Hacienda and Takeoff. Arsenal, Hacienda, and Takeoff. That's not the hard. Oh, that is the Hardpoint maps. So it leaves us with those 3 choices where we could go in, we could dance around. Let's see exactly what happens. I don't know where they're going to bring us. I only find out at the exact same time you guys find out. So bear with me if I'm not breaking down some of the map strats that they might be able to use out there on the battlefield a little bit later on. But West Point Mamba Low Kings has been doing decently well so far. And the fact of the matter is Z1 has been able to outplay them in Control, showing that the strategic awareness of the Japanese team still stands to be one that is very powerful, one that is very troublesome to deal with, but also with their capability to slowly catch up with their opponent's game style. The only thing that we have not seen Z1 do so far is catch up on the fly in a fast-paced game like Hardpoint. Once again, in Summit, they got throttled. They got absolutely bullied to a corner, and West Point Mamba Low Kings walked away with a very solid victory there. And I think the rotations were all just too perfect, too good to witness on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. But as we go into this next Hardpoint matchup here, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a balanced gameplay, maybe more aggression from the side of Z1, and perhaps a little bit of the flair of the unthinkable, right? And the unthinkable in the Control match was when we saw one of the attacking rounds out of Z1, where they went in straight up for that rush towards the base of West Point Mamba Low Kings, 100% catching them off guard. And it was that initial pressure that took away so many lives from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. And towards the end, you saw West Point catch up, but they still lost that round. And you need kind of, I wouldn't call it a cheap trick, but I would call it the element of surprise. You know, you got to execute these elements of surprise over a team that's supremely confident, over a team that's very capable out there on the battlefield, very sound when it comes to their communication, their teamwork out there, as well as their map awareness. Unless you know for a fact that the map that you're getting into, you know it well, and your opponent just absolutely bombs out of the map, that's going to be a totally different story. So it's going to be a uphill task for the Japanese squad of Z1, no doubt whatsoever. Good luck to them, because I think West Point Mamba Low Kings is gunning for a victory in the first series of the competition that they are playing. And mainly because of that initial disqualification in that first game of S&D at Meltdown. Technically, they already have the series won out, but because they got themselves DQ'd by using a banned item, this unfortunately has ended up in a situation where we have to move on into game number 5. But either way, I think the match is taking a little long to set up. But, you know, it's just got to be something that we kind of deal with along the way. Now, as we head on into the next map, Express was quite the surprise, as I anticipated Cass to be able to recover for his team and pull away a couple of rounds in that S&D matchup alongside Khan as well. But Khan just did not find a way to activate all throughout the map. In fact, Khan's performance was even worse than Luffy's, because Luffy kind of activated once they got into the attacking position, right? Once they took the bomb, you really saw the confidence out of Luffy, the positions that he was holding on to, the way he was backing up his team members was very, very different. And Khan, on the other hand, just did not have that sort of a solid work around that map, which is a little bit of a surprise. And I am pretty sure it was... I see what was the difference. So Z1 clearly won the capability to choose the maps that we played. And Meltdown was chosen by Z1 a little bit earlier on. And they did hit back at Summit, but the second SND was a map pick coming through from West Point Mamba Loking. So clearly these boys kind of knew the map a little bit better. And this has exposed, in a way or other, a little bit of weakness from the side of Z1. So it looks like they just have not mastered the map of Express as well as West Point Mamba Lokings, because clearly there was a little bit more dominance coming through from the Mambas in comparison to Z1. But at the end of the day, it's all going to be whether or not we see a great play from West Point Mamba Lokings or Z1. Operator skills on activation as we head on into Hacienda, baby. It will not be an easy one, but what I do know is it's gonna be a pretty quick one. A lot of people talking about FDX in the chat as well. FDX will be in performance later on, I believe, alongside Almighty. He's the newest addition on the Almighty roster. Almighty takes on Q9 Club, one of the OGs of the Chinese. And Q9 Club's not one to be trifled with, baby. It's gonna be Hacienda on Hardpoint this time round. Hardpoint number 1 at Manor. You know the drill. Clear off that second floor first. Gain control and then go in for the slay. West Point Mamba Lokings opening up this Hardpoint as the champions. But are they going to stay the champions of this matchup? We will have to wait and see. Nate just bounces right back through, and that was not expected from PJ. He gets caught off guard there with that missed toss, and Khan takes advantage. D-Boss trades out Rachel. Back and forth we go. But West Point Mamba Lokings, they are not winning out a lot of the gunfights. They are on the hill, sneaking away these points. This is a big play coming on through from D-Moss. He hides himself away. And the players on the side of Z1 have not been able to take the hill away from West Point Mamba Lokings. They are prioritizing clearing up the second floor, but there are no objective players. This is a big boo-boo coming through from the Japanese squad. Yes, you need to clear the second floor, but you also need some contention off the hill down at the bottom so you can stop the bleeding, so you can pick up the points after your second floor players have finished slaying out your opponents down at the hill. A badly played hill number 1 for the Japanese squad of Z1, and West Point Mamba Lokings walks away with a massive 50. This is a little crazy. I did not expect this one. I thought the Japanese team would be a little bit better than that when it comes to strategizing for that first hill, but this is where they can recover. Spawn out of observation as West Point Mamba Lokings takes the statue spawn. Heading on into the site is going to be equally difficult for both the teams, or equally easy for both the teams. The difference being here is the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings have got 2 points of ingress into garage, but Z1 only has 1. West Point Mamba Lokings, big plays coming on through, and Z1, they play this down to the T. They block off the access from the lobby. They block off those garage doors as well. And Z1, just with P2 alone, they are making their way back into the matchup. Dolaki turns around, uses the sports car for the backup. What is that, a McLaren? Senmane, he continues to slay out everybody else. 48-52, West Point Mamba Lokings finally picks up some scraps. And an early rotation at the very same time towards the warehouse as well. P3 on for the play. PJ shuts down Khan. It's a big elimination coming on through. Rachel finds the trade onto PJ. Quick tactical toss and stings herself in the eye. Himself in the eye. I swear to God, if I call Rachel a girl one more time. Khan manages to find one Kalo. Still trying to find a point of ingress here. Kalo makes a big play though. From the back, is he going to be able to get it? Yes. Does play out Senmane. Big plays from the gravity vortex, and now PJ walks on in with a Sparrow as well. Shot after shot after shot. Can he connect? Answers no. In the meantime, Luffy slays out Rachel, but the contention for the kill finally by Z1. They stop the bleeding and they recover from the blunder from that P1 for a tad bit before West Point Mamba Lokings once again slays them out to pull back P3 to their side. Warehouse now. West Point Mamba Lokings on the play. 12 more seconds to go. You won at this point of time if you are Z1 to have that early rotation for the next kill. Observation deck is going to be the place where we play this out. West Point Mamba Lokings secures the final few points of Warehouse. Killer Drone finds absolutely no one, but D-More straight it out after he finds Cass. Luffy finds Senmane back and forth. Z1 not winning out the game of trades. They shouldn't start gambling, because if you're not going to be able to play trades like this, you're going to have a pretty bad way of determining or anticipating what's going to happen next. Dolaki, jokes aside, manages to find 2 for himself. Big plays coming through from Z1 this time round. West Point Mamba Lokings flooding the hill all together at the same time from the side of Garden. But look at this big play and the backstab from Rachel. Gets the triple for the side of Z1. Huge play for Z1. Rick, and then gives the opener for the rest of the team members, especially Khan, to hold on to the points. He's playing objective. Khan's telling everybody, dudes, I don't know what's up with my slaying capability, so let me just pick up the points on the hill. You protect me. Everybody says, no problem, Khan. We stepping up to the plate. Yopi goes in, but Yopi gets slayed. Senmane, out of nowhere, continues to deliver for the side of Z1, and this is the Japanese squad finally catching up with the West Point Mamba Lokings. West Point now, once again, with the double challenge, but Dolaki and Senmane both recover for the squad, slaying out the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. Hunter Killer Drone will not be sent out. PJ will get the 2 eliminations back and forth, and Khan manages to trade him out, but West Point Mamba Lokings already at mana once again. Let's see if or not Z1 makes that mistake of not sending in objective players yet again. This time round, it is not the case. 2 more players hop on in for the side of Z1 to play that objective, and 3 players up on top on the mana, and West Point Mamba Lokings just cannot find any bit of recovery here. Unfortunately for them, they are starting off the back foot for this first hill. They get played out, spawning away a little bit too far away from each other. This is where we start to see some cracks in the lineup of West Point Mamba Lokings. They just need to gather their thoughts and to find some good frags before they hop on back in, and they do exactly that. And the play is here made by Cass once again from up top alongside Dolaki and Khan. They get the slays, but West Point Mamba Lokings just a tad bit smarter. 1 foot forward. They are always playing that hill, unlike Z1, who just sends in 1 objective player. You cannot walk away with a Hardpoint victory by just getting those slays. And Z1 has not realized that just yet. Look, they're outslaying West Point Mamba Lokings at this point, but look at who has the more points. Z1, they're starting to disappoint the Mustachio a tad bit here with the approach towards Hardpoint. But there is still time for recovery. This is just panic moment. I'm telling you, first stage jitters, baby, for Z1. And I hope to see them with that great recovery, not on another day, but right here, right now. Yopi and Kalo wants to make sure that that does not happen. West Point Mamba Lokings once again takes back that hard point for themselves. Luffy flicks to the left, flicks to the right. Gets 1 on both sides. Caswell hops back on in for the challenge, finds nobody, and Luffy on the other side finally gets slain out. And Z1 have got a tad bit more control, and Z1 needs all 24 points out of this hill. Remember, they dominated this a little bit earlier on, but that was by putting 2 players, 1 at the garage door, 1 at lobby, but this time they are a little slow to the capture of this hill, and they do not get to protect both the sides. West Point Mamba Lokings using the buff out of the statue spawn, heading in from lobby as well as garage to absolutely annihilate the chances of Z1. But an early rotation from the Japanese squad will prove to be very essential in a comeback gameplay for the Japanese team. Z1, 1 player at Warehouse already. The moment this unlocks, they're going to start picking up points. And look at Senmane holding on to the 2nd floor of mana as well. But a straightforward approach by West Point Mamba Lokings. Give me a break, boys. They just walk right in and they take the Warehouse away. Rachel trying to recover from the back. Hunter Killer Drone will be sent out and finds an elimination as well. And this is just a little unfortunate for the players on the side of Z1. Early rotations in there to get the points away from West Point Mamba Lokings, but the defense just came crumbling down. And there's just no way West Point Mamba Lokings loses this from this point on. 30 more seconds to go, and you can see 2 operators on standby as I say that Luffy whoops out the Annihilator and the claw investment by Demos as well. But Senmane and Rachel both win out those fights. And a big Freddy comes on through, but gets a single elimination. A little bit of a waste. Could have been waited, maybe hung the top a little bit longer to get the double. It doesn't happen, but it's just a scrappy play by both sides. Back and forth, they hop on in here. West Point Mamba Low Kings wants to finish it. Z1 wants to save it. And I guess the people who want to finish it get the ingress because the early rotation from Z1 is executed. Observation deck for the play. Japanese players want to save this, and they did manage to pretty much extend the game with the observation deck earlier on. Remember that flank around from Rachel. I don't know if that's going to happen yet again this time round. They rush on out from garage. Nobody's flanking just yet. Cast 12 inside of Mana. CBR4 on for the attack outside, but he gets slain out. Yopi. Purifier gameplay. Investment comes on through. Can't be the Annihilator. Gets one. Does he get two? No! Khan only gets one with the Annihilator. And that's it for the chances of Z1 making their way back into this matchup unless they win out every single gunfight moving forward. Castrell brings out the Sparrow. Goes in for the pop. Finds Kalo. Nobody taking the back step just yet. It's a straightforward attack from West Point Mamba Low Kings. 20 more seconds to go and the bleeding has stopped. West Point don't want no points, but they don't want to allow Z1 to pick those up as well. Though lucky with the shots from afar. But D-Boss and Luffy save the day. 244. Z1 still hanging on. And for the final push to save the final game, Z1 succeeds, but only for a couple of seconds. They stop the bleeding though. One more second. We gotta travel. West Point Mamba Low Kings early rotation already. And it's gonna be PJ holding everybody back. 2 more seconds for the unlock. And look at the brave play by Senmane, putting himself in the line of fire, holding them back. But West Point Mamba Low Kings finishes it off finally. And West Point walks away with the victory. Slow rotations, a little bit of a misjudgment coming through from the players of Z1. Surprising, but I think you can expect slightly better plays from Walt later on as well. Once again, you are comparing the second-seeded team of MSP versus the third-seeded team from Japan. And their gameplay, their game style, their strategies are not equal out there on the battlefield. And we did see in SND, it wasn't just a one-sided show, right? First, of course, we did see the emergence of the players from the side of Z1. And later on, the beautiful setback that they did manage to encounter because West Point Mamba Low Kings woke up in that second SND matchup. But Hardpoint has only been a one-sided show, a one-sided story for the time being. Both the Hardpoint matches clutched out by West Point Mamba Low Kings in fantastic fashion. I think they were very confident, very capable in terms of executing those rotations, and they managed to get those plays done without a problem whatsoever. Z1, as anticipated as well, had a little bit of an issue going up against the pace of the Filipinos. This is going to be the greatest downfall of the Japanese scene if they cannot step that pace up. But at the same time, this is also a moment where West Point Mamba Low Kings can start to slow things down as well and see the benefit of playing things slow, just like how Z1 does sometimes, because it does manage to get the catch on them. Playing that game of strategy, playing, you know, the A-B fake on that SND kind of caught West Point Mamba Low Kings off guard a couple of times as well. Both these teams have a lot to learn from each other, but of course, with Z1 being the ones who learn the most from this matchup as they take the L. Whenever you lose, it doesn't mean you get defeated, right? It just is another lesson for you to learn, and you move on your journey. You only truly fail when you give up. That's something that I really believe in, and I haven't given up on casting just yet. I haven't had a drink of water throughout that whole game, and my throat is pretty much calling out to me. In any case, my throat is not calling, but it's screaming out to me like, Stasio, drink that water now. But no, we're going to patiently wait for the break time so that I can actually go get myself some water, man. I think I'm all out of water, yeah. My bottle is empty. So hopefully I can get my fiance to fill up my bottle for me in a little bit. But both of these teams obviously deserved every single bit of saliva used up for that matchup, right? I think it was a hot game. I think it was just adrenaline pumped from the start all the way up to the end. Let's take a little bit look at the results here. West Point Mamba Low Kings outslaying Z1 towards the end. Remember, at the start, it was Z1 leading with so many eliminations, and West Point Mamba Low Kings was not keeping up with Z1. But towards the end of the match, when they started winning all of those gunfights, when they started winning all of those early rotations, locking down all of these engagements as well as compounds, especially every single time that Hill rotated around. Z1 just could not keep up with them. And when you are late to the party, these players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings have the advantage because they're going to spot you from afar and they're going to nail you where you stand. It was way too easy of an approach for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. And the biggest of difference, you guys saw there wasn't many in terms of numbers, in terms of difference of elimination. But look at the points, 114 versus 250. Z1 was playing for trades, Z1 was playing for eliminations, and West Point Mamba Low Kings was purely playing the objectives out there. And dude, this is like that ranked match where you go out with someone and he's treating it like an S&D. And you're like, dude, play the hill, play the objective. PJ did not forget to play the objective. 1.22 KD average, 34 eliminations with 33,322 damage. Once again, the highest streak, 3. And I believe at this point, 4 out of 5 players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, 3 out of 5 players from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings have picked up a MVP for themselves. Quick sip of water. I was thinking that I was going to drink during the break, but then I remembered that I don't have water in my bottle, so I'll have to wait for the break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to be able to replenish a little bit of the liquid within my throat as well as my body so that I can continue on with the day, because by this time, all 3 series should have ended. But due to some unforeseen circumstances, due to some unforeseen delays on broadcast, we are now only at the end of series number 2. But you guys are all waiting for that one match that I know I'm waiting for and I'm looking forward to as well. So do me a favor, hit that like if you haven't just yet, and share this broadcast out so that we can get more of your friends, more of the community in Call of Duty Mobile to join us, regardless of where you're from. Share this stream out. I mean, give us some love, baby. Give us some love, right? Share the stream out. Bring everybody else in here. Let them tune into the exact same broadcast that you are tuning into so we can finally see if we're not almighty can match up to Q9 after a little bit of a miserable run for themselves, and whether or not Q9 is going to take out all that anger against Wolves, against Almighty, and use them as the scapegoats so that they can get rid of some of that hatred of not being number 1 anymore. And that's something that is very difficult for a lot of teams to handle out there, where you've maintained your top par performance all the way through, and then a new team comes in and they absolutely annihilate you, obliterate you. I am not saying that's how Smart Mega feels towards West Point Mamba Low Kings, but the fact that West Point Mamba Low Kings is here and Smart Mega is not here, you can't help but feel that maybe we should have done a little bit better out there, which is why decision making out there on the battlefield extremely important. You cannot take any one of these moments lightly, especially in a game like Call of Duty Mobile, which is so fast paced. But of course, we are waiting to see exactly what is... I'm not sure why we haven't gone on a break just yet, though, by the way, because, we already finished the match and I've shown you the scores already. But we're going to take a little bit more time here so that you can see my face. I was about to say my good-looking face, but, it's not good to say you are good-looking. Other people need to say you are good-looking. So please, if you would... No, I'm just kidding, right? It has been an interesting day so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think it is going to be a great group stage for both Group A as well as Group B. We've seen a lot of promise from both of the series so far. Of course, Standpoint Gaming from the get-go, you look at them, you look at their team's name, you look at some of the players, and you're like, who are these guys? It's one of their first few opportunities out on a stage as big as this, and they're trying to make a name for themselves against your Eastern champs, against the number 1 seeded team out of MSP. It is, of course, going to be a little difficult. Blacklist International ultimate steamroll them, taking the 3-0 on them. But Standpoint still has got a great opportunity. I mean, I would love to see Standpoint go up against Z1 a little bit later. I would love to see exactly what they have got against a team like West Point Mamba Low Kings. But as far as Almighty and Q9 is concerned, these are 2 teams that are pretty much top flight teams who might have some detractors there because they don't believe in exactly what they can do. I mean, Almighty has believers, but Almighty also has some haters out there. And the exact same for Q9. And a majority of the reason for this is because a lot of the players from the server supports the team that represents their server, right? So that seems to be the case. there are some very few true Call of Duty Mobile fans that go beyond servers and support other teams, but they are usually not very vocal about it because their own local guys would be like, "You traitor!" So I truly understand, right? But give a lot of love. Give a lot of love to all of the teams out there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because it is not easy to play Call of Duty Mobile on this level. It is not easy to play Call of Duty Mobile through, each and every single one of those challenges out there. And it is a very high level competition for you to go out there and perform. You also got to keep a good hold of your nerves. But of course, speaking of nerves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I gotta get myself in check before series number 3. So I'm gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, we see Almighty take on Q9.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了，小奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
八卦绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回下白房也是 no。实战这个点埋的太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมาการโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้การโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade of BLCK once more here towards the bomb side. Hey, bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了，小奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
八卦绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！ 白方也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The Peter Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
The Morse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把局怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！看白方也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The Peter Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill. Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
The Morse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把局怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回下白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb said you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回下白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb said you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
Denmark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大 ，4 年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill. Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mempoinkan.
The Immortals will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心啊！
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, an event where we crown the Master of Masters by the end of the whole thing. I am the Mustachio AJ, your solo caster for the day, and so far the day has been pretty eventful with Blacklist showing up, getting the 3-0 and SPG, and we just saw a best of 5 being played all the way down to the final match, and that was between the West Point Mamba Low Kings as well as their opponent from Japan, Z1. Now, we have yet another team, and this team is out of the SMP. Almighty. It's a team that a lot of people have been waiting to see, mainly because they've got a good fan base, and they take on Q9. Q9, obviously, their own accord, they've got a huge fan base behind them. But the biggest reason why a lot of people want to watch this match is because this is literally the grand finals showdown for the previous invitational that we had in China. So you guys remember the fall invitational? This was that match. This was that match that crowned Almighty the champions. So it's not just a group stage match to pick up points. No. This is a grudge match. This is a grudge match for Q9 to see exactly how far they have come from the past fall invitational. Obviously, this event as a whole is being organized by Call of Duty Mobile China. And if you're a player playing from the region in itself, you want to keep the trophy at home. You want to make sure you shine all the way up to the top, and you are the name everybody remembers. So Q9 will have a lot of asking out there. Let's see if or not the team of Almighty has got the answers for them. Heaven, FBX, Incendio, Shut Up, as well as Irfan J. The frontman lineup for the one and only Almighty, representing Garena SMP. And every single time y'all see Clutch King Irfan J out there on the battlefield, you know he's doing something either to entertain you guys through some funny acts or absolute lovely plays. But the one player I'm most interested to watch today is FDX, the newest addition to the Almighty roster. And they take on Sun, Inan, Oling, HS Lin, as well as B. And we all know the man Oling, the guy who went all the way in towards that 1v1 King of Sniper battle versus Zai. He faltered just a tad bit, but he was the second best sniper in the King of Snipers battle, and that of course at the Fall Invitational. At the Summer Invitational, Zai did manage to go once again to the Grand Finals, but it was Nian, his team member from Wolves, that managed to get the victory at the end of the day, which makes Wolves one of the most feared team out there because of their sniping capabilities. But will we be able to see Oling once again pop off against the one and only Almighty? Almighty, the exact same team who used to be the pride of Garena SMP. Almighty, the exact same one that is the reigning, defending champions of this invitational. In the 2v2, to know exactly who gets the opportunity to pick the first match and the first map, it'll be Incendio, Irfan J going up against Oling, as well as Zinan. Slow approach. AGR 556 Durandal in the hands of all 4 players, I believe. Irfan J on the flank from the right-hand side. Just behind the containers, Oling. Waiting patiently for the appearance of Incendio and Irfan J. Incendio gets tagged up just a tad bit. Recovery is not there, so I'm thinking that this is a bug that we are seeing on our screen. So please do ignore the fact that he does not have some opportunity to push on forth. It's going to be in the hands of Irfan J. It's a good push. Holding from the right, Sinan catches Irfan J, punishes instantly. And Incendio gets tagged up, very little on him, and Sinan finishes off Incendio as well. So no recovery in this gunfight. You get tagged up, it's all about it. And that's the main reason why the players are not pushing in very callously at all. President Jeff Pro, unfortunately guys, President Jeff Pro is no longer with Almighty. He's not in the lineup for Almighty in this competition. He has been replaced by the one and only FDX from Blacklist Ultimate. Zinan says hello to Incendio. Is gonna get them check mark. No, he does not. Incendio backs away. Zinan has no information to work with, and you can see the cross of the grenade response coming on through as well. Nade's gonna be sent towards Incendio. Does not connect. Irfan J now aggressing on up. Incendio jump shots. Will not connect. Spots out Oling once again. But now a little overexposed. Oling shows his head just a tad bit. Incendio. No idea how their eyes can pick up all of these tiny movements across the map. This is how I always go down. My old eyes. Nah, I can't say that. I gotta make sure I give my eyes a little bit confidence, you know? My eyes can do it. Irfan J picks around. Zinan taken down. At the same time, Oling from afar. But it's not gonna work out in his favor as Almighty runs the clock down. With Zinan down and out for the count. So that's one of the reasons why you might not want to rush out in a 2v2 gunfight like this. After buying a lot of time, of course. That puts the players on the side of Q9. Okay, here comes the nades. First one does not connect. Second one will not connect as well. Incendio just goes in for the wild spray. And you know those barracks, they are not going to be able to hold back these bullets. You are going to get tagged up. But Oling just not behind. Ever so slowly, the guy sneaks on up, spots Irfan J, and beautiful shot by Oling. Gets the information on Incendio as well, but he knows how to play his advantage. He backs away. Now it's a 1v2. Oling cheekily tries to attempt the elimination onto Incendio as well, but Incendio one step ahead. And now Incendio needs to trade one back, or else he will be on the back foot. About to lose this round already. And Oling single-handedly pulls that round and the advantage to Q9 to their side. This is quite the shocker. Because it's just a 2v2, man. One would expect them to be a little cheeky about it, but no. Both teams very serious about this. Like I said, it's a grudge match. No surprises there. Q9 wants it so they can prove that they have done the adjustments enough to take that revenge. Shove it in the faces of Almighty, the representatives of SMP. But Almighty want to show that it is not just a one-time thing, baby. They can do it not once, but twice, back to back. The last time these two teams met in the grand finals, Almighty won that series in a best of 7, 4-3. Yes, it went all the way down to that 7th match. With the first 2 games being won by Q9. Firing range, I remember. Hardpoint. That was an annihilation. Almighty barely did anything on that match. But Irfan J now takes the slay onto Zinan. Spots out Oling as well. And if Oling had a sniper on him, you know Irfan J would have been done for at that point. Easy round for Almighty to pull one back. And they punish just like what Uling did earlier on. Just one elimination and then quickly backing away to play the game of defense. This is just such a tense game, 2v2, to decide who gets to determine match number 1, map number 1. Both sides refusing to give in. Irfan J holding the back lines as Incendio just goes up for a quick peek. Holding already on the ADS. Waiting for the opportunity to pop off. Irfan J expecting a push, but finds nobody. Both teams playing this down to the very final second. They just like that extra layer of pressure. So far, Irfan J has clutched out 2 rounds for the side of Almighty. Incendio has got 0 eliminations. Bowling in Zenan, on the other hand, 2 eliminations each to their name. Doc's gonna run down. Irfan J, a couple of shots, does not connect. And now they gotta go in for the objective. Bowling, he sneaks up ahead. Push comes to shove. Incendio flies up in the air, gets laid out, and Q9 wins the gunfight. And that also goes ahead to mean that they get to determine exactly where we play these maps, and they get the advantage on it as well. So the first hardpoint matchup, high probability we are going to see Almighty struggle a tad bit, or will we not at all? It all depends as to where we go. It all depends on whether or not Q9 has got enough information on Almighty. And because in CDSI, we have some of these new maps being introduced or reintroduced back into the mix of competitive play, there is a probability for Almighty to get caught off guard. But what are the map bans though? Let's take a look at the map bans to see if or not we have a good lineup of potential maps. Okay, we don't see the map bans, but these are the total maps available. S&D, Slums, Firing Range, Express, Meltdown, Tunisia. Hardpoint has got Summit, Takeoff, Hacienda, Arsenal, as well as Apocalypse. With Control only having Raid, Standoff, as well as Crossroads Strike. During the ban phase, 2 maps will be banned by each team, and that is for S&D as well as Hardpoint. But that still leaves 3 other maps in each of the game modes to pick from. So it is a very, very different setup from the usual tournaments that we are used to, and there's no other way I'll take this, man. Almighty takes out Slums and Summit. What? And Q9 removes Hacienda as well as Firing Range from the equation here. Now, this is quite the interesting setup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, Slums and Summit, I'm just trying to make some sense out of what's going on here, because Slums is the place where we did see Almighty beat down Q9 7-5 to take the victory on an S&D, but they ban it out this time around. Now, Summit, I understand why they would ban out Summit, because Q9 took them out. And took them out is an understatement to say this. Q9 annihilated, because Almighty is a very good S&D team. They annihilated Almighty 7-2. And that was, I believe, in game number 5 or so. So it's a very interesting ban coming through from the players of Almighty. But it just seems like some of these standard maps will be taken out of the equation. Now, I don't know if that was a graphical error or it was the actual ban. I'm not being a hopeful guy, but I'm just a little confused as to why Slums would be removed by a team like Almighty, who usually is very happy to play on that map. But then, that being said, they love playing they love playing Control on Slums. Whether or not they really love playing Hardpoint on Slums, whether or not they love S&D on Slums, that's a totally different question altogether, right? Now, from the perspective of these 2 maps being in the equation of their previous engagement in the grand finals of CDFI, both of these maps, surprisingly, were played on S&Ds, with Summit being taken by Summit being taken by Q9 and Slums being taken by Almighty. So it is quite the curveball from the side of Almighty. I don't know why, but I guess we will find out. There is a huge potential for another series in the day to get all the way down and dirty with match number 5. I don't know if I would take anything lesser than that. I am ready. Yes, we have casted 2 matches already. Yes, we have been live for the past, what is this? We started off at 5 p.m. And now it's 11:18. We've been live for the past 6 hours and 18 minutes with the possibility of 2 more hours on broadcast because we've got 2 monsters on our hands right now. I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see exactly what these 2 teams can do. Let's take a look at some of the almighty highlights. First of all, they placed 4th in Garena Masters Season 4, which is the main reason why there's a lot of question as to what's happening with Almighty. What's causing this downfall of the team? Why did they not perform as well as they usually do on a stage like Garena Masters? I have no answers for them. And, the only answer I have is they were outplayed, right? Some of the other, it's very difficult to have a really good team there and expect them to perform the exact same way all the time, because then it's an insult to all of their opponents, as if their opponents are not growing at the very same time. I think Almighty is a great team. Almighty puts in a lot of hard work into every single game that they play. They put a lot of hard work into preparing for these tournaments as well as games, but the equal same is done by all of their other opponents out there. Teams like Blacklist, teams like West Point Mamba Low Kings, teams like Smarter Mega. So there's no surprise that they were overtaken, but 4th place is a little bit of, I guess, a shocker. And they did release Jeff Pro, and they brought in FDX from Blacklist, as well as Bingo from Sem9. Now, Bingo, I believe, is going to be their substitute player, with FDX being the main roster player. I think this is a fantastic decision made by Team Almighty to bring in these 2 players. But the decision to let go of one of my favorite players in the world of Call of Duty Mobile, President Jeff Pro, the guy is a delight to spend some time talking to. He's a very sweet guy, and he's very capable out there on the battlefield as well, because you've got the Clutch King in the name of Irfan J, but you've also got Jeff Pro, if put in these very sticky situations, can always, help the team out in a pinch. And we've seen him clutch out those type of moments so many times in the past as well. But I don't know what was the cause of his departure, but with the replacement of his departure with FDX, an extremely capable player from the Eastern Champ side, FDX, I think, has more than proven what he is capable of out there in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. And it was a very good pickup. And even Bingo as the 6th player, right? Even Bingo as the backup player for the roster of Almighty. I think it's high time that they had a backup like that, because when push comes to shove, when one of the players are having a tough time, especially if you're going for a LAN event and someone falls sick, you don't have any backup available to you. So good on Almighty for being able to bring that together. And by the way, fun fact, they're the only roster within CDSI that has got a mixed nationalities lineup, right? Because they've got a Malaysian there with Bingo, who was from Sem9, FDX from the Philippines, and I believe Shut Up is Indonesian, and they have got, of course, Singaporeans on their team. So one of the only teams with mixed nationalities. Every other team, if they're from Japan, you've got a full roster of Japanese players. If they are from Indonesia, you're going to probably have the exact same thing there. So that's just a quick fun fact. They lost twice to Skade, and they did not qualify for the World Champs playoffs. This is one more unfortunate negative mark down the history books of Almighty, which has made some people, some of the fan base, question what is going on with this team, right? So this is really a good platform for Almighty to build up the confidence for themselves. Yet again, to move on forth, we've got yet another Garena Masters coming up very soon. We've got the Garena qualifiers as well as the World Championships. And if Almighty wants to be a part of that journey, obviously they need to start proving their worth right here, right now, using this opportunity to practice against the other teams. But Q9, they are not short on stories, man. The top dogs before Wolves became a thing in China. The most decorated team with more than 10 championship titles to their names and countless podium finishes. Q9 is no small team. And they placed second, of course, in the COD Fall Invitationals, where they lost to Almighty once again, 3-4. Let's see if or not the tables are turned. And anyway, for you guys who are upset that I didn't start the match, you think I want to talk to you for that long? Pusanggala, I want to save my own throat, man. I was waiting for the match just like you. Irfan J. Sendio. Quick finisher, Q9. They turn things around as quickly as they lose it. So Q9 still has a great big opportunity here. Oling picking up the Locust will be able to hopefully do something different for Q9. It's a split push coming on through this time round. They want that B bomb site, but unfortunately for them, Almighty meets them halfway. Shut up. Locust spots one. Beautiful shot. B taken down. Irfan J finds out Sun as well. Lin did manage to find Shut Up to trade him out. But FTX now, backstab, positioning supremacy out of FTX. And just send like that, yet another round. 1v4. This should be for Almighty. Lin spotted out. As Incendio does get shut down, Irfan J trades Lin for a 2-round advantage. Almighty starting things hot. Let's see a hashtag in Almighty. We trust in there if you're supporting Almighty. Let's see a Q9 is the best hashtag if you're supporting Q9 in the chat. Let's see what the crowd is like, and Shut Up is hot from the get-go. Oling barely had an opportunity to do much in there. Shut Up with the 3 eliminations already. Oling's not going to be too happy with that. Now that it is teased, we will have to wait and see if or not. Almighty has a great response for this, and it looks like they do. Shut Up once again, hitting those spicy shots. Will not find Lin, but almost did that though. Needs to flick it to the right. Flick it to the left. No, just kidding. Quick tosses. Concuss finds no one. Are we going to see a defusal? Shut Up backs away from the bomb. Console not protected at all by the 3 players. Heaven finds one. Lin, as he trades Shut Up out. Sinan gonna be making big plays for himself. V does find a tag. Incendio steps on in. Irfan J gets the final slay. And 3-0 for Almighty versus Q9. Let it be known, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This was a map selection of Q9. And like I said, we have some pretty interesting maps in rotation for this competitive play. And it is not a map that I am pretty confident Almighty practices on usually. So this is a curveball. Oling manages to deliver a little bit of a revenge shot against Shut Up this time round. Lin on the backup SB goes in for the quick plant. 1 minute 39 is going to be down to 45 seconds. Irfan J and squad for the response. Lin tagged up Almighty, and Lin comes back in for a rechal. In the most unfortunate of ways. Executed a little softly, and you can't do that against a Supreme Slayer like Heaven. That Fennec hurts, and Oling delivers 2 in a row. Heaven will be found by Xenan. And now the match on the side of Almighty as Oling finally wakes up. What a crazy matchup between the two so far. It's going to be once again a side push, but a very slow one from Q9. Anticipating a push, an aggressive one from the side of Almighty, and they are absolutely correct to anticipate that. Punishes Irfan J, who was a little lackadaisical in his... was a little unaware with his approach towards the spot, but Heaven finds 1. Can Heaven find 3? Sun sorts him out close range. And slows the pace down instantly. 3v3 now. The bomber is still alive and kicking, but not brave enough to go in for the plant. Lin's going to be hanging back for a bit, waiting for the rest of Q9 to give him an extra layer of information. Sun and Xenan. They flank around towards that B-bomb site. Trying to clear up the space. Finds nobody. Positioning very well played by the side of Almighty. Well hidden from the crosshairs of Q9. No wall banks are going to deliver anything. Finds a trophy halfway through. Incendio! Come on! Too good, but Lin gets a God nade out of nowhere! Pushes on forth, and Lin pretty much just saved that game. Gets that man advantage taken away from the side of Almighty. No one's going to get flashed by that. Quick access to follow up that flash. Mechanically well played by Lin. And he goes in for that rotation towards that A-bomb side. Very smartly played. And it looks like they are catching Almighty off guard here with that rotation. But Almighty will have 45 seconds on the clock. This clock is going to get extended. And 45 seconds in the hands of Almighty is a lot of time. Fennec in the hands of Lin to do that damage. Shut Up slowly circling around, holding on to those longer angles. Lin's gonna be in a lot of trouble, and the timing as Incendio is missed. Shut up, Mrs. Lin. Lin misses shut up. Sun finds Incendio, and now for the save. Shut up! Turns his back, but Sun misses an open shot. Gives away the info, and Shut Up says, thank you very much, sir, for telling me exactly where you are. And the Fennec combo with the Locust on the pickup serves Almighty well. 4-1, Q9. This is just an absolute crazy run from the champions, the reigning defending champions of the Call of Duty Mobile Invitational from China. Albeit the last one was a fall invitational. This is a summer invitational, but we didn't have a fall invitational this time around, did we? So it's all fair. Lin circles around. Sun finds FRJ as well. Big start coming through from Q9. Fed. FDX is gonna get tagged up. I almost called him FedEx. I'm just gonna give myself away there. B gets tagged up. Incendio traded out by Xenon. They layer themselves. And shut up! What was that shot? What? Insane shots coming out of Shut Up. But 1v3, bro. Can he hold out? Oling says no. Sit down, sir. 2-4. Almighty still with the lead, though. What a game to bring the day to a close. And this is just the first map between the two in a best of 5. Guaranteed 3 maps. Spots out 2 players at the same time. Oling missing those shots, but doesn't miss the second time. Round B takes Incendio out of the equation. Makes it a double for himself. But Heaven trades out Xenon. Oling circles around and still gets the secondary shot. 1v2, FDX all alone. The Filipino hasn't been able to affect the game all that too much. But he's going to be delighted because Captain Incendio is not doing that much better than him. So at least he can say, hey bro, it's the both of us. But if he clutches this back for the team of Almighty, he will have a good argument later against Incendio. Let's see if he does. No approach from FDX yet. Protecting the B-bomb site. Finally gets the information. 45 seconds to get this done against a sniper as well as the Fennec. Gun played by FDX is the meta gun. CBR Force punishes Oling. No quick scopes out of the Locust for you today, sir. B on the right hand side. Well hidden inside of the train. Not gonna get that nade. B from the back. Will he spot him out? Information? No. And he walks out the other door. 15 seconds to go. FDX seems to have wasted precious time there. No defusal. Finally hears it. And an easy elimination for B. Positioning on Express the advantage that Q9 has on Almighty. And now you start seeing the reason why they brought us to this map. Oling with the 9 eliminations, followed by Lin on the 7. Sun picks up 1 for himself as well. It's a double snipe setup this time round coming through from Q9. Oling and Sun pushing up together. Bomb's gonna circle around towards the B-bomb site. Q9. Open plant. And Sun too spicy, man. Haven't just barely had any moment at all to respond to that. Shut Up still does have that sniper. Incendio, Irfan J find 1 each. It's a 3v3 out of nowhere. Oling finds yet another. Too easy for him. Incendio just waits to get taken down. He gets a hit mark. Lin does manage to eliminate Shut Up from the equation, and it's now a 1v3 to the Clutch King. Can the Clutch King get anything done out here? Bomb still in the hands of HS Lin. Lin will meet Irfan J. Irfan J with this elimination will be able to get the bomb away from the boys, but backs away with the boxing gloves in hands. Perfect maneuvers from Irfan J to save his life. And Lin, knowing that he has pushed him off of the position already, goes in for the quick plant. But look at the speed of Irfan J. Flanks all the way around Xenon to find him. And I believe Irfan J is going to get the catch onto Xenon. But a good corner held on here. Nobody's backing Xenon up. Pulling from afar. But Irfan J has no angle to play that whatsoever. All equalized between the two teams. 4-4. Set up for that A-bomb side this time round. Almighty. What a tense SND we've got on our hands. Very slowly played, very tactically approached by both teams. Lin all tagged up. That Locust popping off from in the hands of Shut Up. Incendio. Can he find one? Sun finds now. What? Sun flicks to the right. I don't know how he spotted Incendio. But Shut Up trades him out. I cannot believe this game. I cannot believe these boys. I cannot believe these teams. Almighty still got it, baby. But guess what? So does Q9. 4-4. Lin. Diffusal. Cheeky. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he's gonna get it. No, he gets taken out halfway through. Lin just needed one more second. And the quick maneuver of Almighty executed to perfection. That's nasty, bro. But Sun's snipe was even nastier. That's like highlight for days. That's like 1 million views on TikTok. In 1 hour. Crazy stuff. Almighty Q9. Championship match replayed from CDFI into CDSI, from the fall to the summer. Nice and easy does it. Attacking team of Almighty this time round does not push on forth towards that A-bomb side all that too quickly. Q9 fully barricading the right hand side of the train tracks. You can see the overextension by Heaven. Heaven is about to find B. If Heaven gets this backstab, no, he does not. The timing played perfectly by B. Fantastic positioning within the tracks in itself. Ducks down, crouches to avoid Heaven. Even though Heaven was walking around, the timing just proved to be perfect for B. But Shut Up does trade out Uling. And another player on the front. Tagged up as well. Sun. But Xenan gets a God nade off of FDX. B finds one. Shut Up does not trade him out. And this is a tough clutch coming through from Incendio. Does manage to find Xenan. But 5-5. I think we're going to find the first OT of the tournament. Let's see. F1J circle around. The bomb this time, making a quick push for that A site. Q9 all flooded in towards B already. It's an open plant for Almighty, but nobody moves on forth. And Q9, look at the speed, look at the pace. Storms B, quickly rotates over to A where they find nobody. And that's the kind of pressure Almighty needs to keep up with. Gotta outplay Xenan. Guy of God nades, but Lin finds Heaven. Big one. Irfan J sorts him out, but B punishes Irfan J for overextending. Very good trades being played by Q9 to make sure they stay in front. FDX. Timing. Perfect. He almost took his crosshair away from the player. Finished him off. Doesn't make the Mustachio mistake. 3v3. Incendio now for the plant. Plays on the approach from the back. It's all about the timing. Pulling. And Incendio fakes him out. Punishes him for that as well. But Lin takes out Shut Up. Incendio doesn't go for the plant execution. Repositions. Lin now from up top. FDX is not going to be spotted. Sun spots it out. Gives that information over to Lin. Lin clearly does not know just yet. Bomb on the approach. Incendio on for the push. It's a two-man push coming on through. They try to catch out Lin. Lin backs away. Timing perfect for the Chinese team. FDX caught out in the open, but look at Incendio. What a rotation. Captain Incendio. B-side plant, 20 seconds to go. But he's going to increase the timer to 45 seconds, which is a lot of time for two players to take on one. LK24 in hand. Lin makes one mistake, and it's all fine and dandy for Incendio to continue this run. And Lin baits out the shots, forces Incendio to reveal his position. Supreme play. Sun with the attack from the back as well. Incendio's not going to take those shots. What a push! 1v2 and Incendio still manages to flick around back. Timing's going to be played well. Lin has to run to the bomb. Incendio runs away. Repositions, plays it defensively. Lin doesn't see that. Finally gets the slay. But is it enough? Yes, it is. 5 more seconds to go. He gets the defusal. GGWP, baby. Q9. They take over the match. They're now in front with a 1-round advantage. It's a 3-man push this time round. B side FDX finds one. Oling just with a secondary. Punishes Irfan J. Trades one out. Shut up finds B. Shut up. One more for him. No. Blocked. And Zinan. What? Shut up. Delivers a sun shot. Yep, I'm naming it the sun shot. What a flick. What a snipe. And Shut up finishes it off alongside Irfan J. 6-6. Oh my day. This ain't gonna end anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give me 1 quick second. The Mustachio will be back with his voice. Two more players. 2v4. Heaven Irfan J. Bomb still in hand. Circles around. 1v1. Heaven wins it out against Oling. No quick snipes this time round, but Lin will be able to grab the bomb away. No, he takes down Heaven. That means Irfan J still alive and kicking. Bomb circles around. But he's heading straight towards 3 players on the side of Q9. Timing, if it's on Irfan J's side, they will all rotate at the same time. Lin shows himself. Irfan J quickly repositions, says bye-bye to that fight. And goes back in for the re-engage. 49 more seconds to go. Irfan J quickly baits out the players towards him. And he pushes on forth to find the flank from the midsection of this map. Timing. Doesn't get it. Sun now spots him out. Information given away. The other 2 players going to circle right back around to meet Irfan J halfway through. Lin finds him. And Lin gets both the players on the side of Almighty for this 1-round advantage yet again. Woo! Nobody taken down by the train. Again. Disappointingly. Lin, are you gonna jump at the train? Come on, Lin, do me. Oh man. He doesn't. It's okay. No blooper reel. Players reposition as they find that A bomb site pretty empty. And Zinan finds Irfan J with the bomb, who overextends, instantly punished. Incendio to find him, and a quick response comes on through LK24. My God, Sun, you cannot do that. That's illegal, Sun. Can he get the snipe? No, traded out by Sun. Sorry, traded out by Incendio. That bounce off that nade. Absolutely sick. Sun just with the highlight reels in the house today. 1 minute, 12 more seconds to play this. Attacking team of Almighty. Finally gets the plant. Heaven needs to flick around to the left-hand side. Lin. Close proximity, but they do not meet just yet. It's all about the timing, and Heaven turns around for Lin to meet him halfway. And Heaven misses the timing yet again. What a crazy match. Shut up. Too easy as Lin runs straight in towards his scope. Heaven circles around. Oling is about to get caught with his pants down. And Heaven to finish off the final player by the positioning. And he does exactly that. 7-7. Holy mama. I think we're going to go to OT, guys. I think OT is going to be an understatement for this game that we have on our hands. Look at the number of eliminations on both sides, bro. Heaven playing Subway Surfer. We'll catch up with him in a little bit. Whether or not he makes it through. Irfan J. Quick plant. Backs away as well. Almighty with the advantage on the attack. Should have this round secured because it's a clean 5v5 opportunity, and Almighty It's not easily downed in situations like this. And 27 seconds for the execution. On pause for Q9. Heaven, backstep, Sun found. And he just goes in for the tags, but B manages to recover by taking one against Shut Up and finds FDX as well. Irfan J trades one back. Can he get in? And yes, he can, but B finds Irfan J. It's a 2v2. Heaven, where are you, sir? Goes in for the defusal. One more second for the save. And he finds the defuse before Heaven can find the slay. Heaven shot the wrong guy. And Q9 with the match point. Top 4 teams from this group move on to the playoffs. These two teams playing this like it's the playoffs. In fact, they playing it like the grand finals. Lin circles around. Nobody from the side of AMT spotted out. Look at the positioning. All too good. But Xenan and Lin both back each other up. And Sun finds yet another for himself. This round should be all over already. And it is Q9 beats down Almighty 9-7 on their map pick at Express. And that was not an Express game at all. It was long, it was slow, it was dragged out, it was tactically played by both the teams. And the moment Q9 had a solid read on Almighty and the positions that they really like to hold on to, the way, the pace they really like to play this game at, Almighty stood a chance because they kept trading back and forth out. But it was Q9 just one step ahead all the way through. And it was, I believe, in that round number 11 where we saw Q9 take the lead. From then on, it was a moment where Q9 just found this confidence out of nowhere to continue pushing on, right? And Lin was just that supreme player on the side of Q9 that did not skip a single beat. He was getting those very important eliminations. I didn't manage to double check the score before we ended that round, whether or not Lin does get the MVP through the eliminations, but I guess we will find out in a little bit. But the execution of his plays were very fundamental in terms of Q9 picking up so many of those round wins. He had massive numbers of eliminations that really changed the pacing between these two teams out there on the battlefield. A little bit of, I think, nervousness from the side of Almighty. There were a few moments where you could see them hesitating with some of their plays. Irfan J wasn't as sharp as you would expect him to be out there on the battlefield. And I didn't feel the impact coming from FDX all that too much in this first game. But that's exactly what it is. It's the first game in a best out of 5. And the way these two teams have played it, I'm surprised that we did not go into a overtime. And I will be surprised if we do not get a match number 5 here from these two. In fact, even more surprised if we don't even get a match number 4. 61-56 eliminations. You can see that it was not very far away from each other. Even the KD difference, 0.92 versus 1.09. It was a very, very close match. And let's look at the list of eliminations here. FDX really wasn't hitting the mark with the 6 eliminations on his side. And Lin does get the MVP. 17! Holy mama! This guy was on fire! 17 eliminations, 9 assists, 9 deaths, 2 assists. He barely allowed anybody else to eat off of the plate that he was eating. He spots it, he eats it, bro. Crazy stuff out of Lin. And Lin ain't gonna slow down his stride anytime soon. 1.47 KD average, 17 eliminations through 1,806 damage. Dude, this was such a concise play from Lin. He wasn't wasting a lot of those opportunities. If he meets you, he's tagging you up and you are going down. This is spotted out through those 2 assists. And more importantly, very low damage output by Lin to get these 17 eliminations. Crazy stuff. Highest round of the streak, 3 eliminations. And of course, the first MVP, as it's the first game we are seeing him. Let's take a look at the highlights and I'll join you guys back in a bit. So the biggest question, of course, when we first started off the series from the community was, has Almighty lost it? Is Almighty no longer a supreme team? I think they answered that question perfectly with this SND matchup to show that they still have it. They still have got a lot of fire to bring to the table. And if you don't watch out, you might just get burned. Q9 did not get burnt though, because Lin really stepped up his gameplay. Oling initially seemed like he was struggling to deal with Shut Up as well as Heaven, but the moment he detected that, you know, they're not really going to be playing a very aggressive play with a double snipe setup, especially with Heaven running around with the Fennec, I think the confidence just went a tad bit up for Oling. And from then on, it was just Q9. That being said though, it was a close match that could have been very deadly for me and my throat, because there was a potential of overtime there, which the teams just did not allow to get to, which Q9 single-handedly did not allow to get to. Now, those are the maps that you just saw flashing right in front of your screen. Let's take a look at the bans once again for the next Hardpoint matchup. Summit and Hacienda has been removed from the list, which means we have got Apocalypse, Arsenal, as well as Takeoff on here for the play. And I don't know exactly where these players are going to go, right? I don't know exactly how or where they will bring us into battle, because it is crazy to think that they are leaving Arsenal and Apocalypse out there available. And I guess to a certain degree, Almighty does not mind going to these maps. But why would Summit and Hacienda be taken off of the list? Because if you look at the probability of Almighty walking away with a victory, it's most probably going to be on a map that they are very, very familiar with. This could also mean that, you know, they just don't mind. First match of Hardpoint, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is going to be a very crucial match for Almighty. Now that they have lost this SND already, they cannot risk going into match number 4 in a situation where it's a game where they might lose, because if this type of an SND performance is put out once again by Q9, then Almighty might just get taken down in this matchup. Once again, let's see the operator skills that are going to be in play. Of course, 5 of those, a unique one in each single pair of hands. As we bring this matchup to Takeoff, thank the good Lord we do not go to either Arsenal or Apocalypse. Takeoff is going to be a little bit easier and a little bit more fun for the Mustachio. Only because I know this map better than Arsenal and Apocalypse. I am not going to lie. If I knew the other maps well enough, I would tell you, let's go there, man! Oh my god! I'm so upset they didn't go there. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I really do not know those maps as well as I know Takeoff. So, I'm saved. B, Heaven. Heaven's not going to be flying around for all that too long. Shut up. Quick eliminations coming on through from the side of Q9. And they take over the power positions. Control room mainly, as well as that red area. But Almighty swarming around. They do manage to get up on top of the Aurora launch, sending in 2 objective players for their own side as well. Almighty on for the pop. Zidane finds a double one for himself, and it's a back and forth between the two as Q9 re-establish their dominance on this hardpoint, but Heaven streaks up a double for himself out of nowhere. Oling shows up, finds FDX, but Shut Up says, I'm sorry, sir. I was here as well. Please get out of my face. Irfan J taken out by Sun from a long, far-off shot. And this is just pure dominance out of Q9, holding back Almighty even without playing that objective. Gunfight twice. Q9 has been having a ball of a time. But when this hardpoint moves on into P2, it's going to be Q9 with the advantage. They've taken over the spawns very early on already, and they want to force the issue from here on forth. Almighty, on the other hand, picks up the scraps, equalizes the point before making an attempt for this P2. And look at this. Shut Up gets a double, and the bread is going to be dropped straight on the head of, not Lin, because Shut Up wants to go in for the slay himself. Pulls out the anchor play solo. Shut Up with a massive amount of contribution to the side of Almighty for this P2. And the anchor spots held down by Almighty, and they're going to get the favorable spot to play their manpower inside of P2. The back and forth goes between Q9 as well as Almighty, but Almighty winning out those shots, winning out all of those gunfights thanks to the supreme plays of Shut Up. The rest of them backing him up right now. Q9 in disarray, but this game is not lost just yet. You can even have a 50-point lead, and it will mean absolutely nothing in a game of Hardpoint as long as your opponents know exactly what to do out there on the battlefield. And circles around, and he's going to get that back-to-back for himself as Q9 once again breaks the hill, and Lin on a 4 kill, make that 5 elimination streak finally sorted out by FDX, and FDX starts to show up in the matchup as well. Looks like the boy had his ears peeled, heard the Mustachio call him out, and he says, no, Mustachio, I'm here for a good reason. Let's see if or not you are FDX. Q9, 19 eliminations, sorry, 19 points so far. And Almighty trying to run away with this, and as they rotate over into P3, it looks like it's an early setup for Almighty as well. But the generator spawns, taken over by Q9, only to be won by Shut Up! No, denied by Sun! Big elimination for Shut Up, but Heaven whips out the Purifier, purifies the souls of Q9 to hold on to the spawns and generator for the squad from SMP. Fantastic attempt of snuffing out the pressure of Q9, and they succeed at that. But finally, investment now comes in from FDX. Big investment, but Xenan goes in and brings out the War Machine as well. Incendio goes in for his own War Machine investment. This is all out chaos between the two, but Almighty winning it because they control that chaos. Q9 Oling steps on in with the claw, gets a double for himself. Incendio says, thank you so much for showing me what the claw looks like, and this is what my War Machine looks like as well. Heaven steps on in, CBR4, Irfan J backs him up. Sun is gonna step by without any backup whatsoever, but Lin shows up, and Sun and Lin both win their engagements for the final 5 seconds, but Almighty says, you can keep that hill, we are off to the next one. P4 on the setup control room this time round, the spawn at Visitor Center for the side of Almighty. Q9 ever so slowly, using the generator spawns as their backup, as their leeway. They take that objective on head first, but Shut Up and FDX stop them halfway through. Almighty winning out some big gunfights back to back to back. And it's high time Q9 changes the story a little bit here. Oling whips out the Crit 6. He's going to be able to get one for himself. Sun with a double as well. Sun with a quick annihilator investment. Gets a back-to-back elimination. Make that 3 for 3. And yes, he does. Make that 4 for 4 maybe. As B circles around. This is now time for Q9 to shine. Totally did not mean that to rhyme, but I rock. 84 to 56. Q9 now circles around. Almighty. Can they find this break through the generators? Q9 denied by Xenan. Fennec now just precautionary fires, and he still wins out the 1v2, backed up by B out of nowhere. Q9, how did they make it back? And this is exactly what I mean when I say, when you have a match out there in Hardpoint, you can have a 50-point lead and it have it mean absolutely nothing. That's exactly what happened to Almighty right there, right now. Q9 back in the matchup, 70 to 86. Go in for the reset of these Hardpoints back into Fountain. And it's going to be pretty much slower pace for this first Hardpoint. Both teams are going to be looking for those eliminations. Neither one's going to be looking to make those mistakes. Power positions taken up by Almighty at the Aurora launch. Nobody flanking around from the left. And as they say that, Heaven does find the back of Lin. Heaven still alive and kicking, uses the backstab to make quick work of it, but Oling saves the day with that one final elimination of Heaven. Oling tries to circle around, met by FDX, sorts him out like he's nothing. Irfan J with a backstab, but C9 will trade him right back out with the Fennec. These players are moving all the way too fast with that Fennec in hand, and everybody else just trying to find their way to the Hardpoint, and the only one to do so is B successfully. He didn't get into a lot of those engagements, as you can see, only 9 eliminations on the side of B. And everybody else trying to go and play a game of team deathmatch. B says, I'm good as long as I can pick up the points for my team. Q9 now in front just by 10 points. But Almighty rips it right back. They want to get back into the matchup, but that's not going to happen at this Hardpoint. They have to rotate over to P2 and look at who's anchoring it down already. The one and only Shut Up yet again is going to be holding on to this spot for the rest of the team members. Heaven, easy shot. Switchblade will not connect perfectly and does not take that elimination. The rest of the team, on the other hand, though, they step up for the squad. Incendio holding on to a key area here at that launch center. He holds on to the seating area, turns around. War Machine does not connect, goes in for the second pop as well. And Shut Up has to step up for the team instead. Gets a double for himself. 114 to 98. And look at Almighty. They're swarmed all around inside the launch center. Not over-investing players into the Hardpoint objective as a whole, but letting them roam around and secure the eliminations onto Q9 even before they can get to the Hardpoint. This is a big fight. And Irfan J, his only role is to make sure he stops people from entering through that window. And Almighty has been holding on to this Hardpoint to perfection. 10 more seconds to go, and Almighty should be able to wrap up clean here. Early rotations come through from Q9. They want to aim for this Aurora launch. P3 is going to be a big play. P3 is going to be a money hill for Q9 if they can get this done. This is going to be an important play for Sun as well. Sun holding on to the... My God. Let Sun be. Irfan J snuffs him out with the Preddy, and just like that, the generator spot that was held on by Sun that was going to give the advantage to Q9. Irfan J sorts that out, and Irfan J single-handedly steps on in, pulls out the claw, but gets purified by B. B not traded out just yet. B is going to be a threat in this situation. Lin whips out the Sparrow. Now attack from the back though. Shut up, found and instantly put down. B with the Purifier still is able to hold on to this, but it's a double operator investment from the side of Q9 just to play the game of comeback. They do have one more in the hands of Sun though. They haven't brought it out for the play, and this is just all-out gunfights coming through from Almighty. Almighty trying to circle around. Can they find an ingress into this hill? Yes, it is going to be possible, but only for a couple of seconds through Irfan J. And player number 3, Incendio, can hop on into the hill as well, but he waits for that perfect backup from the side of Irfan J. Irfan J backs him up, and FDX shows up from upstairs, and they pull that hill away. 6 more seconds. They stop the bleed, and they will be able to push Q9 out. And in towards this next hardpoint, we will have to flow. And the first ones there is Almighty. Using the generator spawn as that backup. They supply that manpower, but this game is just way too close for comfort for both teams. 159 to 131. 55 more seconds to go as Lynn plays with the CBR4. He strings it back to back. Heaven, on the other hand, wants to get his second, but denied by B halfway through. FDX cannot finish it off with 7 more bullets. Sun just too good for him. Gets a double. B strings it up for himself. Heaven goes down. Now it's the rise of Q9. How are they making a comeback in a match where Almighty is playing so well? Well, that is the power of the Chinese squad. That is the power of Q9. FDX Sun circles around, and the Annihilator gameplay this time around is not going to ease off at all. The guy, and FDX punches him into the next spawn. Oling finds Shut Up, 154 to 167. Almighty, they have to stop the bleeding, but there's just nothing that they can do to approach Q9 on a space like this, and we know exactly what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The moment we reset that hard point, the moment we go back into P1, Q9 is going to start dominating with the Annihilations yet again, unless Almighty plays this a little bit differently than they did the last time round. Oling does not sustain his life as Irfan J finds him out in the open. And the hard point, the moment it gets unlocked, you can expect FDX to play this hill. And this time around, FDX, the guy clearly hurt me, man. He's really out there. Mustachio, watch me now, baby. 35 eliminations, and he ain't slowing down just yet. Oling gets taken out of the equation. Shut Up does not check his corners, gets annihilated, but it's Q9 playing all of the hard point to perfection. Irfan J slots himself into the play for just a little bit. Incendio with the investment on the operator. War Machine does not connect, does not hit. And it seems like this game dragging out for way too long. The Preddy comes on through from B. Shut Up taken out of the equation. Saves the bleeding time for the side of Q9. And Almighty does not run away just yet. Hunter Killer Drone comes out for the prowl. Finds nobody. Almighty just inching closer and closer and closer to victory. This time round, they play the P1 absolutely well. And it's just insane how they're pulling this off. 181 to 191. 10 points between the two teams. And they let the foot off the gas pedal for the side of Q9 because they wanted to play the setup for P2. Look at this. Surprisingly, Almighty has not circled around to play the spot of P2 just yet. And it looks like Shut Up is easing off of the gas pedal. They didn't go into anchor. And they lose the opportunity to Q9. Sun on the other side. Heaven with a great slide, but Sun trains him out instantly. Incendio is going to be able to get one for himself. They slay the players out. Backstab coming on through for Irfan J. Claw play, massive plays, and he will be not get that for himself at all. But FDX there to save the day. Sparrow's going to be able to pop off left, right, center. Xenan steps on back onto the hill, stops the bleeding. 190 to 204. This game way too close. This game way too hard for both of these teams to handle. And it looks like the Mustachio is just going crazy, man. When are we going to see a victory dance from one of the two teams? Almighty finally finds the break once again. 18 more seconds, and it looks like Q9 has got that perfect solution to all of their approaches. Approaching from the red, but now the backstab right, Heaven. That's big brain plays right there, and that gives them the hill yet again. And this time round, the players of Almighty are going to hold on to even the scraps. Early rotation from player 2. FDX does the anchoring for Aurora launch, and it looks like Shut Up is there to back him up as well. Shut Up goes down. Information given away to FDX. FDX knows exactly what to expect now. Hill hasn't been unlocked just yet. Xenan, War Machine play, gets the pop onto Heaven. Irfan J on the other hand gets a double for himself. FDX goes in for the slide, tags up one player, and concussed halfway through. Cannot finish the job off, but Team Almighty still holding on to the hill. Q9 finds no ingress. Heaven plays out one, but there's just back and forth trades coming on through both sides. No more operators to play on the side of Almighty. Q9 has got 2 operators to abuse. This still can go the way of the Chinese squad. Here comes a pretty courtesy of the players of Almighty. And it looks like it will be able to nail a very important player down. 248, make that 250. Q9 loses it. Almighty pulls one back. That was a great play from both teams. And as anticipated, even in that S&D matchup, it was swinging back and forth. And Q9 managed to take the opportunity, run away with it. And Almighty did the exact same this time round. And one would think that that first hardpoint would be the downfall of Almighty, but it wasn't the case at all. It was just them being a little careful with the approach towards P1 as the match first started, and then kind of just slowly easing their way into the game with the aggression, because the second and third round of rotations of Hardpoint into P1 was not played the same way at all by the players of Almighty. Initially, you just saw a one-sided push come in mainly through the Aurora launch, mainly through the red area. And the second time round, we went back into the hard point. You saw a lot of flanks being put on, mainly by Heaven. Shut Up tried to flank around from that right-hand side from the generators. Heaven was going through the launch center as well. And those flanks executed so perfectly just brought the advantage to the side of Almighty. P2 was played multiple times well by Almighty as well, except for the last rotation, where Shut Up did not anchor down that P2 for the third round. But the first two, it was most definitely done, and it was done in a phenomenal fashion. Shut Up gave his team such a great lead within that matchup in itself. And the third time where he did not make that play, you would think that this is where now Q9 catches up. Once again, Heaven the flanker. Heaven went from the best sniper in the game to one of the best flankers in the game, because this guy just knows his positioning and he just does not falter. Switches out between the Fennec as well as the Switchblade to absolutely annihilate the opponents. This was just a phenomenal performance, as expected, yet again from two world-class teams. The representatives of SMP, Garena, the one and only Almighty, the winners of the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational, going up against their nemesis Q9, the finalists in CDFI as well. They were the runner-up, and they have just been thrown into the exact same group, bro. Look at that, 198 to 191 kills. Look at how close that is. Look at the assists, 66 to 77. Dude, Q9 wins out in the assists. Almighty wins out in the eliminations. And this game was just way too close for comfort. Even the KD average is not that too far apart from each other. Wow. What a day. And of course, on the side of the one and only Almighty, the player to pick up the MVP title is the player that gets called out. And this has been a trend for the longest of time, ever since I started casting Call of Duty Mobile, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In fact, any other games. When you get called out by the Mustachio, you have that extra urge to go out there and show exactly what you're capable of. Because you want to say, hey, Mustachio, do me a favor, man. Hype it up, baby. And FDX deserves all of the hype sent his way, but he was not the only performer from the side of Almighty. Multiple performers with the 40+ eliminations, but FDX stepped it up from struggling from the first matchup. 1.62 KD, 46 eliminations, 4,853 on the damage. Highest streak 3, we're not going to complain, baby. First MVP of the day, and it's not going to be the last one we see from him. I really hope I'm doing you guys justice, because we don't have a partner for me to bounce my ideas off of. So the Mustachio is just running his mouth all on his own today. I do apologize for any shortcomings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but please do be kind to me, all right? I'll give you my best from the very start down to the very end. That's something I promised you guys, and it will not be difficult at all, bro. The matches are hot in CDSI. I think the summer invitationals... Okay, first of all, the weather has been blisteringly hot this summer. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys agree with me. If you're from the Philippines, I know you agree with me. If you're from Malaysia and Singapore, I know for a fact you agree with me. I don't know which part of the country you're from. Let me know in the chat whether or not it's super hot in your area too, because, dude, I have just had my air conditioner switched on 24/7. 24/7. I'm not even kidding you. Like every single room of the house that I go to, I need to have the aircon on. And usually I'm the guy who switches it. Okay, actually, no, I usually don't save electricity at all because I like to be in a cool spot. But all the more reason, right? People call me a Putri Lilin. If you're from Malaysia, you know exactly what that means. I cannot take the heat, all right? Not from Call of Duty Mobile as a game out there, not from the weather at all. But with that said, the heat from CDSI, the heat from the games are making me sweat so much more. Let me know in the chat if or not it's the exact same for you as well. Whether or not these games are getting y'all going, man. I am having a blast out here and I want a match number 5 for sure. Operator skills as we head on into Crossroads Strike for the first time in CDSI. It's gonna be control between Almighty and the one and only Q9. Amirul Hidayat says, watch out for the electricity bill. Actually, I'm very blessed. The area I'm in, electricity is very cheap. My apartment used to be so much more expensive. But of course, we'll get back to that in a little bit because our action is hot. Sinan from across finds a slay onto FDX, but Heaven's going to continuously take one out for himself. Control on this map. The first time I am ever seeing it played, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But I'm not going to complain because it is one of my most hated maps. And I would love to see these pros show me what kind of angles they hold out there to get the one-up on their opponents, especially when they're two supreme teams like this out there on the battlefield. FDX steps on in with his KRM. Lin tries to spot that corner, finds Incendio instead. KRM's not going to pop off just yet. FDX finds Lin, trades him out. Heaven's there for the backup as well. Switchblade comes out for the play. And this is Almighty on the defense. And Crossroads Strike seems to be a great place for them, but Q9 finally sneaks away one segment at this B control point. Let's see if or not we will see them continuously do this at both control points. Yes, they do. Another segment sneaked away from the A control point as well. Q9 doing the damage, getting it done on both of the sides at the same time. 14 lives for the side of Almighty. They are down. Deficit by 4. Make that 5 now. As Zenan finds yet another. Irfanjay tries to clear one out for himself, but it looks like the pressure is just too much to deal with. Q9 knows this map so much better. And this is what I hate about Crossroads Strike. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's such a big map. And as you rotate around, you're going to get tagged up left, right, center. If you're not quick enough, if you don't have those fast fingers, boy, you are not going to survive this map. And Q9 punishing Almighty, showing them exactly who's quicker. FDX, great flashy shots, but can they save the day as the A objective is lost to the players of Q9? 10 more lives left for the side of the Chinese team, but Almighty representing SMP. 3 more lives left. Heaven and FDX. Is this going to be a save? Need to slow the pace down. Heaven does not watch his left, and Oling takes advantage, just sneaks up on him. Krieg 6 for the Punisher. 2v8 situation. Lin gets a quick toss as well as Incendio and doesn't even land on his feet as FDX gets taken down. Q9 takes such a fantastic approach to the attacking side, and they rip one away from Almighty. This is crazy. Singapore's so hot, it's 12 a.m., so Almighty at a disadvantage. That's crazy. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize it's 12 a.m. already, guys. I was telling my fiance earlier on today that, babes, don't worry, 11 p.m., I'm done, I'm dusted. And then we can have like some midnight snack and watch TV. Have some Netflix chill. Yep, ain't no chilling happening here. Stashio's on fire because of Almighty and Q9. 21 more lives left here for Almighty. Incendio saves it and keeps it that way. But on the attack, it just seems so much more difficult. And now it's a 3-pronged attack. Make that a 4-pronged attack towards the B control point. If Fanjay wins out a big fight here, B's finally wide open. And the distraction is being pulled at the same time by FDX at that A control point. backed up by Incendio as well. Big kills from Incendio, and that's going to keep the forces of Q9 towards that A control point. They try to back away, and Q9 on the back foot now, forced by Almighty. What a brilliant 3000 IQ play out of the Singaporeans. Almighty now, first segment taken away from the A control point. Irfan J moves on in. Will find a couple of slays for himself. In fact, 3 already to his name. Can he take yet another out, Irfan J? Yes, he does. B goes down as well. Irfan is still alive and kicking. Hunter Killer Drone out for the prowl. Claw in hand. Timing, not gonna miss a single beat. Heaven walks in. Purifier purifies the souls, but gets traded out by B. Bowling found by Irfan J. Heaven struggling a tad bit, but it doesn't matter when Irfan J is popping off left, right, center. Sends in the Pretty as well to take Zenan out of the equation. 12-9. Attacking on perfect for the side of Almighty this time round, but Q9 slowly decking away at their health. One after the other. Lin finds shut up, but Heaven trades B out. 9-7. 2 life deficit. Make that 3 as Irfan J finds another one for himself. And the attack towards his B control point is all Q9 needs to now worry about. Because Almighty on the attacking team, Q9 on the defense, but defense is down in lives. One more death and they will not be able to spawn right back out. Check the right hand side and Heaven punished. B control point being lost by Q9. They cannot get over aggressive. And the final second saved. 3 more lives left for Almighty. The tables have turned out of nowhere. 1 minute, 12 seconds to go. Incendio big plays. Gets tagged up. Lin gets taken out by Irfan J. 2v3. 2 more players left here for Almighty. Once again, no respawns for either side. Incendio with the advantage here with the right-tech AMR. Can he spot out Sun? Sun's well hidden for the time being. Grenade's not going to connect. Does it give him some information? Bowling punishes Irfan J. Irfan had his eyes on the cross of the bridge. It's now all up to Incendio. 1v3. Team deathmatch, baby. In fact, S&D. You're the attacking team and your attacking team has the bomb. Sun, it's not going to get caught out. Reloads. Sun here's the reload. Makes a push. One mistake. Tagged up. Incendio down. Q9 up 2-0. GG, bro. What a game. Absolutely insane. And now, Almighty's turn to strike right back, but can they hang on Crossroads strike? Unintended, thank you very much. Irfan J takes Lin out. O-Link trades out FDX to keep the numbers on the side of Q9. 27-28. Sun gets a double. Incendio for the strike right back. Can we see this right-tech AMR go for the pop? Circles around. The players from the side of Q9 slowly focusing towards that B control point, and it looks like Almighty just does not have enough defensive forces there. Unless Irfan J can get a huge clutch engagement here. Going up against Sun, Incendio and Heaven shut down B alongside Zenan. Irfan J totally misses Sun's positioning, overextends into the compounds of Q9 instead, and he slays out halfway through. O-Link's gonna get caught out. Irfan J still on a roll. 3 eliminations thus far. So much of traveling without being punished. The Clutch King Irfan J keeps the numbers, but they are going to struggle a tad bit as Sun finds Incendio as well. A 3 life deficit. Make that 2 as Irfan J finds 1 right back. Spots out another player, ducks away and shut up with the Annihilator for the punishment this time round. Nobody wants to step out of their compounds just yet, and Heaven with a quick flick to the right finds B. 1 more life deficit for the players of Almighty to sort out, and they do exactly that, but B and O-Link step it up yet again. A control point. But this defensive round for the side of Almighty is so much more cleaner than the previous one. With 25 more seconds to go, they haven't allowed Q9 to really step on it all that too much. Grenade's going to be popped out. Can we see a defense coming on through? Here comes the clutch now. Lin, Sun, they find both Irfan as well as FDX. And if they do manage to sneak away this A control point, things are going to get so much more tougher for the side of Almighty. Incendio War Machine investment already, but he needs to be very careful with this. It needs to be an effective investment. You can't waste the operators. Irfan takes down Sun. 2 of those segments almost completed at this B control point. The clock is paused. Ace on for the attack. Almighty, they slay out Q9. And the timer continues to tick down. But Q9, just like that, flick on over towards that B control point, pausing the clock at 10 seconds. This is crazy. This is skill. This is strategy played out to perfection. And Almighty now with the 5 more lives left hanging for the victory. And Q9, what a perfect recovery. B with the Fennec circles around just to punish the team. And they add on an extra minute to the timer. Almighty in hot soup right now in a very icy cold place at Crossroads Strike. If at all the weather in Singapore wasn't hot enough already, in Indonesia as well, Q9 just turns the heat up. 3 rounds in a row for the Chinese Titans. And the SMP gods cannot do much about it at all. 2-4 though, Heaven, big investment in such a crucial round. O-Ling will be found. Circles around, sends out the hunter-killer drone as well. Can we see a crazy clutch out of Heaven? Incendio found. 1v3 for Heaven now. Purifier still in play. Lim misses that and gives away the information. 37 seconds, gets tagged up. Play is not going to go for the chase. Q9 hunkers down towards this A control point. Heaven trying to catch them off guard, and he will not succeed. 3-0. 3-0 for Q9. For one of the greatest revenge grunge matches in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. And Almighty has no say. Or do they? Irfan J starts things off with a very aggressive approach on the claw. It looks like Xenan does the exact same thing with the War Machine, but Irfan J sorts him out as well. The claw in the hands of Irfan J, one of the most effective operators out there on the battlefield right here, right now, versus all of these other players from the side of China. Sun with the Annihilator finds shut up. Irfan J taken out finally. 23-25. 2-life deficit for the side of Almighty. Things do not look great for the attacking team of Almighty. Q9 just needs a single more round to secure this. And it looks like they are doing fantastic with the game of life. Literally. Having more. Having a surplus of, what is this? 8 lives. This is an insane approach by Q9. The aggression is just phenomenal. Heaven does manage to find one, find 2. FDX traded out. The numbers are still being lost as some players from the side of Almighty try to keep this alive. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to end up as a 4-0 with the way things are going. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell a team as good as Q9, after what they've shown us, lose at Crossroads Strike, especially when they are on defense, especially when they are up 17-5. 20 more seconds to go. Whole team of Almighty in disarray. 15 seconds to go. 4 more lives to play with. Make that 3. As Lin finds one more. And this is just one of those rare moments where you see Almighty being obliterated on a control match. Almighty has never faced an opponent this strong on control before. It's always a little bit of back and forth. It's always going to go down to that final round before they do give that match away. In fact, Almighty is just one of those supreme teams that barely ever lost a control match. And this is Q9 with the craziest grunge match setup ever, executing that perfect revenge on Almighty. Why? Why would Q9 even be mad at Almighty, you ask me? This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational for 2023. There was a Fall Invitational in 2022. Guess who won that? It was Almighty. Guess who they beat to get the championship? They beat down Q9. Q9, who had struggled so long against the Wolves team, they made that comeback. They made that upper bracket run. They got in, and Almighty made a lower bracket run, got back into the grand finals, and took them down 4-3 in a best of 7. This is the craziest grunge match at this competition. Almighty is your reigning, defending champion of the CDM Invitationals. Granted, once again, it was the Fall Invitational, and now it's summer, but it's going to be as hot as ever as long as it's China managing all of these events. I absolutely love it. I think, once again, the broadcast team deserves a gold medal. No, throw the medal out of the window. They deserve a gold trophy made out of pure gold for the OB displays of absolute perfection. I know how they're doing it, and I hope some of the other teams can follow suit as to exactly how they're executing this, because I think it's perfect. It gives you all of the viewpoints, and it shows you every single elimination available out there on the battlefield, and it just ups the ante, it ups the energy. And this time, The Slays were not on par at all. Q9 outslaying Almighty 119 to 88. 40 assists on the side of Almighty. They just could not finish off the quick-paced Q9 who were circling around those players, who were dancing around non-stop. And Crossroads Strike win the curveball map from the Chinese team. Takes it away from Almighty. With the one and only Lin once again stepping it up. Second time of the day. Second MVP title for Lin for sure now. And this is not even the final one just yet. Fantastic 1.73 KD average, 31 eliminations to 3,535 points. Highest streak for the second MVP title of the day. Control was an absolute mind-blowing matchup between the two. And this is not the final one, but let's take a quick look at the highlights and I'll join you guys right after. I promised you hot matches in here today at the opener of CDSI, and hot matches is exactly what you guys are getting. I did not know what I was asking for because clearly I asked for too much without thinking, because now the heat is turned up so up high that I cannot stop sweating, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, we are going to be taking a look once again at the maps that are going to be available for the teams to play on at SND, Slums Firing Range, Express, Meltdown, as well as Tunisia. Earlier on, we did play Express. And Q9 did manage to take a phenomenal victory over Almighty, who showed up well in the map. 9-7. It was not a shutdown victory like what it was on Control, a 4-0 scoreline. But of course, it is a little bit better. So Slums as well as Firing Range is out of the equation. Let me just take a quick look at my map selections here. So Slums as well as Firing Range out. And Express is out of the equation as well for SND this time round. So we only have Meltdown as well as Tunisia. We've seen Meltdown already. Hopefully, the team gives us something different in this matchup today. I believe it's going to be the final SND of the day. So I'm on the side of Tunisia. Let's see exactly where the two teams go, right? Because we really don't know exactly how it's going to be played out here at CDSI. These curveball maps are just way too tricky to determine exactly who's going to be able to pop off there. But there is an advantage here to the teams who are not from Garena. There is an advantage a disadvantage for the teams who are not part of the CDM region, mainly because China is very well known for their curveball maps, the format that they play within their circuit, the number of matches that they have for the victory. They push their players all the way to the limit, right? Each and every single tournament is a hustle, bro. And if you are able to get through all of those challenges and still be champion, you know you're a worthy champion. And when they've raised the bar of competition up so high, dealing with some of these other regions just seems to be a piece of cake for Q9. At least at CDSI, of course. At the World Champs, it was not the exact same story. Then again, Wolves was the only team to beat the one and only Tribe once. They got whacked back in a reverse sweep, but that's a different story for a different day. Let's see what breaks down this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. At Meltdown SND. And the attacking team is the one and only Q9. Irfan J finds B. Oling finds a double for himself, instantly pulling the numbers advantage back to the side of Q9. Sun will go ahead to deliver, as well as Heaven is seen squatting down by the side. Oh, big chimney. Sun is on a roll, leaving FDX all alone now. 1v3 FDX gonna get caught out by Zidane. Quick repositioning from the side of Q9. And that was just Almighty being outplayed by the Chinese Titans. It's gonna be a quick setup once again for the attacking team of Q9 towards Big Chimney. No early entrance this time round. They send B up. Oling backs him up with the trophy. No grenades are going to connect with B just yet. And it's a slower push from the side of Almighty. They flank around. Great plays coming through from FDX. FDX finds one, but in the meantime, Lin and Xenan, they find the trade, and they find Incendio. They get 2 for 1. How unfortunate for Almighty, but very fortunate for Q9. The wraparound does not work for them as Heaven gets taken out of the equation as well. It's a 2v4 with the bomb planted already. 35 more seconds to go for the SMP squad. Shut up! And Irfan J trades out Xenan. Switchblade on for the pop, leaving Clutch King all alone. Irfan now. Irfan no. He did not have an opportunity with that at all. Let's see if or not players on the side of Almighty can secure one back for themselves. It was a little back and forth earlier on in Express, but this seems to be an Express victory for Q9. Slow approach towards the bomb site yet again, and Almighty this time playing a different sort of strat. Nobody accesses Big Chimney. They're playing for the retake. Grenade sent in first, but Q9 is just one of the safest teams available out there. Trophy play to the T. Negates the grenade damage. Irfan J from across B. This could be a god nade. And Irfan slides away. Incendio for the challenge against Sun. Tosses in the concuss. Wall connect with Sun. Heaven walks in straight towards Sinan. Was a little bit too quick for him. And there's just no way they're going to be able to wrap around. What? Just like that, turned around now FDX in a 1v1 versus Lin. 12 more seconds to go. Lin a little bit too far. Can he get back in though? He does, but the defusal is on point for FDX. Big brain play. Lin was just a tad bit too far to secure the round. And one back for Almighty as we head back into round number 4. Q9 once again. Great big rush coming on through. FDX is going to circle around from the underneath of this flyover. Great big engagements coming on through. Incendio finds one, traded out by Lin. Xenan for the plant. Circling around is player number 2, FDX, but he gets taken down instantly. Irfan J finds one, quick tag, backs away. Oh, Link punished. Irfan J on for the pop. Xenan from afar finds Shut Up. And that's too easy for Xenan to wrap things up. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we could be ending the series a little prematurely, even without going to map number 5. If this continues out of Q9, if this continues to punish Almighty. 1 to 3, Xenan. Heaven takes himself out, but FDX wins a big engagement. Irfan with a double. Finds yet another B, sorts out Incendio. Oh, Ling! Turning the tables instantly. Bomb still in their hands. B goes ahead, meets FDX. Irfan J shuts down O-Link. Can FDX take it? Yes, he does. 2 to 3. By the time we head into the round number 5. Sorry, round number 6. Almighty started to play catch-up. Oh man, I'm a little bit hungry. I think I've expanded a lot of energy today. We started off at 5 p.m. It's 12:31 now. That's a little insane if you ask me in terms of a schedule for a solo caster. But we gotta run with it, man. All the breakfast I took is all digested by now already. Skipped my lunch, shouldn't have done that. Shut Up finds 1. 3v4. Shut Up find yet another. Quick plant coming on through this time at the B-bomb side. Lin switches things up as Almighty starts to turn the tables against them at Big Chimney. We will spot one from afar. Come on, B. With a Fennec, that's illegal. That range was way too far. B, Shut Up. And the timing is perfect. He does not have the trigger discipline. Gives Shut Up the information, but goes on to slay him out. Gets the triple. B on a roll. That's what my mama told me. Q9 pulls ahead solid with a 2-round advantage. In a race to 9. They just need to do that 5 more times. Still on the attacking side is Q9. This time towards Big Chimney yet again. Incendio is going to meet him halfway through on the other side, and the concuss is going to be tossed on out. Incendio not fast enough to deal with B. Then Fennec pops off. FDX, good slide for the defense. Oh my god! Xena! That was way too spicy. 4-2. It's a 5v2. Shut up, find Sun. The numbers still not on the side of Almighty, and Irfan J just trying to equalize the numbers out there. 2 players left alive for the side of Almighty here as they circle on around. It's going to be a big play time for Irfan J. If he gets this slay, he's going to put the team ahead. Oh, no, he does not. Living shut up all alone. 1v3. It's going to be tossed in, and Oling says, thank you very much, but please, next round, bring it to me. 5-2. 4 more required for the side of Q9. Almighty. They are still on the defense. Yes, Q9 has been dominating so far, but it's mainly because Q9 gets to dictate the pace of the bomb. Heaven pulls one back, but they need to pull way more of these defensive rounds in the future. Q9 just not the kind of easy team that you can just easily walk on into a match and say, I'm going to pull all 7 rounds to my side. Not going to happen, sir. Make that 9. It is the race to 9. Thank you, CDSI. For just changing things up just a tad bit to keep things fresh in the Call of Duty Mobile world. CODM scene is lit because of organizers like CDM. Heaven. Very calculated push coming through from the side of Almighty, even though they do have that man advantage. Lin for the plant. Approach from outside Big Chimney. Slowly circling around is Shut Up. Finds the God Nade onto Lin. Needs to spot out his left as well. Shut Up does spot the guy out. And Xenan just way too far to do anything much. Gets sorted out by Heaven and Incendio for the defusal. Almighty is not down. Almighty is not out just yet. Five to 3. And Q9 wanting to finish this. Almighty doing their very best to push it into a game number 5 at Hardpoint later on. In fact, I want a game number 5. I want to pop off once again. You know how we run the pace down slow on SMBs because it's just that kind of a match, but shut up! Ramping it up for us instantly. Oling now shows up out of nowhere. Manages to catch FDX as well. Xenon trades out at Irfan J. And just like that, I asked for a little bit of a better pace and I get that better pace. B finds Heaven. And just like that, the match right back on the side of Q9 as Lin finds Incendio. Shut Up shows out. What? Gets the headshot onto Lin. Locust is going to pop off against Oling as well. Xenon circles around. Shut Up just did not have enough time to recompose himself. And that is it for round 9. Into round 10 we go with Q9 with a 3-round lead. Grenade's not going to connect. Heaven steps on out and Xenan. Very good positioning over at the generator aisle. Punishes him on that ADS. Pre-scoped in already. Heaven stood no chance. Irfan J, this time attacking round from Almighty. They switch the pace up. Oh my god! God Nade out of nowhere! See that? That's illegal right there. Oling takes Shut Up out of the equation, and it looks like Oling's gonna go on a roll as well. One final player on the side of Incendio, and Almighty cannot survive it. Incendio does take 1, but B sorts him out. 7-3. 2 more rounds left. And Heaven really needs to step it up. And I think there is a huge difference in terms of Heaven's gameplay. Because he's just given that sniping position over to Shut Up. And Heaven just really wants to force this SMG issue. Yes, I know he can do it, but I just don't agree that Heaven should be on that SMG for an SND. The double snipe setup would make Almighty absolutely deadly. But what do I know? I ain't Almighty. I ain't multiple championship holding team Almighty. What? Xenon, come on! That was just a mad shot. Xenon once again. Concussed, perfect. Xenon gets the 3 in a row. Finally sorted out by Shut Up. But B will be able to take that backstab. And an easy defusal coming through once again for match point. Q9 walking. No. Stomping all over Almighty to the finish line. One more round, potentially, to play here for Almighty. One more round for Almighty to save this match. Extended a tad bit, but has too much been given away to Q9 for them to make a miracle play. Out of nowhere, B goes in for the beautiful push. Finds Irfan halfway through. Concuss will meet Oling halfway, not after he takes down FDX. Incendio shows up, tries to tag him, plays the pillars to perfection. Oling dodges all of those shots, calls Sun for a little bit of backup, goes in, hard scope, finds no one just yet, but he holds on to the position, and he will clip Incendio right in the hips, punishing Almighty even further. Sun spots out shut up, and that's it. That's the end. Heaven hasn't been performing in this match at all, manages to find one, but gets traded out. 9-3. Q9 shuts down Almighty, not just at the S&D, but in the series. For the biggest grunge match revenge executed in the Call of Duty Mobile Invitational thus far. The grudge started off at CDSI, the Fall Invitational, where Almighty beat down Q9. But this was the perfect revenge. But you know, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I have no doubt whatsoever that both these teams will be moving on to the knockout stages. And if luck will serve us well, we might just see yet another rematch down the line. And what matters more is exactly who gets the victory off of that. At the group stages, it's for bragging rights. It's for setting your journey up within the whole group. But it means nothing as long as Almighty can get a one-up on some of the other teams within this group. The downfall of that, though, is they are not really in a super soft group. You've got Blacklist Ultimate in this group. You have got West Point Mamba Lokings in this group. And both of them placed higher, much higher than, okay, not much higher, but they placed higher than the team of Almighty in the SMP region for Garena Masters. So that might be a premonition, but it could also be Almighty making one of the greatest comeback of their professional career right here at CDSI. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they've got in store for us. We also have Standpoint Gaming. We have got Z1 on standby for Almighty to take on. And these are all the teams that Almighty needs to shut down. And at the end of the day, as long as they are not in the bottom two, they will have a fairly decent chance of meeting Q9 once again, because I'm pretty sure Q9 is not going to go anywhere in the competition thus far. It has been a crazy long day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We started off at 5 p.m. It's 12:41 in the morning now. I think I've gone through close to 6 liters of water and one good strong cup of coffee, and I am hungry. I lost so much of calories on this shoutcast. I don't know how to get it back. No, I know exactly how. I'll just go and eat. I'm going to have supper. I got my fiance to order me some good food. So I'm going to fill my tummy up in a little bit. But look at the number of elimination difference here, man. 52-31. A total of 21 elimination difference between the two teams. 17-6 assists as well. Almighty really wasn't fragging well in this matchup at all. And I don't know exactly what it's going to be required from any of the team to go out there and touch the one and only Q9. Gotta absolutely love it. And I love you, chat. I love you, man. You guys have been giving me so much of love all throughout the whole day. And you know, it's just impossible for me to do what I do the way I do what I do without all the love from you. You guys rock. If I rock, you rock more. Incendio struggled. 3 eliminations throughout the whole matchup. People had questions for FDX, but when FDX, the newcomer, is performing better than Heaven and Incendio, when FDX has got equal numbers of eliminations with Heaven and Incendio added up together, you know FDX is not a bad pick. He might just be the lifesaver of Almighty. 1.66 KD average this time for Zenan. A well-deserved MVP, 14 eliminations through 1,872 damage. Highest streak of 3. Zenan was a game changer in this matchup for sure. And that's about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the 3 series of the day. I hope I have done all of you guys justice. I did try to give it my very best. And thankfully, I did not rip my vocal cords out for this. I think the experience of shoutcasting for the past 2 years, ever since I came into this whole world of shoutcasting, got introduced to it, I have managed to manage my vocal cords, manage my voice box, my throat a little bit better. But there's just no other ways I would have this. Thank you so much, Garina, for giving me the opportunity on the shoutcasting desk today, especially on a solo run. And just as luck would have it, it just had to be one of the craziest long days. No, it is the longest day in CDSI so far. Let's see if this record gets broken. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been absolutely amazing. If you have not hit that like just yet, please do us a favor. Hit that like, share the broadcast out as well. At the end of the days, we do want to get a lot of people's eyes on this broadcast. So if you could do me a favor and share this out, I would truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, signing off from day number 1 of CDSI Group Stage. I'll see you guys again soon.